This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Crimson Wrath, Book 2 of Ulianov Bratva, written by Lisa Lovell, performed by Isabel Turner and Jameson Adams.
Chapter 1. Anton. No! I hear my own voice as if it's coming from somewhere else. Darkness fades, light flickering around as my vision begins to return. The mother of all headaches returns with it. Yad, I spit out. My voice sounds like sandpaper. My heart races, pounding against my chest like a caged animal seeking escape. The gunshot echoes in my mind, mingling with Scarlet's scream, replaying over and over. She's dead. My God, they've killed her. And then I think of Nikolai. I can only pray that they haven't searched too closely, haven't found his secret hiding place. As my mind runs through the possibilities, sweat beads on my forehead, and the metallic taste of dread fills my mouth. Footsteps surround me, draw my attention back to my looming attacker. I stare at him through a blood haze of rage. It's a face that's haunted my dreams, a face I've imagined pounding to a pulp. And now he's right here, within reach, and I'm powerless to inflict the pain he deserves. Motherfucker. When I get my hands on you. Ah, good. You have come back to join the party. I thought you had decided to leave us, Bratan. I almost considered killing the fucker who cracked your skull, thick as it is. But now, I am glad we are going to have this time to spend catching up. He smirks. Bratan, I snarl. You are no brother to me. You are filth. A fucking murderer of women and children. Ah, that. He shakes his head. Always the moral high ground with you. When it suited you, of course. But I suppose you have issues after your wife. Such a pity, Anton. Volkov sneers, pacing around me. Seems you lost another woman. His laughter is harsh, but not as harsh as the memory it drags out. First Katya, now Scarlet. Jesus, please let Nikolai be safe. I wouldn't bother picking up another poopsick if I was you. Everyone you care for is doomed to death, he says as if reading my mind. Then again, you're not going to live that long, are you? Fuck you, Pazda, I grit out, my lip curling. His fist collides with my jaw, pain splintering through my face. I grit my teeth, masking my response. It's something I'm accustomed to, something I revel in. I straighten my head, roll my shoulders, and then stare defiantly into his ugly, fucking face. Bring it on. I'm ready. The pain is cathartic. I like it. It's always kept me sharp. What was that, Zaschranets? He leans in close, his breath fetid on my face. I thought I heard you beg for mercy. I said, fuck you, Volkov. I spit blood in his face, grinning at him when fury swirls in his flat eyes. He tries to hide it, but I know the fucker too well. My resistance to his taunts is enraging him. Oh, he's so defiant, he mocks. The fist to my gut takes my breath away, but I don't break eye contact. His blows mean nothing compared with what I want to do to him. Getting weak, old man, huh? I laugh when his fist strikes my jaw again. It's a punishing blow, but I've taken worse, far worse. Volkov was never an enforcer. He needed men like me for that, and he knows it now more than ever as he doles out his worst and barely scratches the surface of my resistance. A resistance that has been bolstered by the rage that was born from Scarlet's scream, from too many other losses. Oh, I'm just getting started, he sneers. then jabs down sharply into the gaping hole in my leg. I flinch at that. The bullet tore through flesh, missing bone, I'm sure, but still, it hurts like a motherfucker. I struggle against my restraints, but they only bite deeper into my flesh. Got your attention there, didn't I, Mudak? His laughter is throaty. Next time maybe you'll think twice about challenging your Pahan. Trying to make me out to be a fool. The words have an edge that shows where his weakness lies. His ego must have been crushed when I left his army. Trying to make you out a fool, Volkov? I laughed dryly. Why should I bother? It is so very obvious to anyone who sees you. The fucker looks like his head is about to explode. You, he begins, then stops abruptly as the sound of cars honking and people shouting outside infiltrate the room. Volkov spins around, momentarily distracted. Startled, too, if I'm not mistaken. But his composure is quick to recover. The bastard may not be a hard man, but he knows more than I do about hiding his emotions. Slippery bastard. He glances from the window to me and then grins. Ah, this will be the rest of my men. Volkov turns toward the door, stepping away from me. Your estate will be a smoldering ruin by the time I'm done, Anton. And so will your life. He throws back over his shoulder at me. The bastard leaves me, and the door slams shut. It's just me in the shadows now. Shadows that flicker with memories of Scarlett's face. She's gone. Shot dead. By the same motherfucker that killed my wife. And it's my fucking fault. For a brief moment, grief sweeps through me. I clench my fists and grit my teeth, focusing on the pain radiating from my leg wound. The pain I deserve. But then something else takes over. A sense of clarity. Raw purpose. Suddenly it feels like everyone I've ever lost is here with me in this room. Their spirits giving me the strength and courage to do what needs to be done. Save my son. And then exact a bloody revenge against the bastards who did this. Every single one of them will pay with pain like they have never experienced before. I draw a deep breath, and the fog clears from my mind as if it never existed. My eyes find the walls around me again, and I can almost feel the weight of all those who have gone before me pressing down upon my shoulders. They are here with me now, too, backing me up just like Scarlett was doing, before they took her. My training kicks in as if no time has passed since that dark day when I left Volkov's grip for good. Instinctively, I start searching for an escape route, a weapon hidden in plain sight, an exit point where no one will expect one. But there is nothing here, only more shadows in the dim light of this room. So instead, I focus on one simple thought: revenge. Whether it's tonight, or if I have to come back from the grave to do it, Volkov is going to pay for Scarlett, for Katya, for all the years I've been forced to live on the run to keep my son out of his clutches. And if he has laid one finger on Nikolai, even the devil himself won't offer him sanctuary. I twist against the ropes binding me, jerking at my wrists and ankles as much as possible in an attempt to break free. If Scarlett is dead, and if these thugs are going to tear apart my home, then I'll be damned if I don't at least try to fight back. There are more shouts from outside, and I strain to make out what they're saying, trying to recognize who might be out there. If it's more of Volkov's cronies, I'm as good as done for. But there's no way I'll go without taking some of them motherfuckers with me. I feel warm stickiness trickle down my wrist as I yank sharply at the ropes yet again. Did something loosen? I pause as Volkov's voice booms in the hallway. "Take him out, just like the others," he yells. "We don't have time to stick around here, Mudak." Fuck. The clock is ticking. They'll be in here in seconds. I have to get free. My fury surges, as does my determination. I am a man of action. I must do something. The darkness of the room seems to close in around me, tightening its grip as the shadows on the walls dance and contort, mocking my helplessness. Not helpless. I'll tear his throat out with my goddamn teeth if I have to. I struggle harder. The race is on as the shouts outside grow louder. Come on, come on! The tendons and ligaments of my shoulders strain at the pressure I'm putting against the bonds at my wrists. The sound of approaching footsteps causes my pulse to race even faster. The doorknob turns. My time is running out. Whoever is out there is coming in to put an end to me. I have no doubt about it. The door swings open ominously, and I brace myself for whatever lies beyond it. Come on, pista. I want to yell the words, but I save my breath for whatever is to come. With the door fully open, I stare at the figure standing there, and my heart almost stops. What the actual fuck?
Chapter 2. Scarlet. Oh my God! My head throbs as my eyes snap open in a cold, dark room. I give an involuntary shudder at the sensation of ice in my veins. How long have I been out? Long enough for the cold to seep into my bones. The metallic taste of blood lingers on my lips. Panic floods my veins at the memory of being grabbed, and then screaming, and then blacking out. Someone hit me, I think. Knocked me out cold. Where am I? My voice comes out hoarse and weak. I stare around blearily, trying to focus on my surroundings and figure out where I am. Wherever it is, I'm tied up tight to a chair from the feeling of things. My neck aches, probably from being slumped awkwardly forward for what must have been hours. My fingers are numb, and my shoulders scream from having my hands tied behind me for so long. Awake at last, a deep voice rumbles from the shadows. My heart hammers against my chest as an ominous figure emerges from the darkness. Tall, big, definitely not friendly. Shit. Who the fuck are you? I snarl, trying to mask my fear with bravado. He's rough-looking, his hair cropped close enough to see the skin of his scalp, tattoos snaking up his arms and neck. His accent is foreign and feels like gravel grating against my nerves. Cartwright must really be scraping the bottom of the thug barrel with this one, though he looks deadlier than the others for sure. Doesn't matter who I am, he says, stepping closer. What matters is what I want to know. Which is? I jet my chin out defiantly, though I know it's a pathetic gesture. My head is throbbing. I'm pretty sure I'm sporting a shiner. The boy, Nikolai. He spits out the name with venom. Where is he? What? He wants Nico? Oh, hell no. Fuck you, I spit back. Every cell in my body aches, but I won't let this bastard get to me. I don't know why the jerk wants Nico, but there's no way I'm going to betray him. Why don't you speak to his father? God, did Anton make it out? Did they kill him? I can't think about it. Your boyfriend left you to rot with us. Not that he would be much use to you now. The bastard grins at me. Not much use to me? Oh God, he's dead. Why else would he say that? I feel my breath catch past the lump in my throat. I swallow hard as my eyes begin to prickle. Keep it together, Scarlett. Don't cry. Don't fucking cry. I don't have a boyfriend. I keep my tone surly. I can't let him see me cracking. And I don't know anything about the kid. The man grabs me roughly by the throat, his grip bruising my flesh. You'll tell me where Nikolai Ulianov is, or you'll suffer the consequences. Go ahead. That doesn't change the fact that I don't know where he is. My voice is hoarse from the pressure on my windpipe. It hurts to breathe, but I'll be damned if I let him see how much. Wrong answer. Abruptly, his palm connects with my cheek, the slap snapping my head to the side and leaving my ears ringing. Now, tell me what I want to know. I shake my head, even though my eyes are watering. I don't know what the boy has to do with this. You have me. What more do you want? Probably the diamond, you idiot. God, I'm such a fool. I don't want to give up the stone. It's my fresh start, after all. But I may be forced to at this rate. There'll be no fresh start if you're dead, Scarlett. Stop fucking around and tell me where the Ulianov brat is. He snarls into my face. I don't know, I snarl back. But I wouldn't tell you even if I did. I twist my wrists against the pressure, holding them behind the chair I've been strapped to. Cable ties. My mind runs through a series of possible escape scenarios. Each one is more futile than the last. What the hell am I supposed to do? Wriggle free, then slither through his legs and escape like a greased rabbit? He grabs me by the hair and yanks my head back. Speak if you want to live, Suka. Suka? What the hell is a Suka? The last time I encountered Cartwright's men, they were a lot less exotic. The band of bastards who hid Anton's place were definitely not locals. Maybe he's branching out. Oh my God, Anton. These motherfuckers killed him. I said speak, he repeats, his grip tightening in my hair till tears well in my eyes. Your breath stinks, I choke out at him. What did you have for dinner? Shit sandwich? His fist connects with my jaw, almost knocking my wits straight out of me. Oof, is all I manage to get out. Fuck. That mouth, Scarlett. It's going to be the death of me, quite literally. The baby. Get it together, Scarlett. You have a baby to think of now. A baby who is never going to have a father. I will kill you. His hand is on my throat again. Then kill me, I gasp, praying he'll be convinced I wouldn't say it if I knew anything. I have no idea where the kid is. Which is true. The last time I saw Nico, Anton was dragging him away from the thugs while I drew them away. Even if I wanted to tell this jerk what he wants to know, I couldn't. You'd better think fast, girl. An idea dawns on me. I don't like it, but there are more important things to worry about right now, like staying alive. Or the baby in my belly, just to name two. Wait, I choke out. I still have the diamond. I'll give it to you if you let me go. He pauses, confusion flickering across his face. What diamond? Cartwright's diamond, I say, bewildered. The Rose Star, isn't that what you want? Cartwright? His brow furrows, clearly not knowing who I'm talking about. I don't care about your diamond. I want the Ulianov brat. This makes no damn sense. Is he messing with me? But it's worth millions. Is he so determined to make an example of me that he'd throw that all away? I've had enough of your shit. He raises his hand again. Stop! I scream, channeling my fear into a desperate plea. Listen to me! There must be some kind of misunderstanding here. We can work something out if you just let me go. Enough! He backhands me, sending a fresh wave of pain through my already bruised face. I have no use for your lies and bullshit. Fine, I croak, tears burning my eyes. I'll give you the diamond, and I'll get out of town. I'd been meaning to do that anyway. Mexico beckons like a shining beacon, with or without the precious stone in my pocket. Cartwright's secret will go to the grave with me. You'll go to the grave now, Suka, if you don't— No! I really mean it. I'm floundering for leverage. I made a recording, all about what Cartwright did to Maya. If anything happens to me, it's going straight to the press. I improvise. Obviously, there's no recording. I got out of town the minute I knew they were on to me. This asshole doesn't need to know that. And he looks stupid enough to believe me. I hope. But now he's staring at me as if I've taken leave of my senses. I forge on regardless. If you let me out of here, that information will disappear. I swear it. Plus, I'll give the diamond back. You know he wants it. Enough with the motherfucking diamond, he snaps, his voice rising in anger. Where is the boy? My mind races as I try to make sense of this. What's going on? Why would Cartwright's men be interested in Anton and his family? You did this, you fool. You dragged Anton and Nico into this mess. And now Anton is probably dead, and Nikolai is in trouble. But something isn't adding up. Something that stinks strongly of Anton's own dark past. Is this my own shit I'm dealing with here? Or could it be something else? Images start to form in my head. A photograph of Anton standing with a bunch of seriously bad dudes, including the infamous Sergei Volkov, the notorious Bratva leader who kept providing the press with enough material to keep his name in the headlines indefinitely. And then there's Anton's wife, a wife who died mysteriously. Not died, Scarlett. Killed. That's a big fucking difference, especially if it had something to do with the scum Anton was mingling with. I look up at the man looming over me now. The rough-hewn features, the ugly-ass tattoos, and the guttural accent. An accent that is Russian. Dear God. I didn't drag Anton into my fuck-up. He dragged me into his.
Chapter 3. Anton. The door bursts open and instinct kicks in. Bring it on. Bring it! I tense, ready to fight for my life, steeling myself for the sight of Volkov and his men coming through that doorway, steeling myself for the worst. And when it comes to Volkov, the worst could be a living nightmare. I don't give a fuck. If I go down today, I won't be going alone. Bracing against the ropes at my wrists, I feel a slight loosening as strands begin to snap. Whoever walks in here is in for a surprise. And now, I'm fucking praying it's Volkov. Praying for the moment I can end his fucking life. But it's not Volkov. It's... what the fuck? It's Luka. My body floods with relief so intense it's nearly painful, the adrenaline surge leaving me lightheaded. Luka strides into the room, followed by Ivan and a handful of his most trusted men. I stare in astonishment for a second. Jesus, Talboyeb. I shake my head to make sure I'm not seeing things. Blyad, I've never been so pleased to see your ugly face in my life. Ugly? Luka lifts a dark eyebrow, then grates a thumb over his short-cropped beard. Is that any way to greet the man who just saved your ass? I was starting to wonder what the fuck's taking you so long, I respond. There's a flicker of wry humor in Luca's gaze as he takes in my bound form. I thought maybe you were planning to sit there all night. Or were you waiting for an invitation to join the fun, Mudak? The tension bleeds from my muscles, replaced by a surge of determination. I'm not alone. I'm not defeated. Not yet. I choke out a laugh. There's relief in it. A fuckload of relief. So you're just going to stand around looking at me trussed up like a motherfucking turkey or what? Luca's knife slices through the ropes binding my wrists, freeing me at last. I stand, rolling my shoulders to work out the ache. I put weight on my injured leg and bite back a grimace. It hurts, but it's not unmanageable. I can still get down to the safe room. You good? Luca glances down at where my pants are ripped, revealing torn, bloody flesh. Bullet went straight through. I've managed to do a physical inventory during the time I've been bound. The pain is the mother of all bitches, but the bleeding has stopped. No arteries clipped, no bones shattered. As bullet wounds go, this one's not much to write home about. Nikolai, I begin. My voice is so fucking hoarse. What the fuck happened? Luca interrupts. It's probably useful to give him an overview. Volkov and his men hit us. By the time we realized they were in, it was too late. Scarlet, I couldn't. I stopped talking because self-recriminations will serve no purpose right now. I look to the man at Luca's side. Ivan? I'm still surprised to see him here. I called him in when I realized something was wrong. Luca explains. The security was out of comms. Volkov's men took them out. That's when I knew some shit was going down. I meet Ivan's gaze. You came? We both know what this means. There's no going back for him now. By aligning with me, he's cutting himself off from the world we once knew. I did, Bratok. He shrugs. We fight this war together now, da? I incline my head in answer, not trusting my voice to speak. Loyalty means a lot when everything else has been taken from you. But there's something more important to deal with right now. Nikolai, I repeat. We have to get to him. I locked him in the panic room behind the garage when it all went down. Luca nods grimly. It will be a task to get out of here. The place is crawling with fuckers. And Scarlet, I add. There was a gunshot. I don't want to say it out loud. Ivan's gaze flickers over my injuries, a muscle in his jaw twitching, but his voice is steady. If she's around here, we'll find her, he says. My heart stutters, then pounds into a frenzied rhythm. Dread washes over me as I think of finding her battered body outside. But I shake it off. I can't think of her now. I have to find my son. Forgive me, Scarlet. Rage ignites in my veins, hot and primal, burning away the last shreds of my restraint. Volkov will pay for this. I'll tear his syndicate apart brick by bloody brick to get them back. We're wasting time. There's urgency in my voice. Even now, gunfire and shouts still ring out within the halls. Where's Volkov? I spit out his name like a curse. In the wind, but we've still got Volkov's fuckers to deal with, Ivan says grimly. Maybe not so many after my men have been set loose, but I'm sure you'll feel more like yourself after you've spilled a little blood, yes? I snort out a humorless laugh as I reach for the Glock he's holding out to me. Luca inclines his head, a dark smile twisting his lips. There's no more that needs to be said. We've worked together long enough to understand each other perfectly. As we leave the room, Ivan's men fan out, weapons at the ready. This is what we've trained for, what we've lived for. The thrill of the hunt, the violence, the power. It's in our blood, but never have the stakes been so high. We stalk through the empty halls, checking each room with brisk efficiency, making sure our path is clear. Most are empty, abandoned. A few contain the corpses of Volkov's men, blood splattered across the walls. Ivan's men work fast. Too fast. We need answers, not more bodies. But I can't help putting a bullet in at least one fucker's skull as he charges toward us in a desperate attempt at an attack. They know they're outnumbered, outgunned, surrounded. Yet still they fling themselves into the path of death rather than surrender. I know what that means. They've been left here to slow us down while Volkov gets his ass out of here. Fucking coward. Finally, we find one still breathing. Barely. Ivan crouches beside him, eyes glinting. "Where's Volkov?" he demands. "The boy and the woman. Speak, pizdyet." The man chokes out a laugh, blood bubbling at his lips. Bravado in the face of death. I can respect that, even as rage boils in my gut. He has answers. He will give them to us. Ivan glances up at me, brows raised, waiting for permission, for an order. Just like the old days. My smile feels jagged as broken glass. Make him talk. Ivan nods, turning back to the man. In his hands gleams a knife, already stained crimson. "You'll tell us what we want to know. The only question is how much of you is left when you do." The man's eyes widen, flickering between us, searching for mercy he will not find. Ivan's knife descends, carving a path from ear to jawline, and the man breaks. After the screaming ends, he starts to talk. "No idea about the boy." His breath gurgles when he inhales hoarsely. "I heard nothing about him." That's a good sign, at least. Nikolai might still be hidden. The sooner we can shoot our way out of here, the better. "And the woman?" Ivan traces the tip of his blade in a fine line toward the man's flickering eye. A fine trail of blood remains in the knife's wake. "Volkov has a place in the mountains." His words come in a desperate rush. "Please, no more. I told you everything." A place in the mountains. At first, I think I'm hearing things. I have to stop myself from losing my cool in front of Luka and Ivan. Can she really be alive? Why would Volkov keep her alive? Because he knows he can use her against you, dickhead. A mix of dread and relief washes over me. If Volkov has kept her alive, that means he was trying to deceive me into thinking that she's dead. But why would he do that? I guess I'll find out soon enough. Either way, I have to find Scarlet, dead or alive. My Zyka, I'm coming for you. Those fuckers will pay for what they did to you. Ivan's knife descends and silences the man forever. No loose ends. We have all the information he could give us. There's no sense in drawing it out. I meet Luka's gaze again and see my own grim determination reflected there. They might not have found Nikolai. I feel hope surge as I say it. Luka nods, hands clenching into fists. We'll get to him. Yes, we will. I have to believe it. Let's go. With a newfound determination, I lead the way down the hall, checking each corner before motioning the others to follow. The adrenaline in my veins sharpens my senses and heightens each sound. But the house seems eerily empty now. Volkov has fled. The last of his men are gone, trailing destruction in their wake. Leaving the house, we move quickly to the garage, and then farther behind it until we finally reach the hidden room. My heart leaps at the sight of the closed door. But then I see the hinges have been burned through, probably an acetylene torch. The solid armored door has been shoved roughly back into place. No! I realize I've shouted the word when it echoes around me. I burst through the door, eyes scanning the small space. Nikolai! His name tears from my throat in a roar as I rush to the small closet I'd told him to hide in. But he's gone. The room is empty. Panic rises, a black wave threatening to engulf me. They have him. Volkov has my son. I slam a fist into the wall, relishing the burst of pain. My worst fears have come to pass. I should have known Volkov would discover my weakness. We'll get them back, boss. Both of them. Luca's voice is steady. We'll get the lead. We know the right people to speak to. The panic recedes, replaced by cold purpose. Motherfucking Volkov has made a grave mistake. He has given me a target, a reason to unleash hell. He won't know what hit him, I growl. I'm going to find him, and this time, I won't stop until the motherfucker is dead.
Chapter 4. Scarlet. The big thug is still glaring at me, fist raised as he waits for my answer. And I have nothing to tell him because I have no idea what he wants to hear. The full fuckery of my situation has just come crashing down, and I don't know how to deal with it. This is not my doing. It's Anton's. And then the phone rings. For a moment, I'm almost certain the guy is planning to knock my lights out before he answers it. Then, raising a finger at me as if to tell me to wait, he reaches into his pocket. Right, like I'm going to go anywhere. "Duh," he says as he answers the call. He listens for a moment, his eyes still on me, then rattles off a string of unintelligible words. Yup, definitely Russian. I recognize it from the time I spent with Anton. That bastard. This is his fucking fault. If he's alive, I'm going to kick his goddamn ass. Oh, God, please let him be alive. "It is your lucky day," he scoffs at me. "They have what I have been looking for." With a cruel grin, he adds, "Wait here." Asshole. Without another word, he turns from me and walks off. The cabin door creaks open, then shuts behind him. I hear a key turn in the lock. And then he's gone. Heart pounding, I hold my breath and strain to listen. His heavy boots thud against the wooden floor, fading into the distance. When silence falls, I exhale in relief. Now's my chance. Ignoring the ache in my wrists where the cable ties have cut deep, I work my hands free. It's not an impossible task. With the right pressure and then a sharp twist, the ties snap quickly, something I learned from my pops. Still, each second feels like an eternity. If he returns now, all is lost. He'd kill me for sure. Though if he has what he's looking for, he's going to kill me anyway. Baby. My baby. The thought of dying has never been more terrifying, knowing that there's more than just my soul on the line. As my hands come free, I rub my wrists, biting back a yelp at the sting. No time to waste on pain. I slide from the chair and creep toward the door on silent feet, pausing at each creak of the floorboards. My heart threatens to burst from my chest with each step. The door is locked, but the rusted old mechanism is no match for me. I have it open in under 30 seconds. Piece of cake. I peek through the gap. I'm in a small cabin that's probably not much bigger than the small room that has held me. The interior of what appears to be a living area is dim and still. I can't see him anywhere. He's gone. I slip through the doorway and melt into the shadows, inching along the wall toward the front entrance. My eyes scan the room, searching for anything I can use as a weapon. There's nothing. It's just me and my wits against the Neanderthal if he comes back before I get out of here. I'd better get the hell out of here. The front door has nothing more than a flimsy latch holding it closed. This must be my lucky day, after all. Or amateur hour. Whatever. It suits me just fine. The door opens with a groan, and icy wind and snow swirl into the cabin as I step outside. And then I run. Branches whip at my face and ankles as I race into a nearby forest, stumbling over roots and rocks. Each breath tears at my lungs, but I run on. I run until the cabin disappears into the gloom behind me. Until I can run no more. Until I collapse against the base of a tree, gasping and shaking, and realize with dull shock that I've escaped. I'm free. Holy shit, I'm free. For now. Stumbling farther into the snowdrifts, it doesn't take long before disaster strikes yet again. Stepping blindly into the darkness, I tumble off a small outcrop of rocks and curse beneath my breath as I feel my ankle twist awkwardly beneath my weight as I land heavily at the bottom of a bank. Fuck! Pushing myself onto my feet has pain searing up my calf. Fuck! I can't run anymore. It's almost a relief as my lungs scream for mercy. But that's not all that will be screaming if he catches me. Don't panic. Breathe. Sinking back against the rocky bank, I take in air and try to get my bearings. The cold seeps into my bones. Icy wind buffets my face as I glance around at the dense forest surrounding me. Nothing but snow and shadows stretch as far as I can see. I'm alone, stranded in the middle of nowhere with no supplies and no shelter, and a sprained ankle to boot. Fuck! Yeah, right. Saying that again is really going to help. Panic rises in my throat like bile as the severity of my situation sinks in. It's cold. Very cold. And I'm not dressed for this weather. I need to get help. Fast. Fumbling for the phone in my pocket, my fingers close around the familiar shape. Oh, thank God. The jerk from the cabin didn't take it. But that doesn't mean I'm out of danger just yet. Because I'm out in the middle of fucking nowhere, and I don't know if this stupid thing is going to work. Please still have service. Please still have service. Lifting it to my face, the screen illuminates the dark. No service. Of course there isn't, because why would anything be going in my favor right now? Pull it together, Scarlett. There's no time for self-pity now. Crawling on all fours, I make my way back up the hill I just tumbled down, casting an eye down at the screen of my phone every now and then. I can't be too far from Anton's estate, and there seemed to be no problem with cell phone service there. I've got to be within range somewhere around here. I have to be, damn it. And then I see it. One flickering bar. Hallelujah. My finger hesitates on the contact button. Who do I call anyway? Anton? I bite my lip, wavering. He has resources, connections. He would move heaven and earth to find me, if he's even alive. Every time that thought swirls, it sucks the air from my lungs. I don't want him to be dead. Please don't let him be dead. But I have to remember why I got into this mess. This has gone beyond Cartwright. In fact, Cartwright is probably a teddy bear compared to what I'm up against. Anton's past has come back to haunt us. Whoever took me clearly has an agenda. And Anton was the target, not me. But they'll happily use me to get to him. Bastard. I'd been beating myself up over bringing my shit into his world when he's the one who's dragged me into his nightmare. Me and the baby I'm carrying. No, I can't call Anton. I don't even know who might answer the phone. Him? Or one of the goons sent to kill him? Someone who might know how to find me. My thumb hovers over the call button, instinct warring with reason. Then I make up my mind, scrolling past Anton's name to find the one person I know will come through for me. The phone rings twice before a gruff voice answers. "Scarlett? Scarlett, is that really you?" Relief washes over me in a tidal wave. "Carl," I breathe. "I need your help." "What's going on? Where have you been?" Carl demands. "It's been weeks, for fuck's sake. We've been worried sick and—" I cut him off. "Carl, I'll give you answers when I see you, but right now I'm in trouble." I give him the abbreviated version, leaving out any mention of Anton or the baby. "I've been taken captive. I managed to escape, but I'm injured and stranded. I need extraction." "Holy fuck, Scarlett," Carl mutters. "Are you safe now?" "For the moment, but I have no idea if they're coming after me. I need to get out of here. Fast." "Where are you?" he asks the billion-dollar question. I cast an eye around. In a snowdrift?" "That's not gonna help, hon. Can you send me your location from your phone?" Thank God he's thinking clearly, because I hadn't even thought about that. "Yeah, give me a sec." My fingers are trembling with cold as I scroll to the map app and fumble to send a location pin to his number. "You still there?" I ask when I return to the call. "Of course, don't panic, we're coming for you. You're gonna be fine. We've got you, okay?" "Okay." I wish my voice didn't sound so damn faint, but fuck, it's cold. "Right. Listen, we're on our way. We've been on a gig in Fort Davis. I've got you on the navigation system, and it's giving our ETA as 1 hour 45 minutes. You could freeze to death in that time, do you understand?" Fort Davis? What the hell have you been doing in Fort Davis, Carl? "That's not important right now. What matters is that we're near. You'll be okay if you can stay calm and try to find a way to keep warm." My mind is racing as I try to figure out all that's been happening in my absence. I guess I couldn't expect them to sit around twiddling their thumbs while I tried to stay off the thug radars. They have to eat, after all. "Scarlett?" "Yeah, I'm here." I nod, though I know he can't see me. "Good. I want you to find shelter, get warm, and lay low until we arrive. Do not engage if they find you. Do what they tell you, and I'll come up with a plan B. Do you understand?" "Yes." I nod yet again. The cold is obviously freezing my brain because I'm struggling to think straight. But his commanding tone is reassuringly familiar. I may give him shit when we're working together, but Carl will handle this. He always does. "We'll be there as fast as we can. Keep out of sight until we arrive." My heart almost plummets when he ends the call, and my sense of having a friend nearby fades. But I don't need further prompting. After scouting around in the area, I find a small cave and huddle inside, shivering. It feels like the temperature is dropping. The phone is my lifeline, and I clutch it firmly, holding my breath and ducking further into the cave each time I hear a sound nearby. To keep my mind occupied, I rub rhythmic circles into my throbbing ankle. It's twisted, but not badly sprained. Thank God for small mercies. And thankfully, there's no further sign of the big asshole who'd been slapping me around earlier. Maybe he's decided to avoid the cold, which would make him smarter than he looks. I curl into a ball against a far wall and huddle with my arms wrapped around myself as I wait. My teeth chatter so hard, I'm sure my jaw is going to be bruised. After what seems like hours, my phone buzzes. "We're here," Carl says. "The app is telling me you're a few minutes up the hill from us. We're in the small clearing beside a cluster of firs. I don't want to come up in case I get spotted and draw attention. Try to keep in the cover of the trees as you move." Thank fuck! I'm already on my feet and running shakily toward the mouth of the cave. My ankle is screaming, but it's eased after the rubbing, and the adrenaline is helping. Move, legs! Even though I know it's unlikely by this stage, I'm still waiting for that fucking guy to appear. I stagger down the hill like my ass is on fire, ducking from tree trunk to tree trunk, expecting a bullet between my shoulder blades with every step I take. I'm panting and shaking when I see the van at the foot of the hill. Tony is at the wheel. Carl clambers out of the passenger seat as I emerge from the snow haze. Jess is the next to climb out, relief etching lines into her pretty face as she waves me over. I stumble toward them on stiff legs, limping from my injuries. But the pain doesn't matter. I'm no longer alone. My friends have come for me, as I knew they would. Carl catches me up in a hug, then holds me at arm's length to check me over. "You look like hell." "Thanks," I say dryly. "It's good to see you too." He squeezes my shoulder. "Let's get you out of here." I nod, letting him and Jess guide me into the back of the van. It's blissfully warm, and warmer still as someone wraps a blanket around me. A flask is pressed into my hands, and I choke on the burning liquid as I realize it's been laced with brandy. "I read it in a book. You should have got it from a big hairy dog or something. You'll have to make do with me." Jess grins at me as I stare around at the rest of them. "All of you came." It almost has me teary-eyed to see their familiar faces. Aside from Carl, Tony the wheelman, and Jess, who handles our planning, there's Cody, the IT kid, and Art, who used to be Pop's right-hand man. "Of course we did, hon." Carl is back in the front seat, and I'm still shaking like a leaf. "We didn't know what we'd be facing." Tony has his foot on the gas, easing the van back down the narrow trail. Before I realize it, we're back on tar. I lean my head back, breathing deeply as the familiar rumble of the van lulls me. We've been through so much together, all of us. It feels good to be surrounded by them again. "So, what's the plan?" Carl looks back at me. "We sell the Star." There's no point in waiting any longer. There's heat from every direction anyway. "You sure that's wise, kid?" Art puts a hand on my shoulder. I shrug. No other option. I don't want the buyer to get spooked and pull the deal out from under us. I'm pretty sure the guy will keep his veil of anonymity whichever way this plays out. "I'm assuming it was Cartwright's men who got you?" Carl's eyes narrow when I don't respond immediately. "Scarlet?" Shit. I'm going to have to tell them about Anton, about how I've been stuck at his estate these past weeks. But how much to reveal? I can't mention the relationship, or whatever that was. Definitely not the baby. I stick to the basic facts again. It wasn't Cartwright. I glance out the window at the passing trees. There's another player. Someone completely unrelated. The guys who were after him took me to get information on him. "Him? Who is him?" Art presses. "Anton Ulianov." I all but whisper. Silence fills the van before Carl speaks again. "Anton Ulianov? Suspicion flickers across his face. Russian. Fuck. Why am I getting the feeling I'm not going to like this? He makes a low groaning sound. Let me guess. Bratva? I nod, avoiding his eyes. There's another moment of quiet as they all stare at me. Carl is the first to break the silence. Fuck, Scarlett! He shoots me a look. And who were the guys who were after him? I'm not sure. I say, although a little voice is bouncing in my head as I remember that photograph with Anton and Sergei Volkov. But that couldn't be right, surely. What would be the odds of Volkov being the one who attacked us? Pretty good, Scarlett. I want to groan. Thankfully, someone else breaks the tension because I'm not sure how to respond to him. Oof, that's sus AF, bruh. Cody is shaking his head. Fresh out of college and barely old enough to drink, he's a whiz with our tech, but I have no idea what he's saying half the time. I stare at him. I'm gonna need someone to translate Gen Z to English. I glance at Jess, who's looking at me as if I've grown another head. My joke falls flat. Bratva? Shit, Scarlett. Jess breathes. How did you get mixed up with them? It's complicated. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly cold again. But I need to get the diamond. It's the only way I can truly disappear. Don't tell me. The diamond's at Ulianov's place, isn't it? Carl's gaze burns into me. How the hell are we supposed to get it from him? Panic and frustration war inside me. I was so focused on escaping that I didn't think this part through. I don't know, I admit. But I'll figure something out. I can't run forever, and we need this. There's a collective murmur of agreement from the others. The Rose Star had been a promise of freedom for all of us. Then silence descends as the mood grows somber. No one speaks as we speed through the night. The only sound is the roar of the engine and the chaotic storm of thoughts in my head. How can I possibly get the diamond from Anton's estate without facing him again? And what if Anton is gone and I find Volkov and his men there? You can't think like that, Scarlett. Anton can't die. He must be alive. Either way, I don't have a choice. I have to go back there and get the diamond, unless I'm planning to spend my life as a petty criminal. Jewel thief, Scarlett. There's a world of difference. Yeah, I'll keep telling myself that. Until one day I'm scaling a wall with a bag full of gems and the cops are waiting at the bottom for me. I know how this life ends for most of my kind. Behind bars or with a bullet. The only reason Pops didn't meet either of those ends was because he got struck down by the big C. Cancer doesn't care who it takes. Asshole disease. But I can't think about that now. Thoughts of Pops always leave me teary-eyed and miserable. Fear and determination, the conflicting emotions that have driven me for weeks, surge to the forefront again. I don't know how, but I will find a way to protect myself and my child. I will create a real future for us. But first, I have to figure out how I'm going to get my hands on that stone.
Chapter 5. Anton. The phone rings, shattering the tense silence in my study. We've known the demand would come, that we'd need to be waiting for the call. I snatch it up, pulse racing. There's only one person this could be right now. Volkov's mocking laughter crackles down the line. Did you miss me, bratan? My hands clench, knuckles blanching. Where's my son? All in good time. Volkov's voice is oily smugness. First, we discuss the terms of his release. Name your price. I grind out the words. Luka watches impassively from across my desk as I set the call to speaker. Your life for the boys. Red-hot rage surges through me. I want to reach through the phone and strangle Volkov. You lay a finger on him and you're dead. Volkov chuckles. Empty threats. You're in no position to be making demands. There's muffled talking in the background, and then Volkov continues. You will come for your son. You will beg for his life, and you will do it on your knees in front of all of the others. My jaw sets. A lesson in humiliation. I expected no less. Money means nothing to him. Breaking me down before his men is what matters to Volkov. He needs to prove himself after I humiliated him by defying him. I don't give a fuck either way. Where? I ask. There's more dry chuckling for a moment. He's enjoying the moment, the motherfucker. I knew I could count on you to be reasonable. Volkov pauses again, dragging these moments out. Where? I repeat. I will send you the details when the time is right. The bastard's smart. Giving away too much right now would give me a chance to prepare. He wants me going in on the back foot. That's never going to happen. I've lived my entire life being ready for anything. Not that it's always served me well. Losing Katya was proof of that. Don't forget Scarlett and Nikolai. I silence the voice in my head. Fine. I pull in a breath. He hasn't mentioned Scarlett. The woman, I begin, but don't get any further. The line goes dead. I slam down the receiver, chest heaving. Nikolai. I have to get him out of Volkov's clutches, but that snake didn't even mention Scarlett. What the fuck is he playing at? Has he killed her already? The thought makes me sick. Luka leans back in his seat, brow furrowed. What's your plan? My frown matches his. I need to think on it. If he has them in different locations, it changes the landscape. He didn't mention Scarlett. Luka's expression hardens. You think he's already disposed of her? Disposed. What a fine choice of words. It's possible. Volkov has no use for witnesses. I drag a hand through my hair, gut churning. We will find them. Luka's tone brokers no argument. Though I'm almost positive that while Nikolai is likely alive, there's no hope for her. But first, we stall Volkov for as long as possible to give us time to locate them. I nod. As much as it galls me, Volkov has us over a barrel. For now. Gather our contacts. It's time to call in favors. Luka inclines his head. On it, boss. His eyes glint with steely purpose, and I take a moment. I admire his loyalty. Through all these years, he has never let me down, and he's putting his life on the line for me once more. Even though there's nothing in it for him. I must make sure he is generously rewarded when this is all over. If we make it out alive, that is. Luka leaves to make calls, and I retreat to my study. My mind spins in circles, trying to determine Volkov's endgame. Why take Nikolai and use him to barter with, but remain silent on Scarlett? It makes no sense. Because she's dead. I can't allow myself to think that way. Perhaps he means to use one as leverage over the other. The thought chills my blood. Volkov has no moral compass. He would hurt Scarlett to get to Nikolai, just as he would hurt Nikolai to control me. I slam a fist onto the desk, rattling the whiskey glass that's set beside me. I should never have let Scarlet get close. It made her a pawn in Volkov's game, just like Nikolai. And it's my fucking fault. When Luka returns, grim determination etched into every line of his face, I straighten. Any news? A few leads we can start with, but Anton. He hesitates. If Volkov was going to kill Scarlet, he would have said so. It's a ploy, nothing more. Once we've confronted him, we can negotiate for her. I wish I shared his confidence. We'll see. I stand, jaw set. Right now, I'm not in the mood for negotiations. Let's get to work. I want my son back, and I want Volkov's head. Luka's mouth curves in a humorless smile. Now you're talking. We spend the next hours gathering intel from allies and informants, chasing down rumors and dead ends, until my door swings open abruptly and Ivan marches in looking grimly triumphant. We found one of Volkov's lieutenants. His grin broadens. There's an old cabin higher up in the mountains. My men found the guy scouring the woods out there. I surge to my feet, pulse pounding. Where is he now? In the cellar. Thought you might want a word. Ivan's tone is casual, but his eyes gleam with anticipation. He knows exactly what's about to happen. I stride from the room without another word, Luka and Ivan falling at a step behind me. By the time we descend into the cellar, my knuckles ache from clenching my fists. The lieutenant is bound to a chair, bruised and bloodied, but defiance still glints in his eyes when he sees me. I crouch before him, resting my forearms on my knees. You have information I need, and you will give it to me. His lip curls. I won't tell you a thing. I sigh as if disappointed by his lack of cooperation. Then I slam a fist into his jaw, snapping his head back. A grunt of pain escapes him, but he presses his lips together, refusing to scream. Let's try this again. I grab his jaw, forcing his face up so he has to meet my gaze. Where is my son? Go to hell, he spits. I punch him again, feeling cartilage crunch as the blow lands. I grip his broken nose between my fingers, squeezing mercilessly. Each time you refuse to answer, I will break another bone. You have 10 fingers. I reach for his hand, grip his little finger by the knuckle, and twist until something snaps. He jerks and writhes, as if he's been shocked, but his lips stay firmly closed. 9 fingers left. Shall we continue? He makes a choking sound, chest heaving, but still doesn't speak. I twist another finger, and a cracked scream fills the cellar as another bone breaks. I keep going, and still nothing. Enough of this. Luka grabs my shoulder. You'll have to pull him to pieces before he talks. I spin to face him, a fist raised to strike until I abruptly stop myself as I see who I'm looking at. I will fucking do it, I snarl. Luka shakes his head. Not like this, boss. You need a clear head. With effort, I rein in my rage and straighten, but I keep my gaze locked on the lieutenant, who's panting in pain, eyes glazed and bloodshot. You have one more chance. Where is he? He works his jaw as if gauging whether he can withstand more. I twist one of his broken fingers for good measure. I know it probably won't weaken him, but it's satisfying to see him writhing. Where is, I say through gritted teeth as I take his hand in mine and slowly begin tightening my grip. Shattered bones grind within my fist. This time, he actually does scream, though it doesn't dampen his defiance. My son, I repeat. He sags and then leers at me. Your son? Who knows? But your little Suka got away. bolted through the woods and ran like a deer. I feel my eyes widen, and he smirks. "What did you say?" I blurt. "She got away? Not dead?" "She's not dead." Relief hits me like a tidal wave, but something else does too. If she got away, then... "Oh, she didn't run straight back to you, Podolak," he taunts, as if reading my mind. Before he can get another word out, my fist connects with his jaw. I hit him so hard that I feel my own knuckles grind together, but it doesn't bother me. I hit him again, and several times more. She got away from him, and didn't come back to me. Luca grabs my arm before I can hit the lieutenant again. "Enough, Anton. You'll kill him." I jerk away, chest heaving, and stare at the lieutenant. His jaw is swelling, and blood trickles from his split lip, but he's grinning up at me like a madman, teeth cracked and reddened. "She left you," he rasps. "She's gone, just like all the others. You're alone again, Ulianov." "What do you know?" I roar as I lunge for him. Luca's arms lock around me, holding me back. "Boss, get a hold of yourself." I struggle against his grip, rage blinding me, but Luca's grip is strong against my wounded body. He drags me away from the asshole, who is cackling behind us. Ivan watches silently, not interfering. He'll kill the man, or let him live, depending on my instruction. But Luca is stopping me. Why the fuck is he stopping me? "Let me go, Dolboyeb!" I shout, even as Luca hauls me up the stairs and slams the cellar door shut. I pound my fist against it as if I can break through, as if I can get back to the fucker and tear him apart, limb from limb. "Anton." Luca's voice is firm. "Calm yourself." I whirl on him, chest heaving. "Who the fuck do you think you are?" "You were about to kill him," Luca says evenly. "We need him alive. He has more information, and we need it. Do you want Nico and Scarlet back or not?" Nico, Scarlet. Their names hit me like a knife to the chest, and I suck in a sharp breath. Luca studies me, eyes narrowing. "You care for her. It isn't a question." I look away, my jaw clenched. Caring for Scarlet will only lead to ruin. But he's right. I do care for her. "I'll track down Nico. You find her," I tell Luca, my voice rough. "Do whatever it takes." Luca inclines his head. "Yes, boss." He leaves me alone in the foyer, staring at the cellar door. My chest feels hollow, my hands shaking. Scarlet escaped Volkov's men and didn't come back here. She ran. Why the fuck did she run? Probably because she thought she'd die here, you idiot. She's most likely right. Doesn't make it hurt any less, though. Hurt? Why the fuck am I thinking this way? When Luca returns hours later, I'm back in my study with a half-empty bottle of whiskey in front of me. Every resource I've ever had is working toward finding my son, and heads will roll if I don't get some answers. Luca clears his throat, and I look up at him. There's a crease between his brows. Never a good sign. "Well?" My voice is sharp. "What did you learn?" Luca hesitates. Volkov's men didn't have much more to add, but I put some feelers out on the street. There's a lot more to Scarlet's story than we realized, Bratok, he finally says. I tilt my head, encouraging him to continue. He clears his throat again. Scarlett Jones is a thief, a cat burglar. She's wanted by Interpol, among others. She was recently implicated in a major jewel heist. I stare at him, the words not quite registering. A cat burglar. Scarlett is a thief. I down the rest of my whiskey, letting the burn mingle with my warring thoughts. Apparently, she's wanted for stealing a priceless diamond earlier this year. Something called the Rose Star. Luca continues. My eyes widen because I've heard of it. My contacts say she's been on the run, while the rightful owner has been on her tail. They say she had it with her, but now it's out of circulation. I'm guessing she lost it somewhere. Bliad. I could sense she had secrets, but this is fucking unbelievable. And she was living under my own goddamned roof. Rage rises yet again, and I slam my fist on the desk, sending the empty whiskey tumbler crashing to the floor. Find out more. I snarl at Luca. I want to know everything. And then, I want her back here. Luca hesitates again, dark eyes troubled. Boss, you must consider if this is wise. Getting involved with a criminal like her. There's so much irony in that statement, I don't even bother pointing it out. Do not question me, I snap, then surge to my feet. Luca takes an instinctive step back, flinching. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down. He was right earlier. I need my wits about me. Just do as I said, I say, quieter this time. Luca studies me for a long moment, then nods silently. He's already pushed me further than I'd normally permit. He leaves, and I sink into my chair, slumping back against the backrest. She's a fucking thief. So much is making sense now. The strange behavior with Nikolai, the secrets, the odd little slip-ups, picking locks, scaling buildings. I brushed it all aside, blinded by lust, while she played me for a fool. How could I have been so fucking stupid? But even now, knowing the truth, I can't stop wanting her. I have to find her, have to claim her body and soul, and then teach her a lesson that she will never forget. I reach for the whiskey bottle and put the neck to my lips, pulling deeply as I mull this over. A smile begins to form as things start to fall into place. She's going to want that stone back, and I have a feeling that I know where it is.
Chapter 6. Scarlet. I'm still cold. A shiver courses through me as we step into the dimly lit motel room, the flickering fluorescent lights casting an eerie glow on the worn-out furniture. Even though I'm safe here, I can't help but feel a sense of foreboding creeping in, tightening my chest. Carl tosses his coat onto one of the sagging beds and looks around, his eyes narrowing. Tony leans against the doorframe, arms crossed, while Cody and Jess exchange glances. Welcome to the glorious Fleabag Carlton, where all your dreams can come true, Jess chuckles. Guess this'll do, Carl mutters, rubbing the back of his neck. At least it's only for tonight. I walk over to the window, peering through the gap in the heavy, moth-eaten curtains at the empty parking lot below. It's quiet. Almost too quiet. My heart pounds in anticipation of what's to come. I have to go back to Anton's estate. I have to get the stone, whatever I find there. Or whomever. Scarlet? Jess begins, worry etched on her face. Are you okay? She's been concerned since we got to the outskirts of this rundown suburb, worried that I'd been too quiet. I'm fine now, physically. But as for my head, it's a clusterfuck of confusion. I push my thoughts about Anton aside, and my grip on the curtain tightens, knuckles turning white. We need that diamond. Tony pushes off the door frame, stepping closer. But, Ulianov, do you really think he won't see this coming? He may not even be there. I swallow. Anton could be dead. I just wish the thought didn't hurt as much. But whoever's there won't be expecting us, I tell him, trying to sound more confident than I feel. Plus, I never told anyone about the diamonds, so no one will expect me to go back for it. And they won't find out until it's too late. Yeah, but what if they do find out? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. If we get to it. I'm good at what I do, remember? Sure you are, but what if you get caught? Carl isn't giving up. Then I'll talk my way out. Scarlett, Carl warns, his voice grave. You know what they say about making deals with the devil. Better the devil you know than the one you don't, I retort, finally pulling away from the window. They need to see that I'm in control, even if I'm not sure myself. So, what's the plan? Carl crosses his arms over his chest and surveys me. I'm going in. Alone. I can practically feel their sharp intakes of breath. What? No! Jess's eyes are huge. This is my fuck up. I'll fix it. My voice is resolute. Scarlett? Art interjects, his fingers drumming nervously on the arm of the worn-out motel chair. I simply don't think that's a good idea. Stealth is our only advantage, I say, pacing back and forth across the room, running my fingers through my tangled hair. The more people we have in there, the higher the chance that we'll be spotted. Still doesn't make it a good idea, Tony grumbles, a scowl darkening his face. Listen, if any one of you gets caught, it's over. We all know what the Bratva can do. My eyes lock onto each of theirs in turn, making sure they understand the gravity of the situation. We're not just talking about losing the diamond here. We're talking about our lives. Scarlett, Jess pleads, you can't expect us to just sit here while you walk straight into hell. Jess, I need you guys to trust me, I implore, desperation creeping into my voice. If Anton Ulianov is there, I take a breath because part of me is praying that he is. I know this man. I can reason with him. But if you get caught, I shake my head. You know what we're up against here. You can reason with him. Carl's expression is disbelieving. Just exactly how do you plan to get that right? Because I know him, I repeat, wondering if they're as unconvinced as I am. Anton Ulianov, chief enforcer for Bratva boss Sergei Volkov for 15 years, Cody interrupts, reading off his phone. Fought his way up the ranks from childhood, blooded before he turned 13. The rumor mill lost count of his death toll before he hit 20. Specialties include interrogation, torture, assassination, and generally unaliving people. He raises both eyebrows at me. Left the organization under some sort of cloud and then disappeared with his kid after Volkov had his wife brutally murdered. Is that the guy you think you know? Where did you get that? I snap. Here, on the dark web. Cody holds his phone up. Want me to pull up your bio too? Stop! Just stop! I hold up a hand. Look, this doesn't make any difference. We need that stone, or we might as well just resign ourselves to being petty thieves for the rest of our lives. Who you calling petty? Art scowls at me. I learned everything I know from the best in the business. You should know he was your father. Red Jones was the best man I ever had the privilege of calling friend. You know what I mean. I rub a hand over my eyes. And I don't think that Pops expected me, or you for that matter, to spend our days like a bunch of magpies stealing shiny things, okay? This is our chance at real lives, guys. Silence falls on the room like a heavy shroud, broken only by the distant hum of traffic outside. They exchange worried glances, fear and determination warring in their eyes. I'm the best one to go in, I say firmly. I know the layout already, and if they're onto us, I'll be the most likely to get out. That's all there is to it. I pray this final plea will get through to them. Fine, Carl finally concedes, sighing. But we plan this like a regular gig. You're not going in there half-cocked, hoping to negotiate with some sicko to get out if you get caught. I want to tell him that Anton's no sicko. I don't care what some stupid website says about him. I've seen the man with his son. I've felt his touch on my skin, and... Cut it, Scarlett. You can't just walk back to him as if nothing happened. Hell, you don't even know if he's alive. I swallow hard at the thought. Not to mention that there's more than just me to think of now. Baby Jones. Or baby Ulianov. My little one. Agreed. We work it properly, I reply, nodding my head. So let's get started on this. Cody, can you pull site plans for me? My phone's GPS record should be able to give you the location of the estate. On it, he nods. There's tense silence as he pairs our devices, then thumbs his screen. Barely a couple of minutes later, he's waving it triumphantly. Over to you, Jess. Jess flips open her laptop and begins tapping keys. A message pings as Cody sends her a series of links and files. The guy's a freaking whiz, but I swear he has ADHD because already he's playing goddamn Candy Crush or whatever kids do these days. Jess crooks her finger to beckon me over, and I stare at her screen. There, in intricate detail, is Anton's fortress laid out before me. Let's get to work, I murmur, determination coursing through my veins. Jess and I huddle together, studying the blueprints with intense focus. The others gather around us, their eyes darting between the plans and my face, gauging my reaction to each potential obstacle. Here, Jess points to a less guarded area of the estate's perimeter. This could be your best entry point. It looks like there are fewer security cameras, and it's close to an access point for the underground tunnels. Underground tunnels? Art raises an eyebrow, clearly impressed. These guys don't mess around. I bite my lip, silently agreeing with him, but keeping my focus on the task at hand. Okay, so once I'm in, I'll need to avoid the guards. They've probably added more since I left. Right, Jess says, tapping a few keys and bringing up an overlay of the guard routes. You can use this ventilation shaft to move between floors. It should bring you out near your old room. Perfect. The plan is coming together, but the tension in the air only seems to increase as we realize just how complex the security measures are. Each team member wears their concern like a mask, but they know better than to challenge my resolve. All right, let's go over this one more time, I say, steeling myself for what's to come. We've got one shot at this, and the sooner I get in there, the better. We can go over the details again on the way there, Carl says. Tony has the keys to the SUV in his hand. But I don't finish my sentence as Carl interrupts me. I can't stop you from going in alone, but there's no fucking way I'm not waiting to make sure you get out of there safely. We're taking you. One look between his and Tony's faces makes me realize there's no point in arguing. With brief hugs to the others, we head back out to the car. The drive to the estate is a silent one. Tony grips the wheel tightly, his knuckles white from the pressure. while Carl drums his fingers against the dashboard in agitation. I sit in the back seat, going over the plan in my head, trying not to think about what might happen if this goes south. "Remember, we'll be waiting right here for you," Tony reminds me as we pull up to a discreet location near the estate. "Get that diamond and get out." "Got it." I nod, determination still burning inside me. I slip out of the car, scanning the area one last time before making my move. The point Jess had picked out as the easiest approach is soon in front of me. Scaling the perimeter wall with practiced ease, I drop down onto the ground and begin my stealthy approach. Every muscle in my body is tense, ready for action. The diamond's within reach, and so is the chance to put this dangerous chapter of my life behind me. Once and for all. I can feel it. But as I approach the main building, something feels off. The atmosphere is different, like electricity in the air. The shadows cast by the estate seem darker, more sinister. It seems nothing like the house I lived in just a day ago. A day that feels like a century after all that has happened. My heart races, my breaths coming in shallow and quick as I push forward. I press my back against the cold wall, making my way to a side entrance. Slipping inside, I can hear muffled voices echoing through the hallways. They're unfamiliar, and there are more people than before. What the hell? In all the time I've stayed here, it was only ever Nico, Anton, and Luca who walked these halls. I'd never even seen the workers, magic elves, or whoever cleaned the place. Of course, the security team was impossible to miss, but they seldom came inside. Fuck. If Anton is here, he'd have stepped up security. He'd want as many eyes on Nikolai as possible right now. Poor kid. I hope he's not traumatized after all that happened that day. And if he's... I can't think of why he might not be here, but if he's not, and those guys are still around... Fuck, Scarlett. What have you gotten yourself into? I want to curse myself for being so pig-headed about this. This isn't a simple matter of emptying out some rich asshole's safe. This is next-level stuff, definitely way above my pay grade. Fresh start, Scarlett. Your child is going to have a different life, damn it. Panic flutters in my chest, but I force myself to stay calm. This isn't the time for fear. I need to stay focused, move quickly, and get out. My ears strain to catch snippets of conversation, trying to piece together what's happening. Every step I take brings me closer to the diamond, yet also to potential danger. Anton's face flashes in my mind. Those deep, gold-flecked eyes that see right through me. A wave of longing washes over me, threatening to drown my resolve. What am I doing here? Is it really just the diamond I want, or is it him? The realization hits me like a punch to the gut. No, it's not just about the diamond. Part of me wants to go back to Anton, to feel his strong arms around me, to be able to trust someone completely. Part of me wants to tell him everything that's happened, to tell him about the baby. Our baby. But how can I reconcile that with the danger he represents? How can I keep both my child and myself safe? These questions tear at me, leaving me raw and exposed. My body moves on autopilot, navigating around the building with ease. Making my way to the ventilation shaft and then sliding through it feels like second nature after a life spent doing this. yet the conflicting emotions within me war for dominance. I can't afford to lose focus now. The diamond, Anton, safety, desire. Each thought tugs at my heart, threatening to unravel the fragile balance I'm trying so hard to maintain. But I can't let that happen. Not now. I have to finish this, for my team, for my own sake, and for my child. The child only I know about. With renewed determination, I press on, drawing closer to the prize that will either set me free or bind me forever to a world that I no longer belong in. A world of crime that I don't want for my baby. No matter how much I enjoyed growing up as the daughter of a skilled burglar. The stakes have never been higher. And in this game, there's no room for hesitation. Sliding from the shaft through an access point, I wait until I'm certain there are no footsteps below, then drop down soundlessly into the corridor. I reach the door to my old room, heart racing as I press my ear against it, listening for any signs of life. Silence greets me, and relief washes over me like a wave. Carefully, I turn the knob and ease the door open, slipping inside and shutting it quietly behind me. The familiar surroundings bring back memories of stolen moments with Anton, our passion consuming us in this very room. But now isn't the time for reminiscing. There's work to be done. My fingers frantically search for the small drawer in the dresser where I'd hidden the diamond, adrenaline pumping through my veins. The seconds tick by, feeling like an eternity, until finally, success. The drawer slides open, revealing the empty space where the diamond once lay. What the hell? I dig around deeper, then start pulling out adjoining drawers, anxiously searching for what I hid here. It's not a huge dresser, but maybe I was mistaken. Maybe it slipped out, fell through a crack or something. My search grows more frantic. I don't have time for this now. Come on, I whisper under my breath. Looking for something? A deep, guttural voice rumbles behind me, making me freeze in my tracks. Shit! Fuck! Shit! A movement catches my eye, and I whirl around to face the source of the voice. A familiar shape is sitting casually in an armchair in the shadows, one knee crossed over the other. His broad chest and shoulders contract as he exhales. Sharp jaws clench and ice clinks as he raises a cut crystal glass to his lips, sipping something that looks like whiskey. In his other hand, something glitters, pink and shimmering. My eyes feel huge as I stare at him in the darkness. So familiar. So... Anton. Oh God, thank you. He's alive. I've been afraid of it all along, but I didn't realize how terrified I was until now, as the flood of pure relief hits me. For a second, I fight the urge to fly over and fling myself at him, throw my arms around his neck and press kisses to his face, his lips, his eyes. Stop. Hello, Scarlet. His voice is low and dangerous, and yet it still has goose flesh rippling over my skin, just as it always did. Fear and uncertainty crash through me, but beneath it all there's a flicker of something else. Desire. Fuck, I want him. Now. Why, goddammit, what's wrong with me? His dark eyes bore into mine as if he can see straight through to my soul. Anton! I stare at him. What? How? God, I'm a fool. Of course he would be waiting. The man anticipates everything. Did you really think I wouldn't expect you back? He sets the glass down and rises, and everything within me clenches. The tension between us is palpable, electric. But you're resourceful, I must give you that. Maybe I am, I say, trying to maintain a semblance of bravado despite the countless conflicting emotions rising within me. Or maybe I just don't care. He chuckles as he reaches me. A strong hand reaches out to cup my face. Oh, but you should, Scarlet. You should care. I swallow hard, my mask of bravado slipping at the sensation of his skin against mine. Either way. Anton's voice is rough, sending tremors through my body. You won't leave here again. Not this time. His words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken promises and threats. The diamond may have been my goal, but the stakes change in an instant. The lines between enemy and lover blur as I stand before the man whose touch I crave so much. And I'm not sure which one scares me more.
Chapter 7. Anton. I study Scarlett's expression as she realizes she's been caught. Panic dances in her deep, dark eyes, her breathing becoming erratic. Anton, she gasps, taking a step back. What? How? Did you really think I wouldn't expect you back? I feel the weight of the diamond in my hand. You're resourceful, Zyka. I must give you that. She laughs nervously, running a hand through her rich red hair. Maybe, she says with forced bravado. Or maybe I just don't care. And as she speaks, I notice her hands shaking and can't help but chuckle. Taking a step closer, I reach out to cup her face. Oh, but you should, Scarlet. You should care. As I touch her skin, her breath hitches, and her eyes flicker with something more than fear. Desire. Either way, my voice is rough with need. You won't leave here again. Not this time. Please, Anton. She tries to pull away. I only came back for my things. It's not safe for me here. Safe? With a laugh, I tighten my grip on her chin. You should have thought about that before bringing danger to my doorstep. Thanks to your stupidity, Nikolai has been taken by my enemy. Her eyes widen in horror, guilt-ridden. Nikolai, is he okay? No, thanks to you. And it is bold of you to ask when it was your actions that put him in danger. Anger boils within me. You exposed us. You brought Volkov and his men back here. That's bullshit and you know it. Her jaw juts out. You forced me to stay here. Did you think I wasn't going to get out of here eventually? If you'd just let me get back to town without making such a fucking fuss, you would have brought trouble regardless. I may not have known it then, but you think I do not know who you are now. What you are. Fury builds as I think of all the lies, all the secrets she's hidden. You are a fucking thief, Scarlett Jones. I sneer the words, but maybe part of my anger is aimed at myself for being so goddamn stupid. How did I not see it? Look who's talking, she snaps back. You're no angel either, Anton Ulianov. Don't think I don't know what you've done. The blood on your hands? She scoffs. Hell, there's more than blood. You're a cold-blooded killer. A mass fucking murderer. Cold rage comes over me. Then you should know better than to fuck with me, Scarlet. A growl, inches from her face. The hand that had been cupping her cheek now threads into her hair, fingers twisting until her eyes narrow. Pain flickers within them, but she's hiding it from me, as if it'll make me stop. I tug harder until her head is pulled back, her face tilted up to me. "Maybe I'm not afraid of you." Her words are a challenge, her gaze defiant. She's hissing through gritted teeth. And then, the tension between us snaps. With a sudden lurch forward, my lips crash onto hers in a brutal, frenzied kiss. A battle for dominance neither of us wants to lose. I draw the breath from her, holding her face in one hand to keep her from pulling away. She growls, low in her throat, nails raking across my cheek as her fingers clasp my hair while I plunder her mouth. I expect some sort of resistance, a slap or more nails. I wait for her to hit me. She doesn't, though. She presses against me, the soft flesh of her breasts flattening against my chest. She bites my lip, drawing blood, but it only fuels the passion between us. I pull back and chuckle, flicking the tip of my tongue out to catch a stray drop of blood. My little Zyka has teeth. My body is suddenly tight with need, wanting to burst. "I'm not your little anything. I want nothing to do with you." Her eyes blaze as she glares back at me. "Really?" I nip her lower lip. "Then why are you here?" You know why." Her breath shudders as I graze my teeth along her jawline. I need my stuff. The stone, nothing else." Her eyes flash at me. There's anger there, but more. Something she can't deny. Lust. And it mirrors my own. Sliding my hand along her neck, I grip her jaw in my hand, feeling her throat move as she swallows. I tighten my grip. Prove it. My challenge hangs between us, heavy with lust and power. I can feel her stiffen as she feels my fingers curl further around her neck. The temptation to squeeze is almost as strong as the need to fuck reason into her. "You're mine." The words are on the tip of my tongue, but there's no way I'll say them. Her chest heaves as she fights for air, but my hand on her throat isn't scaring her. The effect is the opposite. Heat blazes in her eyes, and it's met by a tightening in my cock. "Fuck you," she chokes out. Her hands fist in my shirt, and before I realize what she's planning, she yanks me to her. Our lips collide again, harder this time, teeth clashing. "Fuck you too," I growl against her mouth as we finally come up for air again. My hand is off her throat now, and her breath is coming hard. The invitation in her eyes unmistakable as she stares up at me with kiss-swollen lips. I claim them yet again, then grab her waist, hoisting her up against me. She wraps her legs around me, not breaking the kiss. It's an assault more than anything, her fire scalding me. The heat of her body sears through my clothes, stoking the fire within me. Carrying her to the bed, I toss her onto the mattress. She lands with a bounce, but the defiant glint in her eyes remains. Leaning forward and ripping her shirt open, buttons fly as I expose her flushed skin. "Still hot for me, Zyka? Is that why you really came back?" I taunt as I see her pebbled nipples. I catch her wrist a moment before her palm meets my face, but I'm not fast enough to dodge the foot that collides with my belly. I barely blink at the contact. I've taken more. Even now, I'm aware of the bandaged hole in my thigh, though it burns less than my need for this woman. "You asshole," she spits. Grabbing the foot that kicked me, I give a quick twist and flip her over onto her belly. She squeals as I tug her pants past her hips, and my hand connects with her luscious ass. "Bastard!" she yells as I slap her again, the crack ringing out. She can call me all she wants. It's worth every insult, because I'm rewarded by the sight of a red handprint on creamy flesh, and the glimpse of wet pussy from between her splayed thighs. "Call me that again," I tell her, stroking my hand over her hot skin. It's a deceptively gentle gesture, and I'm sure that she knows it. It doesn't stop her from trying her luck, though. "Bastard," she mutters again, then shrieks as I spank her once more. But spanking is not what I have in mind tonight. What I need is far more primal. When she twists beneath me, I let her roll over, using the move to drag her pants down as she lands on her back. For a second, we're motionless, apart from our ragged breathing as our eyes lock. And then I've yanked her shoes off and gotten her pants past her feet. Suddenly, she matches my fervor, tearing at my clothes until we're both stripped bare, our bodies aching for contact. I loom over her, taking in the sight of her tantalizing flesh, the heaving of her chest. Her eyes dare me to continue, and I do. I reach out, my hands rough against her softness as I grab her shoulders and pull her up to meet me. She moans as my hands wander across her body, exploring every curve, every inch of skin. Your tits are fucking perfection. I gaze down at where my fingers are kneading her lush flesh, squeezing them until she arches against me. My fingers slide further down, tracing circles around her navel before dipping lower still until they find their way to the heat between her legs. And this cunt was made for me, I add, as I find the nub of her clit and press down on it. Her gasp is loud enough to echo off the walls, and I thrust 2 fingers inside her without warning. She bites at my shoulder as an involuntary shudder runs through her body. I wince, but the sensation ripples through me like fire and ice that tightens in my gut. Her hands are just as eager for contact. She grabs at my cock roughly, pumping furiously with each stroke. It's almost rough enough to hurt, but it's yet another vicious sensation that pushes me on, sets me on fire. "I hate you so fucking much," she groans. The sound of my fingers slipping in and out of her wet pussy tells me she's lying. "Is this how much you hate me?" I laugh at her, as the wet sound of her need makes it hard to believe a word she's saying. She gives an angry little growl that makes me even harder and needier than the hand that's still pumping along my shaft. I thrust my cock into her palm, still fingering her roughly until we're both panting with desire. "Blood," I growl into Scarlett's ear as our bodies move together on the bed, twisting against each other as sweat prickles on my skin and sensations rise to fever pitch. "You drive me crazy." Why are you doing this to me?" Her words are a hoarse groan before she bites my neck hard enough that a guttural moan escapes from my throat. I press my weight against her, my lips against her ear. "I'm going to fuck you so hard, you're going to remember the feeling of me for the rest of your goddamn life, Psycho." "You talk a lot for a bad guy." She's scoffing, but I can sense the facade slipping. My fingers are drawing her to the brink. I back off as I feel her climax drawing close, and she whimpers. "Asshole!" "You have no idea what you're dealing with, little thief." I chuckle again as she mewls and tries to grind her pussy up against me. "Please," she begs. "Please what?" "Please, don't stop." The words are a hoarse plea. Scarlett moans deep in appreciation as I start a slow rhythm with my fingers, pressing into slick folds and finding all those hidden places that make goosebumps race across her skin. She grabs onto me fiercely now, pushing herself against me as if trying to get closer than humanly possible. Her need drips from her in sticky streams, and I withdraw my fingers to suck on them. She gives another of those little cock-tightening growls. "Why are you taunting me, damn you?" "Taunting you? I thought you fucking hated me, Zyka." I smirk. "What is it that you want?" Her fingers curl around my shaft again, and she tugs me between her splayed thighs. "I want you inside me. Fuck me, you bastard." The feeling of her wet pussy lips parting against the head of my cock is too much to resist. I grab her hips, pinning them against mine as I thrust deep within her with sheer force. Her body tenses as she cries out, a sound of both pleasure and pain. I revel in it. My movements grow more urgent, pounding into her without mercy until all that remains is the sensation of our bodies merging together. Hot skin slaps together, and our breaths mingle as I nip at her mouth, as I hover over her. Her nails claw at my back, a sweet pain that only drives me further. We move together, rough and brutal, fueled by anger, lust, and the desperate need to reclaim what was lost. Mine. I growl into her ear, my grip tightening on her as I thrust harder. Never, she pants, her defiance unyielding even in this intimate moment. Not intimate, Mudak. The woman is pure trouble. What we're doing now is nothing more than venting rage. She deserves it all, and more for what she's done to us. To Nikolai. She left. That's not the point. She could have disappeared forever for all I care. But now that she's back, my need is driving me like a man possessed. It's just sex. Fuck! I groan as pleasure pools in my belly and begins to tug hard at my balls. God, oh God, she's panting the words out. Our climax crashes over us like a tidal wave, washing away all thought and reason in its powerful wake. I hear my own voice build to a harsh shout, and then fade away. It's a sound that resonates through the air between us, mingling with her own sweet cries. The salty taste of her skin, her lips nectar sweet, a mixture of honey and the ocean. Look at me, I tell her. I want to see that defiance now. See if it's still there when she faces the pleasure we can give each other. Our eyes lock together in a blaze of pure ecstasy. She's still defiant, but there's something else in her gaze now. Acceptance of this thing between us, perhaps. Whatever the fuck this thing is. For now, all I can do is feel. I shudder as I wring out the last ripples of bittersweet pleasure. She shudders too, her body going limp, her arms twined around my neck. Sweat slickens my skin as I finally collapse onto her, both of us breathing hard, breathless and spent. The room is silent except for our harsh, gasping breaths. We lie there for what feels like an eternity, until she finally shifts beneath me, breaking the trance we'd fallen under. Slowly rolling off her body, I pull her hard against me, and for once she doesn't fight me. But as the afterglow fades, reality sinks in. We're still enemies, tangled in a game neither of us knows how to win. Not that there's anything I want to win here. I have Nikolai to worry about. Scarlett Jones is simply a distraction, and a dangerous one at that.
Chapter 8. Scarlet. As our bodies lie entwined, the lingering remnants of lust fade, and my thoughts turn back to the pressing matters at hand. What in the fuck are you doing, Scarlet? I can't afford to let a moment of weakness derail me from my mission. The tension between Anton and me is like a living thing, despite the intimacy we've just shared. My anger bubbles to the surface as I remember how he coerced me into working for him, how he dragged me into this whole shit show in the first place. You got me into this mess, I say, my voice low and intense. If it wasn't for you, I could have been sipping margaritas in Cancun by now. Anton shifts his body towards me, eyes narrowing. What the fuck are you talking about? All this. I sweep an arm, gesturing to the room. I didn't ask for any of it. All I wanted to do was make enough money to get over the border until the heat died down. So much for that idea. The heavy muscles of Anton's chest ripple against me as he shrugs, his wounds still fresh from the attack. Not my problem. I did not know about your plan to run off to Mexico, or whatever fucked up idea you thought you would try to get out of the shit you brought upon yourself. Of course you didn't, I retort. If you hadn't forced me to work for you, I could have hidden there instead of dealing with all the shit you brought upon me. Shit you drew toward us, he corrects. If you had not gone running around town, as I told you not to, Volkov would never have tracked us down. You may as well have sent up a flare. My heart suddenly aches as I consider the danger I've brought into Anton's life, and by extension, Nikolai's. I'm sorry about what Nikolai has gone through, I admit, struggling with my pride. I never intended for any of this to happen. He snorts dismissively, bitterness etched in his chiseled features. Your apologies do not change the fact that my son's life is on the line because of you. Sorry means nothing. I'm silent for a moment because he's right. But only partially because this isn't entirely on me. Let's not forget your own secrets, I shoot back, challenging him. Danger follows you too, Anton. Danger? Fuck, there's an understatement. I was under the radar. Safe. Nikolai was safe. You're kidding, right? I scoff. How long do you think that was going to last? Until Nico finished college? I had plans to put an end to the nightmare. Plans that you fucked up. His voice has gone icy, even though his body is still hot against me. Plans? You mean the plans that ended up with me being kidnapped by your Bratva buddies? They fucking beat me, Anton! His jaw clenches defensively. That was not my fault. I tilt my head and fix him with a blazing gaze, refusing to back down. Are you for real? I just told you they beat me, you big jerk. They could have killed me. What the fuck kind of man are you that you could let that happen to me? He goes stiff against me, and I know I struck a nerve. His wife. The report that Cody pulled up about Anton and how his wife was brutally murdered. Scarlett, he starts, but I cut him off. Did you let that happen to her too? To your wife? I ask, my voice cold and unforgiving. It's a low blow, and I know it, but I'm pissed off as fuck. I'm still bruised from the bastard who hit me. It could have been worse. The baby. I can't think about that now. My baby is safe. I'm going to keep it that way. Anton's eyes are like storm clouds, swirling with pain and anger. Watch your mouth. His voice is low and dangerous. Or what? You want to threaten me with worse than what I've already been through? The venom in my words stings even me, but I refuse to back down. The stakes are too high. Lives are on the line. Nikolai's life is on the line. My baby. Enough, he growls, pushing himself up and away from me. But I don't let go of his arm, forcing him to face me. Are you seriously telling me that all the stuff that went down is my fucking fault? Own your shit, Anton Ulianov. You lived that life. Now I've been sucked into it. Anger roils as I think about that. He forced me into this thing, and now he's blaming me for the outcome. Damn it, I shouldn't be lying here naked having this conversation. I should shut my stupid mouth, wait for him to let his guard down, and get my hands on the diamond. Then hightail it out of here. This man is going to get me killed. Worse, get my baby killed. It's his baby too, Scarlett. Before I could think further, he does the worst thing he could possibly do. His expression softens, almost tender, which is just plain nuts because I can't imagine this man aiming that emotion at me.
Scarlett, I never intended for you to be in danger.
His voice is tight with frustration. His jaw clenches as he looks away from me. But when he turns back to me, his beautiful eyes almost melt my heart.
I am sorry, Zyka.
The sudden about turn leaves me speechless, especially since it seems so sincere. Don't, Scarlett. Don't let him make you weak.
Yeah, right,
I mutter, though I can already feel myself falling. He cups my face in both his huge hands. I swallow hard.
I mean it. It should never have happened. When I thought you were dead.
He shakes his head and squeezes his eyes shut for a second.
Bliad, I cannot speak of this.
He sucks in a shuddering breath, and for the first time ever, I see the man look defeated. Anton, I
was powerless.
His voice is rough.
Powerless to help you. I could not stop them. Do you understand?
His expression is fierce, but I sense it's a fierceness aimed at himself.
Just as I could not stop it when Katya...
He trails off.
You are right. What kind of man am I?
He straightens and then turns away from me. I'm facing shoulders as broad as mountains, and suddenly all I want to do is wrap my arms around him and tell him it's okay. But it's not, clearly. You could have died, Scarlett. The baby. You're having his baby. What do I do? What the fuck do I do? Do I tell him? And then what? Just let myself be drawn deeper into this dark, dangerous world to the man who could end me? Or take the safer route? Leave him behind me. Get the diamond and sell it. Live a life of wealth beyond my wildest dreams. Have the world I always wanted. And raise my child without a father? But we'd be alive. Damn it, this should be a no-brainer. What would Pop say if I asked him for advice now? After Ma left, he raised me single-handedly in a world that most people would have been horrified to see a child grow up in. But I turned out okay, didn't I? Maybe not, Scarlett. You're a freaking cat burglar. But I have a moral compass. I'm a good person. Or am I? Fuck. This is too hard. Maybe I'm not cut out for motherhood. Maybe I shouldn't be having this baby. The thought hits me like a ton of bricks, and I feel my heart stuttering. It had never crossed my mind that I'd do anything else. This is my child. I'll move heaven and earth to make things right for this little soul. I huff out a breath and rub the spot between my eyebrows where a headache is starting to brew. Anton, I finally say, my voice shaky. I don't know the right answer here, but I do know one thing. We're in this mess together, whether we like it or not. And as much as I want to hate you for dragging me into your world, I can't. I pause, swallowing hard. Because I care about you and Nikolai. He turns back to face me, surprise flickering in his eyes. The tension between us ramps up another notch, as if that were even possible.
Scarlett,
he starts, but I cut him off. No, let me finish. You're not the only one with secrets and mistakes. I've put both of us in danger at times too. I know that. I admit it. We need to stop blaming each other and start working together if we want to get out of this shitstorm. if we want to save Nico. My heart races as I stare into his eyes, trying to convey the sincerity of my words. Truce? I hold out my hand, wondering if he'll take it. For a moment, he hesitates, searching my face as if looking for any hidden agendas. I hold my breath as I wait for him to respond, because I'm afraid he'll turn me down. But somehow, I'm even more afraid that he'll accept me.
Chapter 9. Anton. My mind races wildly as the weight of Scarlett's offer hangs in the air between us. Her eyes search mine, filled with uncertainty and hope. In her presence, I feel a vulnerability I haven't experienced in years. I fucking hate feeling vulnerable. It feels foreign, unsettling. Truce? She extends her hand, her fingers trembling just a little. I hesitate, my thoughts still spinning as I consider what it would mean to accept her help. Do I trust her? Can I trust her? Is she sincere in her offer to assist me, or is that just another ploy to protect herself and escape? I take her hand in mine, her fingers small and warm against my skin. Scarlett, My throat tightens, the words sticking like glue. Her gaze doesn't waver, her expression earnest. Anton, we can't keep fighting each other if you want to save Nikolai. And you know I can help. The mention of my son sends a surge of anxiety through me. Fuck. She's right. I need to focus on bringing him home safely. Nothing else matters until Nico is safe. I don't even want to think about what he could be going through right now. And I've just wasted almost an hour playing this game of cat and mouse with Scarlett. I release her hand. Cat and mouse? Is that what you call it, Mudak? Anton? She presses. A thick wave of rich crimson hair tumbles over her cheek, leaving her looking endearingly vulnerable. It makes me stop and think harder on this. Can I put my faith in her and expose her to the dangers that lurk in the shadows of my world? How exactly do you think you could help? I raise an eyebrow. You don't know what the Bratva are capable of. I'm not a child, Anton. I know you've done your homework on me by now. I have skills. Not these kind of skills, Scarlett. This is the fucking Bratva. They will use you to... I stop myself before I can say the words, use you to get to me. I draw in a breath. They will harm you in ways you can't imagine. You barely saw the tip of the iceberg. I'm not afraid. She shrugs. They caught me unprepared last time. I've dealt with bad guys before. She gives a light snort. I can be slippery as an eel when I need to be. Like you slipped away from me. I tilt my head. Yet you are here now, in my bed. I do not see you getting out of this situation. Maybe I just don't want to. Her voice is soft. I stare at her for a moment. What do I say to that? You tell her you don't want her to go either, fool. Of course I don't say that. I don't say anything. Because I am a fool. Or maybe a coward. Or maybe a little bit of both. Scarlett watches me, her eyes filled with worry. You can't do this alone, Anton. Let me help you. Absolutely not. The words are out of my mouth before I realize it. My instinct shouts at me to keep her safe, far from danger. Anton, please. We agreed on a truce, remember? I can help you get Nikolai back. A part of me knows she's right. She would be an asset. Her cunning and resourcefulness would clearly be invaluable, not to mention her bravery. She already risked her life to save Nikolai by creating that distraction when motherfucking Volkov descended on the estate. But the thought of putting her in harm's way suddenly bothers me more than anything else. And that revelation unsettles me. Why should I care so much? Before I could say anything, there's a knock at the door. Scarlett's eyes widen, and she quickly pulls the sheet up to cover her naked body. I reach for my pants and pull them on before standing. "What?" I snap, my voice firm despite the lingering doubt that gnaws at me. Luca walks in, his eyebrows shooting up when he notices Scarlett. He tries to hide his surprise, but fails miserably. "I didn't expect to see you here, Scarlett." Like hell he didn't. He knew I was waiting for her. What did he expect to find? The pair of us playing poker? "Likewise," she replies, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Although aside from that, she masks her mortification well. "You could have waited outside, you jerk." "Or maybe you could have." He starts to respond. "Enough!" I interrupt them, impatient for Luca to deliver whatever news has brought him here. "What do you have for me?" "We got information from someone." Luca's eyes dart between Scarlett and me, concern etched on his face. "One of Ivan's men who infiltrated Volkov's team." "And?" "Spit it out, Mudok." Fuck. Why is he dragging this out? "He knows where Nico is, boss." His eyes shift uncomfortably. "You're not going to like it." "Tell me." I'm not one to hide from ugly realities. "He did some digging around for us and learned that Volkov has gathered up some of his best men to head to a specific destination. If my suspicions are correct, Nikolai is at a construction site on the outskirts of the city." Luca looms within the doorway, arms crossed over his chest, jaw clenched. You know Volkov's reputation with those places. My heart sinks like a stone at the mention of that cursed location. Images of people trapped, buried alive in concrete, their screams muffled, flash through my mind. It's a cruel and twisted method of murder that I've witnessed firsthand, one that Volkov particularly enjoys. And he has Nico there. "We have no time then," I say, my voice tight. Tension radiates through every muscle in my body. "We need to prepare now." "Anton, let me help. Please." Scarlett rises from the bed, the sheet sliding off her exposed skin. She tugs the fabric back up over the swell of her breasts while shooting a venomous look over at Luca. Then her eyes meet mine, determination burning within them. "Scarlett," I begin. "Are you out of your mind, woman?" Luca scoffs, shaking his head. He glares at her, barely veiling his disdain. Did he just fucking cut me off? "Luca, this is not your decision." My tone is sharp, cold as ice. Scarlett has proven herself resourceful. Resourceful? He narrows his eyes, disbelief clouding his features. "She broke in here, Anton. On a Gribanivore. She's a fucking thief. You've lost your mind over her." "Enough!" I snap, my fury boiling over. "Remember your place, Luca." "Anton," Scarlett interjects, her gaze never leaving mine. "I can be useful in getting Nikolai back. I have a team of specialists. We can help. Please. I don't want anything to happen to him." "See, boss, she's a snake whispering lies into your ear." Luca's expression is stormy. It's probably the most emotion I've ever seen from the man. "Seriously, Luca?" Scarlett looks livid. "When did I ever do anything to make you doubt me? Besides, who's to say we're not cut from the same cloth, you and I?" "Cloth? Fuck you and your cloth. We are nothing alike." He spins to face me. "Boss, your opinion is noted." I grit out, my frustration mounting. but Scarlet stays. We all have one goal: to save Nikolai. With those words, my decision is made. Though part of me wonders if it's a knee-jerk reaction to what Luca is trying to impose on me. The fucker doesn't tell me what to do. Scarlet is right, though. She could be useful. And if we're about to face down Volkov's private army, we can use all the hands we can get. Fine. Luca concedes, his jaw tense, eyes dark with anger. But he knows better than to push further. Scarlet, I say, the weight of my decision settling on my chest. If you are going to help, we need to move fast. Understood? She nods, stone-faced. Get dressed. I watch as she quickly gathers her clothes, her movements efficient and precise. Anton, Luca hisses, his gaze locked on me. You are making a mistake. Your opinions have been noted, Luca. I repeat. Znaj svoj predil. Now back off. We are running out of time. My temper simmers just below the surface, ready to erupt if he pushes me further. Duh, he mutters, his eyes still filled with resentment. But he knows better than to challenge me further, at least for now. Anton? Scarlet's voice catches me off guard, her hand resting on my arm. Thank you for trusting me. Let us save Nikolai first, I reply, my fingertips brushing against her wrist. An intimate touch that leaves me with that odd, unsettled feeling again. Then we will talk about trust. Deal, she nods, her deep, dark eyes locked with mine. Yet again, I can't help but wonder if I'm making the right choice, or if I've let my emotions compromise my judgment. But there's no turning back now. Scarlet disappears into the bathroom to change, and I find myself pacing the bedroom. My heart races like a caged animal as I try to push away the doubts clawing at the back of my mind. Anton. Luca's voice comes from behind me, his tone tense. Are you sure about this? Would you rather let Volkov get away with my son? I snap back, spinning around to face him. His eyes flicker with uncertainty, but he can't seem to stop his mouth from running off. Of course not, but involving Scarlet, it's dangerous. Everything we do is dangerous, Luca. My jaw clenches as I struggle to keep my temper in check. We need help to save Nikolai, wherever it comes from. She saved Nico once. She could do it again. Or she could be our downfall, he murmurs, his gaze shifting uneasily. Черт возьми! I have listened to enough from you, Luca. My voice is low and deadly, a final warning. We are friends, but you know who I am. Do not make me tell you again. Fine, but mark my words, Anton. You're making a mistake. You're losing your mind over her. Get out. My fists clench at my sides, desperate to release the anger boiling within me. But I hold back, knowing that we don't have time for this confrontation. Gather the team in the meeting room. Everyone needs to be briefed before we leave. Luca nods reluctantly, turning to exit the room. He leaves without another word, and I take a deep breath, trying to calm myself. My nerves are strung taut. Scarlet emerges from the bathroom moments later, now dressed in black and ready for action. The sight of her sends a jolt of desire through me, but I quickly shove it aside. Let's go, I say, my voice cold and detached. We have a mission to complete. With quick strides forward, we make our way to the meeting room, where the rest of my team awaits, each of them looking grim and determined. We all know what's at stake. My son's life hangs in the balance. Probably all of ours, too. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife as we prepare for the battle ahead. and despite the doubts and fears that haunt me, I know one thing for certain. I will stop at nothing to save my son.
Chapter 10. Scarlet. My heart hammers against my chest as I step into Anton's meeting room. The dim lighting casts shadows across the faces of the gathered men. The air is loaded with anticipation, and the scent of sweat and gun oil fills my nostrils. What the hell am I getting myself into? More importantly, what was I thinking? I've made promises to Anton without even consulting with my team. Fuck, you're an idiot. I rub the bridge of my nose and squeeze my eyes shut as I think this through. There's no way I can expect them to get involved in this shitstorm for me. I'll find a way to get Cody to tap into one of the systems and see what he can do remotely. I'm sure that could be possible. I hope. Now I'm torn between promises I've made, the obligation I feel to Nico, and the fear of endangering the people I care for. Stupid. I glance around the room, taking in the heavy wooden table surrounded by equally imposing chairs. Dark crimson curtains drape the windows, allowing only slivers of light to filter through. It feels like a war room, here to plan Nikolai's rescue. A room of loyal mercenaries who serve Anton Ulianov alone. As Anton joins his men and begins barking out instructions, I fish out my phone from my pocket, dialing Carl's number. I gnaw on my bottom lip as I wait for him to answer, anticipating the chewing out I'm about to get. Scarlet! His voice barks an answer on the first ring. Jesus, are you all right? I've been worried sick. We were ready to come in to get you. Carl? I say, my voice low as I pace the room. I'm fine. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about? There's a brief moment of relief in his voice before he continues quickly. Wait, what do you mean? What's going on over there? You went in there nearly 2 hours ago. You should be out by now. Where the fuck have you been? The words come out rapid fire. He's struggling to make sense of this. Who could blame him? I am too. Carl, listen to me. I begin, taking a deep breath. I'll explain everything later, but right now I need your help. Anton's son was kidnapped. I promised him that I'd help him get him back, but I'm going to need some of your special skills. I hold my breath the moment I say it. There's a second of silence. I'm guessing he's processing this. Skills. To save Anton Ulyanov's son? He finally says. What are you talking about? You have to get out of there, Scar. We're coming in. He sounds confused. No, I say sharply. The last thing I need is for Carl and Tony to come charging into this place, guns blazing. They'll be killed before they could cross the gate. No, don't do that. Wait, is this some trick? His voice drops. Scarlet, is that sicko making you say this? If he is, give me a sign. Or just say the words, everything is A-OK, sugar. I'll know you're in trouble and we'll get you out of there. I won't say that, Carl, I whisper. It really is okay, but I need you to listen to me. I need your help. If you can get Cody on board remotely to work some of his tech magic, I'll be able to help Anton and his guys and... Help Anton and his guys? Scarlet, are you out of your mind? His outrage crackles through the line, making me wince. You want to work with the Bratva? With Anton Ulyanov? He's a psycho killer, for fuck's sake. You're in out of your depth. He is not a psycho killer, damn it. I stop myself because he kind of is. But that's not the point right now. Listen to me, Carl. My grip tightens on the phone. We have history together, you and I. Have I ever led you wrong? Never, he admits, his voice softer now. Then trust me this time too, I plead, desperation lacing my words. There's a kid's life at stake. A little boy, Carl. He's barely 5 years old. I pause as I try to explain this. Look, the details are a bit hazy, but he's been abducted by a guy called Sergei Volkov and... Sergei Volkov? The mob boss? That guy's on the FBI's most wanted list. What the actual fuck, Scarlett? Carl's voice is so loud on the line that several of the men around me turn to stare. I tuck the phone closer to my ear and move farther away. Could you just calm down and listen to me for a moment? I try again. Calm down? Scarlett, do you have any idea how much trouble you've gotten yourself into? I'm not in any trouble, I lie, but there's a little boy who is. I feel my heart clench. Please, Carl. This is kind of my fault. Sort of. I'm not taking full responsibility. I can't just let this go. I'll never live with myself. And if anything happens to that boy, you won't either. I'm not leaving here until I know I've done right by him. All I need is a couple of hours of Cody's time. I hear him huff down the line. Damn you, woman. You really know how to push my goddamn buttons. Then say yes. I hold my breath. No, he says, and my heart plummets. I'm not letting you do this alone. But Carl, I'm coming in with you, he adds. There's a muffled sound in the background as words are exchanged. And Tony is coming too. What? I squawk. No, Carl, that's not a good idea. Yeah, like leaving you with that lunatic is any better? His tone tells me that there's no point in arguing. If Ulianov wants Cody on this gig, we come as a package deal. And if I see any sign that we can't trust these fuckers, I'm pulling the plug. I'm a mess of conflicting emotions. Gratitude for what he's offering, fear about the danger we'll all be in, and a lingering doubt. Can I truly trust Anton? It's too late to be asking that question now. Are you absolutely sure about all of this, Scar? Carl says, interrupting my thoughts. I am, I reply before I could start doubting myself again. Then give us 30, Carl goes on. I'll get things set up. He cuts the call before I can thank him. But there will be time for that later. If we survive this nightmare. I turn back to the others in the room, watching as Anton briefs his men. They may look like a gathering of human mountains, but he commands the room like he was born to it. I move to a quiet corner, sink into a chair, and observe him doing what he does best. Time ticks by, and I find myself fixated by the movements of his hands, the tight line of his jaw, the way his eyes grow intent. Fuck, he's so damn sexy. Looking at him feels self-indulgent. But it's a self-indulgence I don't get to enjoy because suddenly there's a commotion in the hallway. Boss, someone calls out. They said they're expected. Voices rise, and then the door swings open, revealing Carl and the rest of my heist team. What the fuck? Jess walks in first, her green eyes assessing the situation. Behind her, Cody saunters in, smirking at the hardened criminals filling the room. Art follows with a stoic expression, while Tony trails behind, a frown etched on his face. They came. They all came. I don't know if I want to kiss all their faces or rush over and chase them all out. I hadn't planned for this, but one look at Carl's face tells me that now is not the time to fight about this. A look in Anton's direction shows me that he's eyeing me strangely too. Relax, gents, the cavalry's arrived. Cody gives a casual wave, and I can practically smell the testosterone levels rise. Oh, brother. Everyone? I announce, moving from my quiet corner and suddenly aware that all eyes are upon me. This is my team. Meet Jess, Cody, Carl, Tony, and Art. I introduce them one by one. They'll be helping us tonight. As they exchange wary glances with Anton's men, the tension in the room ratchets up another notch. It's a bizarre mix of personalities and skills, and I can only hope that we'll be able to work together. Please, God, let this work out. Please.
Great,
Luca mutters, eyeing Cody with disdain.
A bunch of little girls and children coming to our rescue.
Beats being stuck in the Stone Age, Cody shoots back, smirking as he whips out his tablet, fingers flying across the screen. Ever heard of Wi-Fi, Grandpa?
Lad, the fuck you're calling?
Luca grinds to a halt as Anton interrupts him.
Let's get started.
Anton's voice is a dark rumble, immediately drawing everyone's attention. There's a low-level grumble from the men, but they gather around without objection. Anton has positioned himself at the center of the wide table, maps and blueprints spread out over its surface. A rough-hewn Russian has taken a spot beside Anton and starts updating us with details.
Here's what we know,
he begins, then goes on to get everyone up to speed. He's a little older than Anton, his hair more silvered, and he looks freaking deadly. Pale gray eyes flicker over the blueprints as he speaks.
Volkov has Nikolai at his construction site. We'll need to get him from here.
He points at a spot on one of the maps.
Just how sure are you of this, Ivan?
Anton asks. The guy he just called Ivan shoots a look at Anton.
100%, boss. There's an underground chamber in there. That's the place Volkov will be.
Great! Cody rolls his eyes. So we just walk right in and grab him? Piece of cake.
Not. Watch your mouth, kid.
Luca glares at him, his hand clenching at his side. Cut it out! My frustration boils over, silencing their bickering. There's work to do. Focus.
Scarlett's right.
Carl steps forward, his gaze never leaving Anton. It's laced with suspicion and more than a little animosity.
We need a plan. And what the fuck kind of plan do you think you can offer, Mochi Pechilti?
Luca sneers. There's a smattering of laughter from the men around him, and Carl visibly bristles.
What did you just say?
He snarls back at the smirking mobster. Art and Tony are suddenly behind him, looking like a pair of thugs.
Yo, bozo! You want to mess with my bra? You gonna catch these hands, no cap.
Cody has drawn himself to his full puny height and is suddenly almost nose to nose with Luca, who looks like he's about to reach for a gun.
Jesus! Will you stop already?
I shout. Cody and Carl aim a look at me. Anton lifts a hand and Luca slinks back slightly.
What the fuck is the boy saying?
Anton turns to me. I honestly have no idea, but I'm guessing it's stupid as shit. I shrug. Cody, back off. I glare at the kid, who gives a vaguely sheepish grin. God, what's he thinking? They'd crush him like a bug. I look back at Anton. My team has the tech skills you need, I say, my eyes darting between Carl and Anton. And we know how to use them. I sense Jess stepping up, and I move aside as she leans over the blueprints. The one cool head in the group, thank God. We can disable their alarms and surveillance systems, allowing your men to infiltrate the site quietly. She taps several spots on the paper. Here, here, and here. Anton slants a look at me, and I give him an encouraging smile. Plus, Cody can jam their cell phone signals and cut any other comms they may have, I add. Cody smiles smugly.
You can do this?
Anton doesn't look convinced.
Bruh, I can slay it.
Cody is pulling up a chair. The light of his screen is already glowing from his hand. I narrow my eyes at him.
Sure thing, Mr. Ulianov, sir. Easy as pie.
He corrects himself.
Fine.
Anton nods, finally looking as if he thinks this might work. His eyes lock onto mine, and suddenly there's nothing in the world that I'd rather do than prove myself to him. Okay, maybe there's one other thing I'd rather do more, but this isn't exactly the time and place for that. Besides, we literally just did that barely an hour ago, and fuck, it was so damn good. That's enough, Scarlet.
All right, everyone,
Anton announces to the room, totally unaware that my girl parts are clenching at the sound of his voice.
Time is running out. We move fast. We stay sharp.
The energy in the room is like a tightly wound spring, ready to snap at any moment. As we gather our gear and make last-minute preparations, I can't help but steal glances at Anton. His strong jaw clenches as he barks orders, and there's a fierce determination in his eyes that sends shivers down my spine. He's doing this for his son, and as a soon-to-be mother, that tugs at my heartstrings. But I know it's more than that. There's something between us, some inexplicable connection that neither of us can deny.
Scarlet.
Carl pulls me aside, looking concerned.
Are you still sure about this?
He's not just talking about the plan. He's asking yet again if I trust Anton. Carl, I respond, gripping his arm firmly. I've never led you astray before, have I? My voice is strong and steady. Trust me on this one. Anton's not the enemy.
Okay.
Carl concedes reluctantly, but his eyes still hold a hint of doubt.
But remember, you're not in this alone. You've got us.
You didn't need to come here, I say, wishing there weren't so many ears around so we could have this conversation properly.
Don't insult me, Scarlet.
He keeps his voice low.
How long have we been working together? You think I'd leave you now? You think any of us would?
I'm so moved that I have to swallow a lump in my throat before I answer. Thank you, I whisper, touched by his loyalty. Thank you for doing this. He shrugs as if it's nothing and then turns back to the others. The two teams file out of the meeting room, each person focused and determined. The atmosphere is charged with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. As we load into the waiting vehicles, I feel a hand on my shoulder. I glance up to see Anton standing over me, his eyes searching mine.
Stick close to me,
he says, his voice barely audible above the hum of the engine.
And be careful.
Always am, I reply with a small smile, masking the surge of emotion his concern incites. It's a simple gesture, but it means everything. We may come from different worlds, but for one night we're united in a common goal: to save Nikolai. I stare after him as he strides away, pretty sure I might be drooling, but I don't care.
Stop simping over that dude, Scar. It's too cringe.
I give a little start, not expecting Cody to pop up so abruptly. Cody! English!
You're making an ass of yourself over that old guy, bruh,
he says. Old guy? If he's talking about the strands of silver that touch Anton's temples, he's got it wrong. I think it's hot as hell. Head in the game, Scarlet. Don't worry, we've got this. It's Jess now, her hand brushing my arm. I run an eye around my ragtag team of colleagues, each so gifted in their own special way. I don't know what to say, I start.
You already said it, kid.
Art's face furrows into a smile.
We're not destined to live like magpies stealing shiny things.
He echoes my own words at me.
That diamond means a new life for all of us. And if it means a little action to get that pinned down, then I'm all for it. It's what your pops would do.
The mention of my father makes my chest ache. Looking at this little group does that too. This will be my child's family. They might be thieves, but they're good people. Just swear you'll do everything you can not to die out there, okay? Jess grins at me, but there's an undertone of concern in her words. I will. I promise. It's all I need to say to have them meeting my eye and confirming what I've known all along. These are my people. They'll go to war for me tonight. They follow me now as I head to a waiting SUV and climb in without a word. As the convoy of vehicles races through the dark streets, I can't help but wonder what will happen when this is all over. Will Anton's trust in me fade as quickly as it appeared? Or will we find ourselves entwined in something far more dangerous than either of us ever anticipated? And as for my team, I just pray I'm not dragging them through the gates of hell, with Anton Ulianov leading the way.
Chapter 11. Anton. We kill the headlights minutes after we turn off the interstate and cruise onto the side road that leads to Volkov's lair. We stop as we approach a chain-link fence that runs across our path. And there it is. The construction site looms before us like a beast. It's a skeleton of metal and concrete hidden within the shadows. A maze of scaffolding snakes its way around half-built structures, creating a foreboding labyrinth that threatens to swallow us whole. The sight of it makes the hairs on the back of my neck prickle up. You good, boss? It's Luca beside me. Duh. I nod curtly. I wish it were true. I fucking hate this place. Even now I can hear the screams and desperate pleas of the people already buried here, encased in concrete tombs that will hide Volkov's dirty secrets forever. He plans to make Nico one of them. My Nico. Adrenaline heats my veins, and apprehension coils in my gut. The bastard will pay with his life. As the vehicle pulls to a halt, I slide out of the passenger seat and walk around to the trunk, where Luca is doling out weapons. More of our men pile out of the other vehicles, among them Scarlett and her team. They're an odd bunch, no doubt, but they're smart and loyal. I value that among fighters. She comes to my side, her eyes scanning the area with steely fierceness that both impresses and worries me. She's putting herself and her team in harm's way because of me, yet I can't help but wonder if she'll ever truly trust me, or I her. Ready? Scarlett asks, her gaze never leaving the construction site. Duh, I reply, nodding in agreement. I gesture to the men to move forward. We all gather at the entrance, weapons ready, every face steely and focused. Listen, everyone. I begin, keeping my voice low, mentally going over the blueprints we'd studied. Scarlett and I will enter here, through the main stairwell, while Ivan and his men come in around the back. Luca, you, Art, and Carl will fall in behind us and cover our escape route. Remember, Volkov is cunning. Expect the unexpected. Nods and murmurs of agreement ripple through the group. Aside from a raised eyebrow as I announce that I'll be teaming with Scarlett, Luca says nothing. Smart man. Steadying my breathing, I steal a glance at Scarlett, who returns a tight smile. Let's bring Nico home, she says, her voice soft, yet resolute. She turns to her team. Let's go. She gestures for them to move forward, then looks over at the woman and the kid who will make or break this for us. Jess, Cody, you know what to do. The two of them nod, their fingers already working furiously on their gadgets as they begin cutting communications and video surveillance. Time to face the filth of my past and bring my son home. Taking a deep breath, I brace myself as I step forward toward the stairwell with Scarlett beside me. Art and Carl join Luca, disappearing into the darkness behind us, while Ivan and his men spread out to flank the other side of the site. Every sound clangs through my head like a klaxon as I wait for threats to appear from the shadows. It doesn't take long before I see the motherfuckers. The amber glow of a cigarette is marked by the acrid stink of tobacco. 2 men are standing in the dim light beside a steel column, talking quietly as they keep guard. There's a semi-automatic rifle slung over one's shoulder. The other is holding his in his hand. A sharp intake of breath is all I hear to let me know that Scarlett has spotted them too. I glance at her, waiting for a moment of hesitation, a sign of fear. Nothing. Good girl. She nods when I gesture ahead with a finger, then indicate the direction I plan to move in. She shows that she'll circle around from the opposite direction, and then she disappears like a shadow into the darkness. They don't see us coming. They certainly don't expect the razor-sharp blade that severs windpipes and arteries as I step in swiftly from behind and do what I do best. In seconds, we're standing over a pair of twitching corpses, and I sense Scarlett staring up at me in the moonlight. "Jesus, Anton," her whisper is hoarse. I shrug back at her. I'm not seeing recrimination in her eyes, just quiet understanding. She knows I'm no angel. She said she understands what I am. Now she's seen it for herself. I jerk my head toward a dark alleyway to the right of us, and our silent advance begins again. The silence doesn't last long. "Privyet!" is all the warning we get from the next team of Volkov's men. This time there are 4 of them, but one drops even as I'm watching. A victim to the silenced handgun Luca likes to work with. The bullet punches through the air with a muffled snap before meeting its target. Without warning, Scarlett darts sideways, and then I'm hearing a startled choking sound as she takes the legs out from one who has just made a charge at us. "Now!" I bark, and she cracks an elbow down on the back of his neck. He hits the ground just in time for my knife to plunge into the fucker's chest. I rise, pulling the blade from his no longer beating heart. The sucking sound is overshadowed by a sharp exchange of words from the remaining pair of men. Rapid-fire Russian between them tells me they're trying to call in for help and can't reach anyone on their radios. Excellent. The Cody kid has done his job. Their comms are down. So far, things are going as planned. A slight sound beside me makes me aware that Scarlett is back at my shoulder. "You good?" I ask under my breath. She nods in response, eyes moving around us. She's showing the sort of bravery I'd expect from a seasoned soldier. Without speaking, we work together, side by side. As we take down another one of Volkov's thugs, I can't help but feel a connection grow between us, forged in the heat of the effort of rescuing my son. I don't allow myself to become complacent, though. The further into the site we move, the more aware I am that we're drawing closer to the main enemy, and he's not one to take security lightly. The groups of mercenaries we're encountering are growing more frequent. "Anton!" Scarlett calls her warning just in time for me to dodge a descending blade, almost stabbing me in the gut. Frequent scuffles around us alert me to the fact that the others aren't getting bored either. "Govna!" I hear Luca curse. There's another pocket of guards who've probably heard the sound of the fight. We've kept our efforts silent, avoiding gunfire in order to keep our progress as silent as possible, but I know it's an advantage that's not going to last forever. Right now, our best cover is coming from the fact that Volkov's men are operating almost in isolation. There's no way for them to get word of our attack to him, but it's only a matter of time before the motherfucker realizes what's going down, and he'll be ready for us. Even now, we are met with more intense opposition. "Shit!" I hear, then realize that Scarlett is ducking a swinging fist. I step in, grab the bastard's wrist, and spin him around, hooking my arm around his throat. Surprised, he struggles, fighting for breath as he claws at my wrist. I don't release my grip. even when his free arm flails back at me, trying to stab me under the ribs. "I don't die so easy, pizdiet." I snarl into his ear a moment before I crush his windpipe. The knife in his hand clatters to the floor as he sags against me. He's clutching at his ruined throat when I drop him to the ground and step over his thrashing body. The others are fighting in the space around us now. Grunts mingle with the rake of steel until the first gunfire tears through the air, shattering the silence around us. Bliad. The element of surprise is off the table. Even if Volkov is a mile away, I'm sure he heard that. All I can hope for is that he won't figure out where we're coming from until it's too late. I spin around. Scarlet. Amid the chaos, I lose sight of Scarlet and begin searching for her. "Stop running, bitch!" Someone snarls overhead. My eyes catch a glimpse of movement high above, along one of the girders. Scarlet, nimble and agile, balances precariously on a narrow beam while one of Volkov's mercenaries pursues her. A mix of apprehension and admiration courses through me as I watch her navigate the dangerous terrain with ease. Jesus, she moves like a fucking cat. I'd always admired the lean, toned muscles of her body. Now I know how they got that way. But the asshole on her tail fights dirty. Reaching for a nearby pulley, I watch him prepare to swing it at her. The heavy metal chain would take her out in a second. "Scarlet!" I hear myself call before I realize I'm about to do it. The sound has her head swinging, and she sees the thick chain an instant before it hits her. But instead of ducking, she snaps out a hand, grabs it, and hoists herself up. I watch in astonishment as she shimmies up the swinging pulley. Bosh moi. I shake my head in disbelief as she clambers higher into the girders. She's out of the clutches of the bastard now, but as he reaches behind his shoulder, I know he's about to skew the odds. The assault rifle in his hands is set to pepper the metal beams with lead, and she's about to chew some. "Anton, behind you!" It's one of Scarlet's men. Art, I think. I don't take time to look. I'm whipping out my pistol and taking aim overhead. The searing pain of a blade scores across my shoulder blades as my finger squeezes the trigger. I bite down to avoid flinching and missing my shot. I don't miss. I never miss. The bullet enters the side of the man's head, but I don't take time to watch his brains splatter, because I'm already spinning to put another slug between the eyes of the fucker who just slashed me. In the silence that follows, I realize that we've felled this latest onslaught. I turn to look up at Scarlet, who's staring down at me from her position in the girders. Our eyes meet for a moment, and it's electric. What a fucking woman. Without a word, she slithers down a beam, skips across a board that's high enough above my head to make my toes curl, then leaps down and lands slightly on her haunches beside me. "Nice shooting," she says under her breath as she straightens. "What did you expect?" I'm still shaking my head in wonder. The amount of strength and agility it would take to do what she just did. It's the sort of thing you don't often see. "You move good," is all I say because I can't think of anything that could cover the extent of my admiration. Not that there's time for more. A low whistle from nearby has the pair of us facing a shadow that solidifies and becomes Luca. A quick flick of his wrist shows me there's a clear path deeper into the site. If the blueprints are still accurate, and according to Scarlet's team they are, there are foundations being sunk closer to the center of the building. If I know Volkov, that's exactly where the bastard will be. In the bowels of the earth, where motherfuckers like him belong. Luca steps up to me as we regroup. Art and Carl are at his side, the pair looking between Scarlet and me with steady expectation. Carl has a thick streak of blood across his face, and I suspect it's not his own. Our people can fight. I'm almost impressed. He'll be near the core of the site. I keep my voice low. We move that way. I aim a hand in the direction Luca had pointed out. I sense a strange feeling of unity between us. Despite our differences, we work together seamlessly, driven by a common goal, to save my son. I can only be grateful for that. As we continue our silent approach, Scarlet points to an area partially hidden by large stacks of cement bags and wooden crates. The darkness provides us with enough cover to move undetected. My hand instinctively reaches out to touch the small of her back, guiding her as we creep forward. The warmth of her body beneath my fingertips sends a jolt of electricity through me, even amid the threats surrounding us. Stay close, I warn her, my voice low and urgent. She moves silently beside me, her skills as a cat burglar evident in her graceful steps. It's clear she is just as invested in rescuing Nikolai as I am, and I can't help but feel a surge of gratitude toward her. But then, something in the atmosphere shifts. The pumping of blood in my veins becomes more intense. Decades of training has my senses go alert, screaming danger as we edge closer and closer to our destination. My legs suddenly come to a halt, and they signal the others to do the same. Fucking Volkov. He's here. I can feel it. I shoot Scarlet a knowing glance to warn her of the threat looming ahead. She returns the gesture, letting me know that she too knows that we're close. My chest suddenly tightens, fear for Scarlet's safety mixing with the need to save Nikolai. It's a strange feeling, worrying about others. This used to be much easier when it was just my life on the line. I can't let anything happen to them. We take cover behind a stack of metal beams, taking inventory of our weapons and preparing ourselves for the confrontation ahead. Ready? I ask, my fingers brushing against Scarlet's in a gesture of reassurance. Da, she grins, her gaze meeting mine as we brace ourselves for what's ahead. Beyond the cover of darkness, motherfucking Volkov is waiting. I know it. I can only pray that our onslaught has taken out enough of his men to balance the odds in our favor. Taking a deep breath, I give one last nod to the others. We burst out from our hiding spot, catching more of Volkov's thugs by surprise. Scarlet's quick reflexes come into play as she hurls a small knife at one of the men, striking a bastard in the thigh. Blood spurts out and he drops like a stone, rolling and groaning. Another raises his automatic rifle in our direction, threatening to turn us into Swiss cheese. Lucky for us, I'm no spring chicken in this game. In a fragment of a second, I dart forward, closing the gap between us. Before the bastard can react, my fist connects with his jaw. A sharp crunch of his bones sends him sprawling to the ground. His weapon clatters uselessly away. But then, everything suddenly stops. Just like that. The last thing I hear before a crushing silence descends upon us is the metallic clatter of rifles taking aim. Not a good sign. Even the cricket starts chirping, showing appreciation for the sudden quiet. No more men meet our crazed attack. There's only a haunting silence that dissolves just as quickly as it appeared. That's far enough, Ulianov. I hear a voice call out through the night. Yet, one more step and you sign your boy's death warrant. I come to an abrupt halt. A scuffle of footsteps nearby lets me know that Luca has done the same, and a sidelong glance shows me that Scarlet has stopped. She throws a questioning look my way. My mind races, but there's only one conceivable course of action. Stand down, I call out, knowing the men will obey without question. Smart moves, Zasranets. Volkov's oily laughter has bile rising in my throat. Now, let's talk business, shall we? Chapter 12. Anton. I stare into Volkov's cold eyes. The hope for a surprise attack evaporates like mist. The motherfucker is standing on a raised platform, like some sort of sick emperor surveying his kingdom. Behind him yawns a deep pit, the foundation of some future section of the building going up around us. Stinking of wet concrete, a gut-clenching reminder of the danger my son faces. A cold, damp chill creeps under my skin, finding its way into my bones. "Put the guns down," he demands. Standing on a ledge beside the pit, Volkov towers over us, exuding power and sadistic pleasure. Danger and dominance ooze from him as he waves a pistol around, its metallic glint catching the dim light. The bastard has the upper hand and he knows it. Motherfucker! His lips curl cruelly as he points at our teams to discard their weapons. My gaze locks with Scarlett's, and we share a moment of understanding. She too knows that if we resist, the consequences would be bad. Very fucking bad. "Do as he says," I call out to the others, stooping cautiously to set my own pistol on the ground. Reluctantly, our teams obey, lowering their weapons in unison. "Good boy." Volkov's words are designed to cut, but I don't give a fuck. I know what the bastard wants. He wants me to pay. He wants retribution. He wants everyone to know what happens when someone defies Sergei Volkov. But I'm not about to let him have any of that. I want my son back. "Didn't really think this through, did you, Mudak?" Volkov chuckles. I say nothing. What the fuck did he expect? That I'm just going to let him take my life and my son's without putting up a fight? What option did I have? It was always going to end this way. A sound catches my attention, and I look past Volkov. The pit stretches beyond him. Walls roughly cut from the earth. At its center stands a beam sunk into the soil, and bound to it is a small shape. A shape that looks just like Nikolai. "Papa!" His voice seems so small, tremulous. "Papa, I'm scared." Motherfucking Volkov. I could rip throats out at the thought of what my son had to endure at his hands. "It's all right, Nico. Everything is going to be all right." "Don't get your hopes up, Mudak." Volkov sneers. My heart rips in two at the sound of Nico's cries, desperation laced into every note. "Stay calm, Nico. I'm going to sort this all out." The words feel empty, even to my own ears. "Yes, stay calm, little Nikolai. Let's sort things out with your papa, shall we?" Volkov's voice is pure evil. "Tell me what you want, Volkov." My patience is wearing thin, though I know I don't have room to negotiate here. "You know what I want, Anton. Penance, retribution, blood." He drags the last word out. "Didn't you get enough?" "Katya, do I really need to remind him?" "You mean your whore wife?" He laughs. "She was a screamer, all right. But no, my friend, that barely covered your debt." Time slows to a crawl as I wait for his answer. "Then what?" I press. "I want you on your fucking knees to tell these men what a fool you were to defy me, that you're not worthy of being Bratva." Of course that's what he wants. He wants to make an example out of me, to make sure that nobody leaves him like I did. It's only fucking politics. Volkov wants to retain his power and I'm in his way. "On your knees, motherfucker, or your son is history," he snarls. I drop without hesitation. I know I have no other option. Even if it buys me a few minutes to save my son, it's worth it. The concrete, hard and cold under my knees as I land. I sense rather than hear the men shifting around us. There's an eerie silence now as Volkov's eyes land on me. He looks surprised. What did he expect? I'd die for my child if I thought it would save him. But I know it's not over yet. Now, squeal like a pig. What? Is the fucker serious? He knows I'll do it, but I doubt it's going to make any difference. He's just drawing out his moments of triumph, rubbing my face in the dirt. I don't like repeating myself, Ulianov. Squeal like the fucking pig you are. His eyes slant sideways, and his head dips slightly. A silent instruction. There's a movement from one of his men, and then a mechanical whir. Metal clangs as a giant funnel swivels over the top of the pit Nikolai is chained in. No! The word is torn from me as concrete mix cascades into the pit, its viscous flow threatening to cover my son. Panic suffocates me, urgency reaching a fever pitch. I spent my life working to get where I am. Volkov's voice rings out over the sound of the pouring cement. I got here by being stronger than men like you. Smarter. Do you think you can get away with defying me? I never did. I knew this day would come eventually. The reckoning. I'd somehow hoped it would be a showdown between men, though. But Volkov doesn't operate like the rest of us. Honor is a non-existent word in his vocabulary. Fuck you, I snarl, knowing that he plans to kill my son as I watch, whether I play by his rules or not. I don't do rules. I narrow my eyes on him. Come on, pig. Squeal for me. Show me that you can learn to behave, and maybe I'll let him live. He'll never let him live. He made that decision the day I walked out of the Bratva. Nobody gets out alive. He owns us. Volkov waves his hand, and the guy at the controls angles a thicker flow of cement into the hole. Volkov is laughing like a madman as I watch the pit begin to fill faster. A mix of rage and horror surged through my veins, my heart slamming against my ribs. My head races, unraveling a whirlwind of scenarios as I calculate the odds of getting to him on time. Blyad, it's now or never, Ulianov. I'm surrounded and unarmed, outnumbered, but that's never stopped me before, and it won't stop me now. Ignoring all dangers, love for my son overriding every other instinct, I lunge forward. Nico! I roar as I throw myself through the air. Anton! I hear Scarlet scream behind me, although it seems as if the sound comes from a distance. There's a blur around me as I charge forward with one purpose in mind: get to Nico. But the blur turns out to be a flurry of movement from Volkov's men. They react with ruthless efficiency. I expected as much. Their movements are honed by countless confrontations. But what choice do I have? Get him! Volkov bellows. I want him alive so he can suffer through this. His threats don't scare me. What worries me most is the rapidly filling pit. Nico! I yell again. There's silence now. He doesn't respond. Please, God, please don't let it happen. Not again. Not my son. I can't let someone else I love die. It can't happen. I won't let it. I feel a hand grasp my upper arm, and I swing a vicious fist that connects with something that crushes beneath it. There's a heavy blow between my shoulders, and then a kick aimed at my legs. I keep going, mindlessly crashing through bodies, until something hits me. A blow to my head that could only be driven by cold steel. I don't get a chance to figure out what it is, because my vision goes dark. Yet, is all I can choke out. The unforgiving ground greets me as my body hits it. Pain blooms across my face, the metallic taste of blood filling my mouth. And still, the only thing I can think about is my son. His terrified eyes had pleaded for help, pleaded for his father, pleaded for me. My surroundings become a blur, and a dark fog sinks around my brain. The world turns distant, an echo fading with every heartbeat. Desperate to cling to consciousness, I focus on Nikolai, the driving force behind every move I've made tonight. "Anton!" Scarlett's voice pierces through the swirling darkness, laced with horror and despair. And then she screams, the sound more chilling than anything I've had to face until this moment. It cuts through the mist that's descending over my mind. "Nikolai, please, no!" she screams again. It's the last thing I hear before everything goes black. In a mere second, the world blinks away.
Chapter 13. Scarlett. "Nico!" I scream. "Dear God, no!" Horror grips me, my screams tearing through the night like a desperate siren. Terror pulses through every fiber of my being, knowing Nikolai is drowning in an unforgiving sea of cement. A cold sweat beads on my forehead as I scan the area for any sign of hope. Anton is down, felled like a mighty tree as he charged mindlessly toward where his son was handcuffed in the hole. There's no way he could have made it, and I'm certain he must have known that. It was a moment of madness, driven by a father's instincts, a parent's love. It's a feeling I understand now, more than ever. I slide a hand protectively over my belly. I've taken a lot of risks here tonight, risks that could impact my own child. Anton's child, too. But how could I choose one over the other? Nikolai needs us. The image of his terrified little face will haunt me forever. I spin back to look down into the deep pit that's rapidly filling with thick cement. What kind of animals would do that to a little boy? Tie him up, torment him like that, kill him in cold blood. But when I stare down there, I see nothing. There's no Nikolai. Oh, please, Jesus, he's not in there. My eyes flicking around the pit. Dread kicks me in the gut as I realize he's no longer cuffed to the girder. Is he already under? Dear Lord, please don't make him go through that. My eyes continue their frenzied search until I finally notice the small shape just below the pool of fresh cement. A sudden wave of relief surges within me. It's him, clambering up the rough surface of one of the walls, cautiously seeking handholds just the way I taught him when we were playing back at the estate. I almost scream in relief. Plucky little monkey. My heart swells for a second before I realize just how precarious his position is. Aside from the risk of falling into the rising pool of cement at any moment, Volkov or one of his men might spot him. There's no telling what they'd do if they thought he was getting away. "Carl!" My voice rings out with an urgency that doesn't have to be feigned. "Remember the backup plan! The others! Call in the others!" He stares at me for a second. There's no fucking backup plan. No others. Aside from Jess, Cody, and Tony back at the van. And I doubt Cody could do much more than fling his iPad at someone. But Carl and I have worked together long enough to read each other's minds. "Got it, Scar!" he yells back, then gives a shrill whistle. "Get on over here! We need you now!" he shouts to nobody out there. I watch Volkov's eyes dart to me as I pray we manage to buy Nikolai precious seconds. The kid moves swiftly, his small body employing the climbing techniques I had taught him. A sense of pride swells within me, my heart aching as he painstakingly scales the pit's walls. All the while, I maintain the charade, hoping to distract Volkov just long enough. "Come on, Carl, give it stick!" I shout again. "Fucking whore!" Volkov yells, staring in my direction with eyes that could kill. Shit. Me and my big mouth. Of course, there's no way I can avoid the fallout. I doubt he needs much incentive to get rid of me. I cast a desperate look around and lock eyes with Luca. I blink once, then shift my eyes sideways. It only takes a second for him to spot Nico, too. Thankfully, the only indication he's seen anything is a flicker of his lashes. Luca springs into action. "Move!" he roars, then follows it with a flurry of Russian. Without further warning, the men who'd come in with us are spreading out, darting in a dozen different directions. It's not exactly the most elegant solution, but it's a distraction that could buy us precious seconds. And it's just enough to get Volkov's attention, if only for a few moments. It doesn't take long for Volkov's thugs to start shooting. Rapid gunfire rings out, and I dive out of the crossfire, grabbing at the grip of a pistol that skittered past my feet. I don't need to look up to know that it's from Luca. I curl my fingers around the unfamiliar surface. Guns have never been a favorite of mine. In a pinch, I'll use a blade, but even then, killing is something I've never had to do. Until tonight. I managed to scramble over to Anton, my heart pounding in my chest. He's stirring, his eyes fluttering open with a dazed expression. I reach for his hand, pulling him up, urging him to move. We need to get out of here. Now. Anton, you have to get up. My voice is urgent, but I don't wait for a response. Running on sheer adrenaline, I drag him upright, doing my best to avoid the bullets as the construction site turns into a war zone once again. Time is running out, but Anton's strength returns, his posture growing more steady with each passing second. Nico. His voice is slurred and heavy with pain. I gesture toward the spot where Nikolai had last been, praying that he's still there and safe. He's out, over there, I say, pointing, then press the gun into his hand. Thank God I don't have to use it. We need to move. He shakes his head as if to clear it, but I'm certain my words have sunk in, along with the understanding of what I just said. Nico is out of danger. For now. I look around us, looking for a way to get to Nikolai. It's hard to tell friend from foe, but for now, Luca and the others seem to be doing a good job at keeping Volkov's men occupied. Not for long, though. My attention is drawn to Art, who I spot rushing forward toward someone. He staggers as a bullet slams into his shoulder, sinking to the ground, clutching at himself in agony. I watch in horror as he collapses. Artie! My voice is hoarse. I'm unable to do anything but stand there and watch. Then I see where the bullet came from. One of Volkov's thugs stands over Art with a smug smirk on his face. He takes aim again, ready to finish what he started just before Luca appears from nowhere and takes him out with a slicing motion that leaves the man's throat gaping open. Luca ducks to one knee, reaching around Art's torso and hauling him to his feet. Hooking Art's unharmed arm over his shoulder, I watch in astonishment as he drags my friend to cover. We have to get Nico. Anton's voice is growing firmer, and I swivel to face him again. He's half on his feet, brushing me away when I try to help him stand. Anton, I am fine. His eyes are narrowed as he takes in the route that would get us to Nico the quickest. But not quick enough. More of Volkov's men emerge, from every corner of the site, flocking like birds in the sky. There's simply too many of them. Whichever way we run, we're going to be rushing headlong into danger. Suddenly, a shout cuts through the noise surrounding us. Ulianov! It's Volkov. Watch as I take out another of your bitches. Despite the shouting and grunts of the men around us, I hear the sound of steel grinding as he cocks a pistol. The area around me fades away as I find my focus locked onto the man standing several feet away from me. Who could blame me, though? His eyes are cold and deadly, and I have no doubt that I'm in deep shit right now. Because suddenly, I'm staring down the barrel of a gun.
Chapter 14. Anton. Yebani urod! Gritting my teeth, I force myself to my feet. The seething rage inside me is fueled by Volkov's cold words. A primal instinct takes over. I refuse to lose another woman to this motherfucking animal. I refuse to lose anyone. Volkov. My voice is raw from anger as I glare at him. This ends now. Ah, look who's awake. Ready to see your little Suka's brain blown out. The bastard chuckles, his grip on the gun tightening. I sense Scarlet shrinking back and holding up her hands. My anger grows hotter, like molten lava about to pour over. Move. In one swift move, I spring to my feet, shoving Scarlet to the side as fast as I can. If Volkov starts shooting, he will be using hollow points. If a slug hits her, I don't want to think about it. You think you can save her? Volkov shouts. You think that I'll let anyone you care about live? A slug winds past me and smashes into the ground, exactly where Scarlet had been standing a second before. Good thing Volkov has always been more focused on his lust for control than on keeping his gun skills honed. Not that it makes him any less dangerous. The bastard starts firing shots at me, and I throw myself to the side, just in time to avoid another bullet cutting through the air. I hit the ground hard, get back to my feet, and crouch as I look up. I'm just in time to see fucking Volkov leap from his perch and clamber down the scaffolding he'd been standing on, like some sort of twisted fucking ivory tower. The bastard is still agile, I'll give him that much. Gravel crunches beneath his shoes as he starts making his way over to me. I pull myself to my full height, meeting his eye. There's amusement in his. I know mine shine with hatred, years of it, combined with the rage born in loss. Not a smart move, Anton, he smirks, raising his gun and pressing the barrel to my forehead. No, you die.
I'd like to interrupt with a 1-minute advertisement. You can fast forward through it if you wish.
Bienvenidos, bienvenidas a un programa especial. Hoy se van a conocer los 13 jugadores y el seleccionador, ya lo sabéis que es Narcís, de la selección española de la Kings Cup Nations de la selección española. Así que por favor, un fuerte aplauso porque estamos en la tienda en Barcelona de JD. Bueno, no voy a estar solo, voy a estar acompañado y además con el presidente de la selección española. Fuerte aplauso para DJ Mario.
A ver. ¿Cuánta gente?
¿Qué tal, Mario? ¿Más tío regalos para mí?
Ah, no es para ti, no me jodas. ¿Dónde los dejamos?
Pues debajo del árbol.
Es para luego, sí.
Venga, debajo del árbol,
luego.
debajo del árbol.
Vamos a verlo ahí.
Pensaba que eran para mí, macho.
No, luego los vemos.
¿Estás tú como presidente de...
Ay, bastard. Cold steel pushes into my skin, but I don't wait for death to come. Volkov may be dangerous, but he's forgotten the most important part. Close combat is what I do best. You should have taken your shot from afar, motherfucker. With a snarl, I snap my arm up and pull him close to me. I twist his wrist so brutally it snaps, and send the gun flying out of his hand. Ah, shit was me. His guttural scream tears through the air, and I already know what's next. The idiot has let his ego get in the way of his victory, and that will be his downfall. But I can't waste another moment. In less than a second, his men will come to his rescue, and I cannot allow that. You brought this upon yourself, Mudak. I snarl as I draw up my own weapon. In one swift move, I push the barrel against his chest and pull the trigger. Boom! The bullet cuts through his body like it was butter, spilling blood in its trail. For one brief moment, a haunting silence descends upon us. Volkov stumbles as he lifts wide eyes upon me before looking down. A crimson stain is spreading across the white fabric of his shirt. Surprise colors his features. What the fuck did he expect? That I'd bow down and play nice? He sways a little, clutching a hand over the wound in his breastbone. I don't waste more time. I grab the front of his shirt and start shoving him backward. Behind him, the dark void of the pit looms, an unmissable target. Anton, wait, he chokes out, but the time for listening is over. Several broad strides bring us both to the edge of the deep, cement-filled hole. We lock eyes for one moment that lasts an eternity in which I pour every ounce of hate I have into him. I waited long enough, pissed it. I spit into his face. He doesn't get a chance to respond. With a violent shove, I sent him toppling into the sea of wet concrete. And the motherfucker sinks. The last image I get of him is of his eyes clouded with terror as the thick fluid closes over his face. His screams echo in my ears as he sinks into the cement. A fitting end for a man who killed too many the same way. Do svidaniya, mudak. Retribution courses through my veins, hot and satisfying, as I stare into the eyes of my fallen enemy. It only takes a few seconds, for the cement swallows up his limp body, never to be seen again. Anton! Scarlett rushes up next to me, and I feel myself grow warm as she wraps her arm around my waist, her touch both electrifying and comforting. Oh my God, Anton. Her deep, dark eyes search my face, pleading for reassurance. Job's done. The single word falls from my lips, a declaration of victory. But there's no time to savor it. Where is Nikolai? The gunfire that had surrounded us has died down to a silence that's almost as deafening. Without their leader, Volkov's men are standing around looking stupefied. Go on, get the fuck out of here, I hear Luka call in an act of uncharacteristic mercy. Footsteps scurry as the remaining men lower their weapons and start clearing the area, stepping over battered corpses. Some are Volkov's men, some our own, but I'm not paying attention to them. My heart pounds in my chest as I scan the shadows. Nico, I shout. Nikolai! Dear Lord, if anything has happened to him, anything more, what that child has been through. I saw him get out, Anton. It's Scarlett again. He slipped the cuffs and climbed up the wall. Nikolai! I call again. Nikolai! Все в порядке, сынок. Вот где сейчас. God, I hope he hears me and trusts me when I tell him it's safe. I've already let him down once tonight. Probably more. Papa! A small voice pierces the night air, followed by a small shape emerging from the darkness, stepping hesitantly toward us. A sense of relief washes over me. Bоже mой, Nico. I rush to his side, Scarlett along with me, our faces flooded with gratitude as we finally embrace him. It takes me a moment to pull back and run an eye over him. He's bruised, battered, filthy, but alive nonetheless. Motherfucking Volkov. Though if I could drag him out of his cold, wet grave, I'd tear him apart all over again for what he did to my boy. Nico, are you okay? Scarlett's voice is gentle and laced with concern as she brushes a strand of hair from his face. I feel the rage inside me simmer down for a moment, replaced by a strong feeling of gratitude for this woman who put her own life on the line to save my boy. I wrap an arm around her waist, pulling her close, feeling her warmth against me. Nikolai nods, his eyes flicking between Scarlett and me. In the moment of overwhelming relief, I pull the pair of them firmly against my chest, pressing my lips to Nikolai's forehead, and then brushing them over Scarlett's cheek. My Zayka. Her scent is a strange blend of flowers, gunpowder, and perspiration, and I'm pretty sure I've just discovered my new favorite fragrance. I almost object when I feel her pulling away. Anton, we have to go. The sound of sirens pierces the air, slicing through our brief moment of relief. She's right. We have little to no time to escape before the authorities arrive. Luca! Ivan! I yell into the darkness, my eyes scanning the chaos for any sign of them or the rest of our teams. Over here! It's Carl from Scarlett's team. He's waving us over to where Ivan's men, along with Luca and Art, have all gathered. Battered, wounded, but alive. Relief washes over me once again. We still have a chance of getting out of here unscathed. Mostly. Some of the corpses we left behind are our own. Both my team and Ivan's have taken some casualties, but there's no time to start counting our losses. As fucked up as it sounds, it's always been a part of this dirty game. Let's get the fuck out of here, I command, urgency lending strength to my voice as my hand grips Nikolai's tighter. On his other side, Scarlett has threaded her fingers through his. We exchange glances, then I scoop Nico into my arms, and we're running. Moments later, we reach the edge of the site, slipping through a gap in the fence and into the shadows beyond. A van waits for us, its engine idling, ready for a quick getaway. We pile in, the door slamming shut behind us, and the tires screech as we speed away from the nightmare that has finally come to an end. Several bright beams of headlights swoop in behind us, and I see Ivan and Luca pulling their vehicles in close convoy. Everyone good? Scarlett casts a worried glance around the van as we speed through the night. Her team members nod in response, their faces streaked with dirt but not cowed. For a few seconds, an eerie quiet descends on us. It seems that nobody wants to speak. They just stare idly, probably trying to process everything that happened tonight. Who can blame them? Not everybody is used to so much blood and gore in one day. But that doesn't make me any less grateful for these people. They chose to put their lives on the line to help me out of a tight situation, to save my son. I can never thank them enough for that. Thank you, I say, being the first one to break the silence. I mean it. A feeling of gratitude floods my chest, knowing that without Scarlett and her team, both Nikolai and I would probably be buried under concrete right now. Anything for Nico, she replies, her voice soft but resolute. Our eyes lock for a moment. An electric tension crackles between us like a live wire. Nikolai, still in my arms, squeezes my hand. Are we safe now, Papa? His voice trembles, and I can feel his heart pounding against my chest. Da, Malush, I reassure him, brushing his hair back from his face. We are safe now. The rest of the ride is tense. All of us are on high alert for any signs of pursuit. But as the minutes tick by, and the sirens fade into the distance, relaxation gradually replaces fear. When we finally reach the open road, our small cavalcade splits up, Ivan and Luca taking alternate routes. A string of fast-moving vehicles is only going to draw attention on the open road. We'll regroup at the estate and take stock of our casualties there. Already, I see Scarlett's guy, Art, leaning up against the wall of the van, his face ashen. Okay? I ask, nodding down at his red-soaked shirt. He gives a weak grin. Yeah, just a scratch. I can tell he's making light of it. There's a makeshift dressing that's staunching what looks like a flood of blood. But the man's tough, I'll give him that. As the adrenaline begins to ebb away, exhaustion starts to set in. The pressure that had driven us slowly ebbs to quiet calm. Scarlett is pressed against my side, Nikolai fast asleep in my lap, the rise and fall of his chest, a comforting rhythm. As we drive off into the night, I allow myself a few moments of reflection as I feel Scarlett and Nikolai close, their breathing syncing with mine. The night's events will have taken a toll, some lost, injured, but they can't think about that now. For now there's a warmth in my chest that wasn't there before, a sense of victory over an enemy who had plagued me and many others for years. Volkov took so much from so many. Now, he's paid with his life. "Hey," Scarlett says softly, her head resting against my shoulder. Her eyes meet mine, and they're filled with a mixture of exhaustion, relief, and something else. Something tender. "You did it. It's over." "Duh," I murmur, then look down at her. "I couldn't have done it without you, Zyka." I whisper into the darkness. "Thank you." She gives me a small smile, and we sit in silence as the miles stretch out behind us, the past receding, and the future looming ahead, both unknown and full of possibility. "Anytime," she smiles, her eyes fluttering shut as she leans against me. For the first time in what feels like an eternity, I feel a sense of peace settle over us. We've survived the night, and right now, that's all that matters. Chapter 15. Anton. The van's engine purrs as we navigate the roads toward Presidio. Tony pushes down on the accelerator, and I can't help but steal glances at Scarlett beside me. "Roadblock ahead," Jess announces, pointing to the flashing blue lights in the distance. Blyad. Cops must be crawling everywhere after the shootout that just happened. I lean forward, assessing the situation. "Take the next left," I order, my voice firm. The tires screech as Tony makes the sharp turn, veering us off course onto a narrow side road. "Where are we going, bruh?" Cody asks, his usually cocky attitude replaced by unease. "Detour," I reply curtly, thoughts racing through my head as I calculate our new route. The atmosphere inside the van is suddenly a pressure cooker of anxiety once again. Every breath shared between us is heavy with uncertainty. It'll add another 20 minutes to the trip, but it'll keep the cops away. My explanation seems to satisfy them because it's met with quiet acceptance. A sharp groan from Art catches my attention, and I notice his makeshift bandage is now completely soaked through with blood. Worry tightens Scarlett's features. "We need to get you both to a hospital." "Yet," I argue, shaking my head. The movement makes me dizzy. "Art, maybe. I'm fine." "Anton, don't be stubborn." Her eyes narrow. "Your head, you took a pretty solid pounding back there." I shrug, trying not to grimace as my torn skin pulls against the gash between my shoulder blades. Probably needs stitches, but Luca can do it. I don't need doctors fucking with me. Once we are safe, I will tend to my own injuries. "For God's sake, Anton, don't be an ass. Will you?" "Let's just focus on getting out of here first," Tony interrupts, his eyes scanning the darkness outside the van. Exactly. I agree. My gaze never leaving Scarlett's. She knows I won't back down, and though her jaw clenches in frustration, she doesn't push further. Another groan has my attention back on Art. The man is slumping sideways from the blood loss. "That's it. Hospital," Scarlett says more firmly. "No arguments." We can't. I stick my jaw out. The cops. If we go in there with gunshot wounds, Jess will handle it, Scarlett says. She has contacts. You're going, and that's final. As if to prove Scarlett's point, Art slumps further sideways. Fuck, she probably has a point. The guy needs to be stitched up. Blyod. I shoot Scarlett a glance and tap Tony on the shoulder, indicating a turnoff. Take the next left. It'll get us to the county hospital. I turn back to Art. You think you can hold on? He gives me a weak thumbs up. Piece of cake. He's bleeding too much, Scarlett says, her voice filled with concern. We need to get there quick. On it, Scar, Tony replies, his grip tightening on the steering wheel as he takes a sharp turn and steps on the gas. The van's engine roars, and glancing down at Nikolai, I marvel at his ability to sleep through the commotion. How much longer? Jess asks Tony, her fingers tapping nervously on the dashboard. 10 minutes, tops, he answers, accelerating even faster. Less than 10 minutes later, the hospital comes into view, its sterile white exterior standing out starkly against the night. As Tony pulls up to the emergency entrance, Jess hops out and runs inside, alerting the staff to Art's condition. Anton, you're going in too, Scarlett insists, giving me a hard look. Don't make me drag you. Fine. I relent, realizing the futility of arguing with her, but only to get cleaned up. Jesus Christ, just go, she urges, her dark eyes never leaving mine. It takes me nearly a minute to realize she's waiting for me to get out of the van, and I'm not moving because I can't bring myself to let go of Nikolai. Jess, who has returned, puts a hand on my shoulder. Let me take him. Her smile is sincere. He's out like a light. You won't even know you're gone. Reluctantly, I hand Nico over to her, as she settles carefully onto a seat with my son cradled against her chest. She has a point. My boy is so deeply asleep that his arms are dangling limply. I reach out to tuck one over his chest before climbing out of the vehicle. Once inside, the harsh fluorescent lights make my head pound even harder. I have to grit my teeth as I follow Scarlett and Art to the triage area. The medical staff swarm around us, tending to Art and urging me into a wheelchair. I don't need a fucking wheelchair, I mutter, then regret it as Scarlett's face drops. I appreciate your worry, truly. And you should, she replies, the corner of her mouth turning. Get used to having someone watching your back, she teases. Duh, I nod, knowing she struck a chord. Since Katya, it's always just been me against the world, me against the odds. And as they wheel me away for examination, I can't help but feel appreciation for Scarlett's pig-headedness, even as it clashes with my own. Fuck, it's good to feel cared for, but I shouldn't get used to it. A couple of doctors and nurses gather around me, and I let them examine my wound. Scarlett's insistence lingers in my mind, reminding me that there's more at stake now, not just for myself, but for her and Nikolai as well. It's nothing too serious, the doctor informs me after a few minutes of examination, but we'll need to clean your wounds and give you some stitches. Thanks, Doc, I reply curtly, eager to get this over with. As they tend to me, my thoughts drift back to Scarlett. The way she cares about me, both infuriating and comforting all at once. It's unfamiliar territory. Ever since Katya, my life has been void of anyone looking out for me. Yet suddenly I find myself forced to rely on someone else's judgment. It's unsettling, and a part of me likes it. With my wounds treated and bandaged, I return to the waiting area searching for her. I spot her speaking with a woman who looks vaguely familiar. It takes a moment to recognize who she is. What the fuck? Scarlett is talking to the bartender from the night she and I first met. The memory sends a shiver down my spine, a reminder of how much has changed since that encounter. "Hey," Scarlett greets me, her body suddenly going tense. "Doc's happy?" "Delighted," I say dryly, my eyes flicking between the woman and Scarlett. What's going on here? Does she really think this is the time to engage in idle conversation after all we've just been through? I don't care that she says Jess can handle the authorities. The cops could swoop in at any moment. "Oh, you remember Lena from the bar where we met?" Scarlett replies, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. "We've just been catching up." "You're Anton, ain't you?" The woman grins broadly. "Scarlett was just telling me all about you." I glance at her, then back at Scarlett, who gives a small shake of her head. "I think we should be moving out," I say, not happy with hanging around here. "Right," Scarlett agrees, slanting a look at Lena. "Scarlett, Anton," Lena chimes in, her smile warm yet appraising. "So sorry y'all are leaving so quick. It was lovely running into you two. I hope to see you again soon." "Likewise, Lena," Scarlett responds, her voice tight. "And, well done, hun," Lena adds, leaning in and nudging Scarlett with an elbow. "You nabbed yourself a real looker, all right." She giggles as she runs an eye over me. I scowl back at her. What the fuck? Scarlett grips my hand, subtly steering me away. What the fuck was that about? I shoot her a glance. "Nothing," she shrugs, looking back at me. "She popped up out of nowhere. I think she's harmless, but I suppose she's curious. She was the one who showed me the ad for the job with you, after all." That right? I can't shake a feeling of unease as we leave the emergency ward. A feeling that there's more to Lena's interest than meets the eye. But I push it aside for now. Any news on Art? I glance around as we head through the reception. The rest of the team has melted out of sight, which is smart. The last thing we need is more attention than we've already drawn. "They're keeping him in for a couple of days," she says. "The bullet went straight through. Carl convinced them that it was a hunting accident." They believed that. I raise an eyebrow. "Do you think they'd argue with Carl?" Scarlett snorts. I give a mirthless laugh. Right. We make our way to the parking bay, where I spot the van idling nearby. "Let's get back," I say, brushing Scarlett's hands away as she tries to help me into the back. We still have a long road ahead. The drive back to the estate is tense, each bump and turn reminding me of the woman at the hospital, filling me with a sense of unease. I've worked with shady motherfuckers long enough to know that something is off. She was there for a reason. I glance at Scarlett occasionally, her eyes shut as she leans her head back against the side of the van, lost in thought. "Tell me what you're thinking," I say, breaking the silence. She hesitates before answering, her voice low. I guess I'm just worried about what's next. There's still so much we don't know about..." Her voice trails off before she takes a breath. "About us?" she says, shooting me a glance. I don't answer because I'm not sure what to say to her. She's right. I hadn't thought beyond getting through this night alive. A part of me wasn't even sure we can pull it off. All I knew was that I'm going to tear Volkov apart, even if he takes me with him to the grave. Without a response from me, Scarlett falls back into silence, and I let the conversation die. We pull up to the estate, greeted by Luca and Ivan's men. The air is heavy with the aftermath of our escape. Casualties, injuries. But there's an undeniable sense of resilience and triumph in their expressions. "Good to have you back, boss." Luca grins, clapping me on the shoulder. "I almost can't believe we made it out." "Duh," I respond, suddenly realizing that despite the late hour, I'm ravenous. Let's get everyone together. We need to eat. Luca nods and walks off to make arrangements. Half an hour later, we all sit around the table, over some takeaway food Luca ordered from a nearby restaurant. Though I can feel everyone relax a little, I continue having a sense of unease crawling up on me. An unease that tells me something is off, that this is not over. And I know better than to ignore it. I glance around, watching as the strange assortment of characters getting along in a way that is bizarre to me. Hardened men rubbing shoulders with tech geeks and jewel thieves. The skinny kid and the woman have wedged themselves between Luca and Ivan. All traces of animosity are replaced by casual banter. Here's to being alive. Scarlett raises a glass of water, her deep, dark eyes meeting mine, and to whatever comes next. That line again. Na zdrowie, I toast, clinking glasses with her as the others join in. We drink. The warmth of the alcohol somewhat soothes my frayed nerves. We might not know what comes next, but tonight we celebrate a battle won. As I watch Scarlett in her seat beside me, her face alive as she speaks to Ivan, something tugs at my gut, or maybe someplace higher. I feel my chest tighten. This feels good. Too fucking good. And if there's one thing I've learned, that always spells trouble.
Chapter 16. Scarlet. The warmth of the formal dining room envelops me, its dimly lit chandelier casting a golden glow upon the table. Everyone else has finally gone to bed for the night. Only Anton and I remain seated, our chairs pulled close together, legs brushing against each other as the scent of his cologne teases my senses. The remnants of our shared meal lay scattered on the table, but it's the connection we've built tonight that lingers in the air.
The night was... it was unexpected, yes?
His eyes meet mine, a hint of something unfamiliar peeking through his usually stoic exterior. You mean the shootout? I tilt my head.
No, that I was expected.
He stops, seeming to be choosing his next words.
I mean the others. They were good together, like...
He stops as if not sure he should be saying this.
Like family.
I nod, recalling the sense of community that filled this room not too long ago. People who'd never met each other until a day ago were breaking bread and embracing each other's company like long-lost relatives. My father always told me that family isn't just blood. It's the people you choose to surround yourself with. For the first time in a long while, I feel like I belong. Family is important, I say, tracing patterns in the tablecloth with my fingertip. I stop the edgy little motion and weave my fingers together. They're making me look agitated.
It is.
Anton leans back in his seat and surveys me as if mulling something over. Mine was always a little unconventional, I guess. My family, my childhood. I press my lips together, wondering where I'm going with this. In all the time that Anton and I have spent together, there's seldom been an occasion when we've opened up to each other about our thoughts, our lives, our pasts. It's mainly been fighting. Or sex. But the sex...
Unconventional?
Anton cocks his head, pulling my errant thoughts away from the memory of him naked. I never knew my mother, I confess, fiddling with the fork on the table. I can't seem to stop fidgeting. This man has an effect on me. She left when I was very young, just walked out on us. I've never really dwelled on the meaning of that. Pops never allowed me to feel like I was abandoned. But now it makes me feel so damn sad. As if sensing my sorrow, Anton reaches over and places a hand on mine, his warmth seeping into me.
You were raised by your father, da?
Da? I mimic him, feeling the ghost of a smile play at my lips. He was an unconventional parent, but he loved me fiercely. He taught me everything I know about being a skilled burglar.
Some might find that a problem, he says.
Would you? I look at him. He gives a light chuckle.
Do you think I would?
Hardly, I scoff. I bet you grew up the same way. His lips tighten slightly.
I would not say that. I was taught skills, yes, but love?
He shrugs.
It was not important.
You don't think love's important?
I did not say that.
His thumb moves over the back of my hand, setting sparks prickling over my skin. He looks down at where he's touching me, then back up into my eyes.
Your father must have been a remarkable man,
he says, admiration laced in his voice.
He raised a strong woman.
Thank you. My cheeks flush under his praise. He was the only family I had, but tonight I felt like I found a new one.
I think that you have always had family, Zayka. You made your own, your team. I've seen how they care for you.
I nod. It suddenly occurs to me that I don't mind him calling me Zayka anymore. They do. They've been with me for years, since before Pops. I clear my throat. It's been years, but I still tear up when I think of losing my father. Since before Pops passed, they've been my people. Carl, Jess, Tony, even Cody, that little shit. Artie was there before I was even born. I smile. He's like my uncle. I frown as I think of Art and the bullet he took today. He had no reason to go through this, but he chose to, and I know he did it for me. Anton's hand tightens over mine, again seeming to read my mind.
It'll be all right, Zayka. Luca has contacted the hospital. The wound looked worse than it was. He'll be back with you soon.
I sigh with relief, feeling myself sag slightly. I don't know what I'd do if I lost any of them. He nods.
I understand loss.
My heart clenches because I know he does. I want to ask, but the words seem to get stuck in my throat. Yes, I finally say, because it feels like I should be saying something. Anton looks away, his eyes growing distant. He takes a deep breath before speaking again.
My wife,
he says quietly, his voice barely audible over the soft music from the speakers overhead.
When she was killed, I thought I deserved to die the same way.
His gaze drops back to our hands, now locked together tightly on top of the tablecloth. His fingers trace over mine as he continues to speak.
It was my fault,
he adds, his voice thick with regret.
If it weren't for me, she would still be alive today.
He swallows thickly and looks up at me again, pain etched in every line of his face. I open my mouth to speak, but then close it again, sensing that he needs to get something off his chest. I give him an encouraging smile, knowing how hard it is for him to say these things.
I chose the Bratva life, an assassin's life,
he goes on.
Then I left it when I could no longer tolerate what it stood for. I did that without ever considering what that might mean for my family, For her and Nico, I made that choice for them.
A muscle flickers in his jaw.
No matter how much time has passed since she was taken.
His voice is hoarse.
I will never forgive myself for what happened to her.
I gulp as I take this in. It's probably the most I've ever heard him say in one conversation, but the words rolled out as if he needed to shove them away from himself. Who could blame him? I wouldn't want feelings like that locked up inside me either. The hurt, the guilt, it must be eating him alive. It wasn't your fault. I try to reassure him, but he shakes his head. His lips twitch into a humorless smile.
Some things we must account for, Zyka. The decisions I made were mine. It doesn't matter that I thought my reasons were good. The consequences lay on my shoulders.
I can't argue with that. But what I know without a doubt as I look at this beautiful man in front of me is that he is not a bad person. Yes, he did bad things, took lives, but whatever is in his past, the man I've come to know is strong, firm in his beliefs, good in his own way. Just the way that I like to think that I am good too, even though my career choice may offend some. I've never stolen from those who would feel the loss, just from assholes like Cartwright and people who've trampled thousands of souls to get to where they are. Scarlett Jones, the red-haired Robin Hood. Yeah, right. The thought almost makes me laugh, but now is not the time. You've raised an incredible little boy, Anton. I give him a gentle smile. Whatever you may have done back then, you're doing something right now. The thought gives me pause as I think about how fiercely he loves his child. He's such an incredible father. I don't know how many men could do what Anton did tonight, or the way he led his men to go into battle with him. Isn't that what I'd want for my own child? Our child? A father who wouldn't just provide the basics, but love so fiercely. We could raise this baby together. The thought shakes me so much that I suck in a sharp breath. I still haven't told him. Should I tell him? If yes, when?
What's wrong?
He asks. I give a little shake of my head. Just thinking of those we've lost. It's not entirely untrue.
Loss is a part of life,
he says, his gaze locked on mine, intensity burning within.
But it makes us appreciate the people we still have.
Yeah, I sigh, my heart swelling with gratitude for the makeshift family that has formed around me. The soft glow of the chandelier above bathes us in warm light, reflecting off the crystal stemware and fine china scattered across the table. I guess I'm luckier than I realize sometimes. I have a great team. I mean, they're a band of misfits, but we fit together. He nods as he smiles at me.
Yes, they have loyalty, honor. Your father taught you well.
Admiration is still clear on his face as I lift my eyes to look at him.
I'm sure he would be proud to see you now.
A hint of a smile tugs at the corner of his mouth, and I can't help but match it with one of my own. Thank you. My voice is barely a whisper, yet it feels like the most heartfelt declaration I've ever made. The tension between us shifts, becoming something deeper, more profound. It's like standing on the edge of a precipice, knowing a single step could change everything.
Zyka.
His hand moves from mine to my cheek, cupping it gently, and I lean into his touch. The warmth of his palm sends shivers down my spine. awakening a warm desire I've never allowed myself to explore. "Anton," I breathe, my eyes drifting closed as his thumb traces the curve of my jaw. The world around us fades away, leaving just the two of us in this moment, suspended in the stillness of time. Our breaths mingle, the air between us charged with anticipation.
"You're strong. You fight for those you care about. These are rare qualities,"
he murmurs, his words weaving a spell that ensnares my heart completely. I open my eyes to meet his gaze once more. In that instant, I realize just how much I need to explore this connection between us, whatever it may bring. "So," my throat works. "What now?" I ask. I don't know what I'm expecting to hear from him. Part of me wants to grab him by the front of his shirt and say, "I'm having your baby, let's be together." But this is not a man you approach like that. Who knows how he'd react? Recoil? Maybe lash out? I'm afraid to find out. So instead, I whisper, "What do we do now?"
"Whatever comes next,"
he whispers back, echoing my earlier toast from dinner. The phrase lingers in the air, a promise of unspoken possibilities. "Whatever comes next," I repeat. He smiles as our eyes lock, and then he leans forward and brushes his lips over mine. It's a kiss so gentle, yet so powerful it takes my breath from me. The softness of his touch only serves to heighten the passion that's been simmering beneath the surface, as if it's a latent fire just waiting to be stoked. My hands find their way to his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heart beneath my fingertips. "Anton," I whisper against his lips, an unspoken plea for more. He seems to understand because his arms encircle my waist, pulling me closer. Our kisses deepen, fueled by the intensity that has been building between us during this mad, impossible night. The sound of our breaths and the gentle rustle of fabric are the only noises I'm aware of in the dimly lit dining room. It feels as though we're existing in our own world, separate from everything else. A world where danger and darkness are held at bay, if only for a moment. Then the kiss finally breaks, and I know exactly what comes next. And God, I want it more than anything. As Anton lifts me up with ease, I wrap my legs around his waist, marveling at the strength that belies his tender touch. His protectiveness is both comforting and exhilarating, an unspoken sign of the bond we forged tonight in the face of death. As if I weigh nothing, he carries me through the halls that are empty now. Everyone has probably sunken into that deep, dreamless sleep that comes after you've confronted demons and drained all the adrenaline from your system. The sanctity of his bedroom envelops us like a cocoon, a safe haven amid the chaos that we just lived through. As he lays me down on the bed, I can't help but feel a sense of awe at what's happening between us. The gentleness in his eyes, the tender caress of his fingers on my skin. It's like I'm seeing a different side of Anton Ulianov, and it's nothing like the hardened Bratva assassin I saw when we first met.
"Zyka,"
he murmurs as he runs a hot gaze from my face down my body and then back again. "I want you," I whisper back. He smiles back at me, eyes holding mine as he unbuttons my shirt. He takes his time, savoring every moment, When my shirt falls open, he cups my breasts through the lace of my bra. My breath hitches.
You are beautiful.
He doesn't look up. I can practically feel his eyes moving over me. His hands explore my body with a reverence that sends sparks of pleasure through me with each touch. He slips his hands beneath the waistband of my pants and tugs them down over my hips and then down my legs. I kick my sneakers off awkwardly so he can pull the fabric over my feet, and then he's kneeling between my thighs.
Scarlet.
Anton whispers my name like a prayer as he lowers his face to the V of my thighs and inhales deeply.
You are like a drug.
I lick my lips, feeling my core clench as his mouth moves over the fabric of my panties. I'm sure they're already soaked, but it doesn't matter. His breath is hot on my pussy, and I clench my fingers into the bedclothes. Oh, God, I groan. Anton's tongue darts out, teasing my clit through the fabric. I can feel it swelling, aching for more. He licks and nips at me through the thin satin, pushing me closer and closer to the edge. Yes, like that, I choke out, my fingers tangling into his hair, tugging him closer. He responds by pushing the fabric aside and lavishing me with a hot, wet kiss. His tongue moves in slow, gentle circles around my clit, sending sparks of pleasure through my body with each pass. I can feel myself winding as tightly as a spring, and it feels out of this world. Oh, fuck, Anton? I moan his name as his mouth becomes more insistent, his tongue exploring new depths as he sucks on my sensitive flesh. His tongue keeps swirling over my clit, teasing and caressing. I'm panting now, the pleasure building up inside me until my whole body is shaking with anticipation. He moves his mouth down to my entrance and slips his tongue inside me, exploring every inch of me. His fingers curl around my hips as he thrusts his tongue deeper and deeper into me. Oh, God, that's so damn good, I moan out loud, arching my back off the bed in response to the sensations flooding through my body. Before long, I'm trembling beneath him, my orgasm taking over my senses like a hot avalanche of pleasure. He licks up every last drop, then moves up the bed so that he's hovering over me. His lips linger on mine before trailing gentle kisses along the length of my neck and along my collarbone before finally settling on my breasts. The sensation is almost too much for me to bear. Pleasure and need swirling together like a raging storm inside me. My own hands explore his body in equal measure, taking in each contour and savoring the feel of him against me. I fumble with the buttons of his shirt, hands shaking so much that eventually he gently draws them away.
Slowly, you'll be my
He exhales, his eyes on mine as he undresses before me. I reach out to him, desperate for the feeling of his skin against mine. I watch him hungrily as he slowly strips down until every beautiful inch of his body gleams in the low light of the room. Dear Lord, just look at you, I sigh. The man is a freaking god. Rippling muscles defined by the dark ink of tattoos move smoothly beneath his taut, bronzed skin. Half sitting, I look up at him, my palms sliding down his arms, his chest, his abs. His cock juts out, thick and heavy, and I press my lips against the velvety head. I flick my tongue over it, and his stomach muscles clench.
I want to be inside you, he says, a hand on my shoulder, pushing me gently back onto the bed. I reach up to slide my arms around his shoulders, sighing as he settles between my legs. Strong arms frame my head as he hovers over me, hips moving slightly as he taunts me with the tip of his cock. Please, I murmur, gazing into his eyes. I suck in a breath when he thrusts in deep, a smooth, fluid movement that sends a wave of tingles over my entire body. Oh, God! The words feel torn from me. His movements are slow and deliberate at first, and then faster as the pleasure builds between us. Zaika, he says the words through gritted teeth, his hand cupping my face as he stares into my eyes. There's a wealth of meaning in that look, but I can't ask him to voice it because right now it's almost too hard to breathe, let alone speak. Yes, is all I manage, the sound coming out on a hiss as my back bows and my eyes roll back. He's still staring at me when I manage to look back at him, and suddenly I feel like I'm something rare and precious. It's almost unnerving. Soon enough, his movements become more urgent, his hips jerking wildly against mine as his orgasm draws nearer. Our words are replaced by sighs and moans as we succumb fully to the moment. Everything else fades away until there is nothing left but us, two souls intertwined in an act of pure bliss. And then I feel it, almost like an electric charge in my brain, but so much more powerful than that. It's a feeling too strong to be contained inside my body. I'm going to explode. Yes. Oh, fuck, I'm gonna come. I cry out. He cups my cheek in his palm again, holding my face so that I can't look anywhere apart from up at him. Come for me, Zaika, he growls. And I stare up, lips parted as I gasp for air. He's taken it from me, taken the air from my lungs, the sanity from my mind, and he's filled my heart with something I can't describe. Anton! The cry is hoarse, then it's silenced by his mouth as he closes his lips over mine. His breath is hot on my cheek as he thrusts hard into me and then stiffens. I feel his body clenching against mine as his own orgasm rips through him. I wrap my arms around him tightly, letting his heat and strength soak into me. We're both gasping by the time the shudders subside. Our bodies collapse against each other, both trembling with the intensity of what just happened. "Te chuda," he murmurs against my throat, his face nuzzled into the curve of my neck. I don't know what it means, but I love the sound of it. He presses a gentle kiss against my shoulder before rolling over to lie next to me on the bed. His arm is draped around my waist, and we lie there in blissful silence. It's this moment that I realize that Anton has not only been my protector and partner in this dangerous world, he's also my sanctuary. And as we cling to each other, our bodies entwined in the aftermath of our passion, I know that whatever comes next, we'll face it side by side, our bond stronger than ever before. Whatever comes next, I whisper into his chest, feeling his arms tighten around me in response. And with those words, I allow myself to believe in a future together. A future with Nico. With our child. For just a moment, I believe in it.
Chapter 17. Anton. The early morning light seeps through the curtains, casting a soft glow across the bedroom. My body feels warm and sated from last night, muscles still languid. Scarlet's scent lingers on the sheets, intoxicating and inviting. Yet, she's gone. Even as I shake off the fog of sleep, I feel myself frown. My hand reaches for the spot where she should be, finding only cold sheets. Pushing myself into a sitting position, I look around the room. There's no sound coming from the adjoining bathroom. Her clothes are no longer abandoned on the floor. What the fuck? Concern washes over me, replacing my sense of contentment. I throw off the covers and move to my feet, hastily pulling on clothes, a pair of dark jeans and a black shirt. My mind races as I contemplate every possible scenario. "Scarlet!" I call out, hoping that she's simply in another room. But there's only silence. I head out of my suite and into the hallway, peering into empty rooms as I pass them. Kitchen, maybe. I consider the idea of her coming down to surprise me with breakfast in bed. I scoff at the thought. Scarlet is many things, but domesticated? No. But I don't care about her cooking skills. There are a lot of other ways I'd like her to surprise me in bed. I don't find her barefoot in the kitchen anyway, so I keep looking. My search takes me through the house, the vast hallways echoing with each hurried step. I catch faint echoes of the other voices in the house, but none of them is hers. She's not in here. Every inch of the opulence surrounding me begins to feel suffocating. I find myself worried. What the fuck, Mudak? I don't know why this is bothering me so much, but I don't fucking like it. The chill in the air raises goosebumps on my skin, but I barely notice, too focused on finding any trace of her. Outside, morning dew clings to the lawn, the air thick with the fragrance of flowers. As I comb the grounds, anxiety drives me. I find myself jogging through the gardens. "Scarlet!" I shout yet again. My little rabbit wouldn't run, would she? Not now. But there's nothing. No sign of her. Something unpleasant gnaws at my gut. She left. Gone again. Blyad! My fist connects with a nearby tree, the pain grounding me for a moment. "Sir?" I spin to the source of the voice and see one of the guards standing there. "Everything okay, sir?" He stands to attention. "The woman, Scarlet. Have you seen her?" I try to keep my impatience from my voice. "No sign of anyone out this morning, sir. The team just did the rounds. If she was out here, someone would have noticed, sir." I give a terse nod, turning away from him. My chest heaves, my breath's feeling shallow. The thought of her running away steals the air from my lungs. But I refuse to let that fear take root, clenching my jaw and silencing the doubts that scream inside me. We shared something last night, a connection that transcends our turbulent past. She wouldn't leave, would she? But what if this is something else? I fight down a feeling that I recognize as dread. I've got to find her. Determined to trust her, despite my instinct to expect betrayal, I head back to the house. "Luca!" I call as I stride through the mansion's entryway, my boots echoing off the marble floors. I find him in the large living area, engaged in conversation with some of the other men. "What's going on, boss?" Luca's eyes narrow as he takes in my agitation. "Scarlet's missing," I say, feeling the weight of those words in my chest. The room falls silent, the men exchanging glances before returning their attention to me. "Wasn't she with you last night?" Luca questions, his eyes searching mine for answers. "Duh," I confirm with a nod, but when I woke she was gone. There's silence as these words sink in. For a moment I wonder if he's sharing the same suspicions I'd found myself harboring. Don't you fucking say it. Luca's eyes meet mine, and something flickers in their depths. Strange, he murmurs, stroking his beard in thought. I didn't see her leave. Maybe she had something she needed to do? Luca goes on. Where are her people? They will know, I'm sure of it. Will we know what? A voice breaks in. It's the woman, Jess, and the gangly kid. He looks like he just got up. Scarlet. Luca turns to them. She disappeared. Tough luck, bruh. You sure she's not chained to your bed? Cody smirks, but his expression quickly fades as I shoot a deadly glance at the insolent little shit. She was gone when I woke up, I say curtly. I've checked the house, the grounds. Maybe she went for a walk? It's the woman now. She's fucking gone! I half yell, then adjust my tone. I have been through the gardens. Security hasn't seen her. We'll find her, Anton. Luca nods and the others follow suit. We'll search the entire property. Every nook and cranny. She can't be far. Spasibo, I say, but I can't shake the sense of impending doom. Hardwired that way, no doubt. Maybe I shouldn't expect the worst. You're overreacting, Mudak. Or am I? Will I ever forget those moments when I realized that Katya was gone? Was I wrong to worry then? I never worried enough, goddammit. Fuck, I need to find Scarlet. As we split up to search the estate, my heart hammers against my chest. The warmth and satisfaction from last night now feel like distant memories, replaced by a gnawing dread for Scarlet's safety. Anton! A shout reaches my ears, and I turn to see Carl sprinting toward me. His face is pale, his expression grave. You're not going to like this, but... He hesitates. But what, for fuck's sake? I roar, the tension in me taking the better of me. Scarlet's been taken by Cartwright. His words come out in a rush, as if he's afraid of what I'm going to do to him. Cartwright. I stare at him in confusion. Who the fuck is Cartwright? The name seems familiar somehow, but my mind is foggy. Victor Cartwright. He, Carl looks uncomfortable. Well, we took something of his, and, well, I don't think he's happy about it. Blood. The fucking stone. The diamond she'd come back for. Of course, that's what this is all about. I rake a hand through my hair. Carl swallows hard. How do you know? I press, hoping against hope that he's got it wrong. He nods, then holds up his phone. I just got this. The image on the screen makes my blood run cold in an instant. The screen displays an image of Scarlet, bound and gagged. The sight hits me like a physical blow, bringing with it a flood of memories I've suppressed for too long. Katya's blood-spattered body, her ruined face. Bad things happen when people get too close to me. But how? Why? Volkov is gone. This makes no sense. Where? I snarl, snatching the phone from his hand to take a closer look at the image. Carl's throat moves as he swallows hard. No idea, but the message is clear. They will kill her if they don't get the stone back. Then we'll fucking give it to them. I turn around. Luca is making his way to us. What's up, boss? Scarlet's been taken. Fucker called Cartwright. Jesus, I still have the fucking diamond. Set up a meeting, I tell Carl. Do whatever it takes. Well, it may not be that simple. Carl clears his throat, looking uneasy. Some of the others have joined us. Luca moves closer to my side. Why not? I yell. Fucking Carl needs to stop stalling and start getting shit done. I'm about to grab him by his shirt when he opens his mouth to speak. When we, appropriated the gem, there was an issue. Carl runs a hand over his close-cropped hair. Scarlet saw something she shouldn't have. For fuck's sake, get to the point! I run out of patience. Cartwright murdered someone. Scarlett saw it all go down. Carl puffs out his cheeks. He's not going to let her go, Anton. What? I'm trying to process this. It's a trick, I'm sure of it. Carl looks around at the others, and I see understanding dawning. Even if we give him the diamond, he won't make eye contact. Luca looks at me. He is going to kill her.
Chapter 18. Scarlet. My eyelids snap open, and I blink against the dim light filtering through the dirty window. It casts an eerie glow over the peeling wallpaper and worn furniture in this shabby room. The musty smell of damp wood and mold fills my nostrils, making it hard to breathe. No, I can't move. Panic rises in my chest, but I force it down, refusing to let fear control me. It's not easy. Not when you're bound and gagged so tight you can barely catch a breath. This morning, I'd woken early with Anton beside me and decided to go for a run to clear my head after all that had happened. This thing between us, whatever it is, has left my head in a clusterfuck of confusion. So I thought some fresh air would help me clear my head. Turns out, it was a very bad idea. The next thing I knew, I'd been struck from behind as I loped through the shade of a grove of trees. And now, here I am. It seems almost ridiculous. After all we've been through, I shouldn't get knocked out and abducted while freaking jogging. I really need to get out of this habit. As I struggle against the ropes cutting into my wrists, a familiar face comes into focus. I recognize him immediately. Hector. The jerk from the bar the night I met Anton is casually leaning against the cracked doorframe, a cruel smile twisting his lips. My heart starts hammering with sudden fury. "Look who finally decided to join the party," he sneers, crossing the room toward me. My eyes narrow at him, my mind racing to figure out why he's here. Is he the one who took me? But why would he do that? Who is this guy, anyway? I growl at him through the filthy rag that's been shoved into my mouth, and he chuckles. "Cat got your tongue, baby girl?" He smirks. I shoot daggers at him with my eyes. When he roughly yanks the gag from my mouth, I cough and grimace to get the disgusting taste off my tongue. "What the fuck do you want with me?" I finally manage to grind out. "Bet you didn't think you'd see me again, huh?" He ignores the question and laughs, a harsh, mocking sound that grates on my nerves. "Who knew a hot little piece of ass like you would piss off someone like Victor Cartwright?" Cartwright? My heart almost skips a beat at the mention of the name. If this is about Cartwright, I'm in bigger shit than I thought. "Screw you, Hector." "That's not very nice." He taps the tip of my nose and I snap my teeth at him. It's the only way I can show him how much he disgusts me. "Rumor has it someone's been a bad, bad girl," he goes on. "I wonder if your boyfriend knows what you've been up to, little thief." "Anton is not my—" I begin, but stop myself, realizing it doesn't matter what Hector thinks. And maybe he's right, but I don't have the luxury of thinking about that now. Instead, I focus on gathering information. "What do you know of Cartwright?" "Let's just say we have mutual interests." Hector smirks, circling around me close enough that I can smell the stale sweat on him. Fuck. I should have known it from the start. Of course this is about Cartwright. Who else would have me kidnapped? I suddenly think back to the phone call I got just over a week ago. It seems like 1,000 years. Fear begins to creep up my spine as I put the puzzle pieces together. I was so busy helping Anton fight his demons that I forgot to deal with my own, and now they are here to hunt me down. Cartwright has found me, and he knows I saw him kill someone, and now he's going to make sure there are no witnesses. I swallow hard at the thought. Is he going to kill me? I ask Hector, trying to keep my voice steady. He raises an eyebrow, and for a split second, he almost looks impressed by my boldness. Depends, he says curtly. Depends on what? Leaving my question unanswered, he shrugs, moving closer to me, his eyes raking over my body. Disgust wells up in my throat. Don't worry, baby girl. I'll take good care of you until then. Go to hell, I spit out, my eyes blazing with defiance. I've dealt with far worse than him in the past 24 hours. Besides, if Cartwright brought me here, Hector's not really the one I need to worry about. He chuckles and leans in close. Feisty, aren't you? He whispers into my ear, his breath hot and unpleasant. I love a bitch with fire in her eyes. His fingers brush against my cheek, and I jerk away from his touch. Get your fucking hands off me, I warn, my voice as cold as ice. Or what? Hector challenges, stepping back with a sinister grin. You're not exactly in a position to do anything about it, are you, baby girl? Anton will find me, I say, the conviction in my voice unwavering. And when he does, you'll wish you'd never crossed him. Hector's chuckle is ugly. That's so. Well, maybe I... His words are cut off as the door swings open to reveal a familiar figure. I feel the air sucked from my lungs as the man locks his eyes with mine. There's not a shred of mercy in them. He knows what I am to him. Nothing but a problem to get rid of. What I know, what I've seen, could rock his whole damn world. Shit. This is trouble. Real fucking trouble. Well, well, look what the cat dragged in. Victor Cartwright smirks, the cold glint in his eyes sending shivers down my spine. Just how long did you think you can hide from me? A girl can dream, I quip, clenching my fists so tightly that my knuckles make popping sounds. Such a brave little thing. Cartwright's smile grows even more sinister as he steps into the room, the door closing behind him with a resounding thud. The air thickens with tension, and every muscle in my body tenses, anticipating what might come next. I'm tied up here, unable to move, completely exposed to the man's will. All I can do is try my best to buy some time. Tell me, Miss Jones. Cartwright moves around me, studying me like a predator sizing up its prey. How do you suppose I managed to find you? I don't care. They will come for me. I try again, doing my best to silence the pounding in my chest. Cartwright chuckles darkly. Who, Ulianov? I doubt he even knows where to begin looking for you. How did you find me? I demand, my voice wavering slightly despite my attempts to sound strong. I'm still trying to piece everything together. Simple. He leans in close, his breath hot against my ear. All it took is some connections and bribing one of the security guards at your boyfriend's place. It wasn't that hard, really. Shit. Jogging was definitely a bad idea. I should have known. Even to my own ears, my voice sounds defeated. Indeed, Cartwright agrees, his cruel smile never leaving his face. You almost made it too easy, really. Screw you, Cartwright, I say through gritted teeth. Anton won't rest until he finds me, and when he does—
Exactly,
Cartwright interrupts, pulling out a gun and pressing it against my temple.
which is why I'm going to be done with you by the time your lover boy figures out where you are. Now tell me what I want to know.
My breath catches in my throat, but I force myself to remain calm. Panic won't help me now. The stone. You can have it, I say quickly, hoping to buy some more time. Victor laughs, an ugly sound that makes me recoil.
You really think it's that simple? Don't act like you're stupid, Miss Jones. This is not about the stone anymore. This is fucking personal, and you know it,
he snarls, pushing the gun harder against my temple. I gulp. Of course it's personal. More than personal. I watched him kill that poor woman with his bare hands, and he knows it. Me and my team stand between him and his reputation. He's never going to let that go. Then what do you want? I ask, still stalling.
The $1 billion question, Cartwright shrugs. I want your life.
What about my team? I challenge, trying my luck once again. I told them what I saw, and they weren't exactly secretive about it either. The information is out there, Cartwright. You'll only bring more trouble upon yourself by killing me, too. I silently congratulate myself for my reasoning, because his confidence seems to falter for a millisecond.
You think I believe you?
Cartwright's eyes narrow, considering my words. The tension in the room thickens once again. I try to control my breathing, suppressing the panic that keeps threatening to take over. Look, I continue, trying my best to stay somewhat calm. Let me get the stone for you. Then you'll never hear from me and my team again. You have my word.
And why would your word mean anything to me?
It's working, Scarlet. Just keep doing what you're doing. Think about it, Cartwright. It's not like I'm going to go running to the cops, right? They'd lock me up before they even listen to a word I have to tell them about you, I say. Just let me bring you the stone, and we'll put this all behind us. No harm, no foul.
Oh, Scarlet, he sighs, shaking his head. You don't understand, do you? I don't need you to get the stone. My men will find it anyway.
No, they won't, I scoff. It's with Anton Ulianov, remember? Are you sure you want to go up against him? The fool has no clue what he's getting into. Let me get it for you, and we can all move on. It's a win-win. I try to keep my tone convincing. There's no way you have the kind of men to help you go up against the Bratva.
I won't need to, as long as I can keep Ulianov under my control.
Keep him under his control? What the fuck does that mean? What do you mean? I frown at him, echoing my thoughts.
What the fuck do you think I mean, Scarlet? A man like Anton Ulianov at my beck and call? That would be something now, wouldn't it?
He steps closer to me. The expensive cologne he's wearing doesn't mask the stench of evil that rolls off him.
I know exactly how much you mean to him, little Zyka. You're his second chance after his wife was killed, aren't you, dear? And now that I have your life in my hands, Anton Ulianov will do as I say. If he doesn't, I'll inflict pain you've never experienced.
I stare at him in horror. Is he telling me that he's planning to use me as some sort of bargaining chip to get Anton to be his lackey? If he is, then this is worse than I thought. So, I'm just a tool to you? I spit out, seething.
There it is. I know you'll figure it out eventually.
Cartwright confirms with a smirk. His words send a wave of dread down my spine. I need to find a way to get through to him, to convince him that letting me go would be in his best interest. But how? I can't be stuck as his prisoner. It's only a matter of time before he finds out about the baby I'm carrying. And then he'll have even more tricks up his sleeve to torture me and keep Anton at bay. Time is running out. Victor, listen, I start, desperation creeping into my voice. I can help you. You don't need Anton. I have skills. I can be useful to you. God, please let him hear me out. I can't let him force Anton back into the world he just escaped from. You saw what I did, how I got past your best men to take the stone. You could use someone like me. I can work with you, even—
Shut up!
He cuts me off, his patience clearly wearing thin.
You think I can't see through your pathetic attempts at manipulation? Save your breath, Scarlet. You're not going anywhere.
Fine, I snap, my temper flaring. But you can't keep me here forever. Anton will get hold of you, and when he does, you'll have hell to pay. Victor chuckles darkly.
I'm counting on it.
You have no fucking idea who you're dealing with, I hiss, my eyes blazing with defiance. I've seen my man in action. Yes, my man. I glare at Cartwright with pure hatred, imagining how he'll pay for what he's planning. Anton's going to rip his goddamn heart out and make him eat it.
Your confidence is admirable,
he taunts, stepping closer.
But misplaced. You're mine now, Scarlet. And so is Ulianov, my dog on a leash.
His laughter is chilling. Fuck you! I spit at him. I'm rewarded with a backhand that leaves my head reeling. I taste the metallic tang of blood in my mouth.
Watch your fucking mouth,
he taunts. The floorboards creak behind him, and Hector steps up closer, leering at me with undisguised lust.
Don't be too hard on her, boss, he grins. Keep her in one piece and let me have some fun with her first. Hector?
Cartwright turns to look at him. His eyes narrow in thought as he runs them over the man at his side.
You know what? Fine. Just make sure to keep her in one piece. We need her to keep Ulianov at bay, remember?
Hector grins cruelly, then licks his lips as he looks at me. Over my dead body, I snarl, unable to stop the bile rising in my throat at the thought of this pig touching me.
You should be grateful I didn't kill you already,
Cartwright says, grinning maliciously as he turns to walk away from me.
She's all yours, Hector.
My heart races, panic setting in as Hector approaches me, his eyes raking over my body like I'm a piece of meat. This can't be happening. It just can't. You'll regret this, you bastard, I say hoarsely, my voice shaking as I keep tugging at unrelenting ropes.
Shh,
Hector murmurs, reaching out a hand to stroke my cheek.
You might just enjoy it, baby girl. In fact, I'm certain that you will.
As his fingers come closer, I jerk my head away, revulsion surging through me. No matter what happens, I won't give in. Anton has to find me. He just has to. Not just for me. I'm so sorry, baby.
Let's get started, shall we?
Hector says, his voice dripping with anticipation as Victor looks back, his eyes gleaming with cruel satisfaction. The air in the room thickens with dread, and as Hector reaches for me, I shrink back against the barrier of the chair. But there's nowhere to go now. No cavalry coming in to save me. Thick hands curl into the fabric of my shirt and rip it roughly. And there's nothing I can do about it. I fight, curse, and twist, but I just can't get away.
Chapter 19. Anton. Cold sweat prickles between my shoulder blades. I clench my fists, then release the tension as I anxiously pace the room. Rage and frustration set my heart hammering against my ribcage like a caged beast, desperate to break free. Luca and Carl exchange glances, their own tension mirrored in their eyes. "Anton, we have to find her." Carl's voice breaks through my thoughts, his face set with determination. "Do you think I need to be told that?" I snap. My jaw clenches, teeth grinding together. "Fuck, I'm sorry, man." The man backs up a step, and I realize I've rounded on him with my fist raised. I take a steadying breath. I have to figure this out. Yabani Yorod. What are we missing? I keep pacing. The morning sun casts elongated shadows across the floor, yet the chill from the night still lingers. The air is heavy with anticipation of disaster, the silence oppressive. A faint ticking noise comes from the wall clock, a mockery of the time slipping away as Scarlet remains in Cartwright's grasp. "Wait." Carl snaps his fingers, eyes widening as realization dawns. "At the hospital, the ginger-haired woman. Don't you think she was a bit too interested in what was going on?" I stare at him for a moment. Blyad. Fucking Lena. The woman from the bar in town. The pair frown at me. She shouldn't have been there. Not at that hour. There must be a connection. Every one of my instincts is now screaming that this is the answer. My blood boils at the thought of that bitch putting my woman at risk. Every second wasted is another moment that Scarlet suffers at the hands of that monster. Victor and Carl both shoot me a glance, seemingly waiting for me to tell them what's next. What the fuck are we waiting for? I'm already on my way to the car. I don't look back to see if they're following me. The dingy bar reeks of stale beer and cigarette smoke, its dim lighting leaving the empty room casting gloom. The last time I'd been here, it had been bustling with patrons, and I'd been focused on Scarlet. Yet still, it lacked charm. Now, in the cold light of day, it's even more squalid than I remember. The filthy floor bears years of scuff marks and the stains of spilled drinks. The walls are yellowed by smoke, but I don't care about any of that. All I care about is the woman behind the bar, wiping down the surface of the counter with a filthy rag. Lena. As I stride up to her, she freezes, the rag stopping its sweeping movements. Lena, right? I lean against the counter casually, masking the simmering anger lurking beneath my words. In the corner of my eye, I notice Carl and Luca approaching behind me. Who wants to know? Her gaze flickers between the three of us, the fear in her eyes betraying her. Fucking jackpot. As soon as she locks eyes with me, I know she's dirty. I've done this shit long enough to spot it from a mile away. That's none of your business. I loom over her, barely containing the urge to wrap my hands around her throat and squeeze until she tells us what we need to know. She swallows hard, eyes clearly showing that she recognizes me. Oh, Anton, right? She attempts a smile. She fails. How's Scarlet doing? She glances past me as if expecting to see her. It's a pathetic act. I was about to ask you the same thing. I growl, keeping the killer in me at bay. What? She widens her eyes in an attempt at innocence that falls far short of the mark. You're going to tell me where she is. I finally spell it out. I don't know what you're talking about. Her tone is suddenly surly. I remain still, staring at her. She glances back at me like a deer looking into the headlights of an oncoming truck. Luca has moved around the bar, stopping behind her with arms folded. She knows there's no way out. What do you want? She croaks, her fear gradually taking over. "Do you need me to draw you a picture, Lena?" I ask. It's all I can do to stop myself from hauling her over the counter and shaking her. "Where the fuck is Scarlett?" "Look, I don't know anything." Her voice is now shaking as she fumbles with the rag. "She's just someone who used to come in here. I don't know everything about every one of my patrons." I hear Luca scoff beside her. "Do yourself a favor and spit it out, Suko. This is no amateur hour." When her eyes fly wide, I realize there's a blade in Luca's hand. I, she stutters, eyes darting between us, then down at the knife. "Stop wasting my fucking time and start talking," I roar. My voice is ice cold. A few of the drunk idiots in the back are now looking at us. Not that I care. None of them will have the balls to stand up to us. All right, Lena chokes out, realizing she ran out of options. Holding up her hands, fear is now etching lines into her face as Luca steps closer. I told the guy about you. Cartwright. She's twisting the rag between her fingers. Fingers I want to break one by one. I fucking knew it, Luca snaps. Look, it was nothing personal. It was just... She's now fumbling for words. Just business, okay? Business, I roar, taking a step closer. I don't know why human greed should surprise me, but from this unassuming woman it does. She makes a squeaking sound in the face of my fury. A wet spot is beginning to form around her thighs. She's panicking, which is exactly what I want. She will tell me everything I want to know. I'm sorry, she bleats. It's no consolation, but I hold myself back, letting her speak. We'd all heard about a stranger who bought the old Tucker estate. Big money by all accounts. I figured I could... She stops. You could what? Carl steps in. I can't believe what's coming out of this woman's mouth. I got bills to pay, okay? You think this bar earns me a fortune? Her words come out in a nervous rush as she sweeps a hand around her. I've been looking for a way out of my debt, all right? When I saw the ad for the nanny, I figured it was a way to get in with you, so I showed it to Scarlett. We already get along pretty good. I just thought she might be able to share some useful information. You sent her to spy, I frown. She had no idea, Lena admits. Now that she's talking, she's singing like the proverbial canary. But when those guys came into town, I knew it was all coming together. They were offering big money, mister, real big money, so when I saw Scarlett in town, I told them. Who else is involved in this shit? I demand, because it seems impossible that one stupid little barmaid could be so brazen. No one! I mean, well, it was Hector and me. Hector who? A guy who hangs out here. He was here at the bar the night you met Scarlett, remember? She gnaws on her lip. We were going to split the cash, but it's yours, all yours. I don't want anything to do with this. Fuck this, Carl scoffs. She glares at him, and again I'm consumed by the urge to grab her by the throat and squeeze the life out of her. My thoughts must show on my face because she shrinks further back. Where is Scarlett? I ask again. Lena shrugs, clearly not knowing how to respond. I know how she should be responding, though. She should be screaming. When Carl darts a look at me, I realize I'm resting my hand on the grip of my pistol. Anton, there's a warning in his tone. Lena's eyes are huge with terror. Please, her breath is coming fast. I've got kids, please. I don't see why that should bother me. I'm not backing down. Where is she? Lena shakes her head, her mouth opening and closing. Where is she? I roar, shooting forward and grabbing the front of her shirt. She screams as I haul her over the bar counter. I can't, he'll kill me. She chokes past the grip of my fist. Woman, I will kill you. I'm not making idle threats. Next to her, Luca is toying with the tip of his blade. Lena is shaking like a leaf in my grasp, further wetting her jeans. "Lady, you'd better spit it out. I can't control these guys," Carl tells her. He's got her at a place just outside town, an old abandoned homestead where Hector and his boys used to hang. Hector told him about it. Please, I had nothing to do with it." The words almost run into each other. She's speaking so fast. "That's all I know. I swear that's all I know. Please, oh God, please. My babies, I've got babies," she babbles. I drop her like a stinking stone and wipe my hand down my shirt to scrape off the feeling of filth she's left there. "Tell Luca how to get there," I say mildly, as if I hadn't just had her windpipe clasped in my fist. I need to get my anger back under control. Yes, she nods vigorously, tendrils of her pale hair clinging to her tear-streaked face. It's here." She's pulled out a battered old map book and is pointing out a spot on a page. What the fuck? Do people even use maps anymore? "Got it, boss." Luca nods. "Good girl." A satisfied smile tugs at my lips, though there's no warmth behind it. Turning away from Lena, I glance at Carl and Luca before looking back at her. "If you get on the line to Cartwright as soon as we leave here, I will come back for you, or they will kill you." Relief, mingled with fear, flickers across her face. "Thank you, sir, thank you." She's nodding eagerly from Carl to me, and then to Luca. "I won't call, I promise." "It's your lucky day, Suko." Luca sneers. "I would have gutted you." She swallows hard, and then looks down at the floor, keeping her eyes averted as we turn away. Jesus, do people like that actually exist in real life? Carl is shaking his head as we head to the door. "Welcome to my world." My lip curls, then I slant a side eye at him. "You realize you're a fucking jewel thief." "What? You never heard of honor among thieves?" Behind us, Luca gives a dry chuckle. As we exit the bar, the chill of the air outside bites at my skin, but I hardly notice. My mind races with thoughts of Scarlet, trapped and helpless, her torment fueling my wrath. Cartwright will pay for what he's done. The car's engine roars to life, a beast unleashed upon the world. We speed down the highway, tires screeching against the asphalt, my heart pounding in tandem with the thrum of the engine. Time is running out for Scarlet, and we must reach her before Cartwright has a chance to do whatever he's planning to do with her. I don't want to think about what that might be. "Anton?" Carl's voice trembles, betraying the fear we all feel. "What if we're too late?" "Then God help Cartwright, because nothing will save him from me." Chapter 20. Anton. It's hard to believe it's midday as we pull up outside the dilapidated building. It's as if the sun forgot to shine on the place. Clouds cast grim shadows over the crumbling house. The boarded-up windows and tattered curtains are a sickening hint of what might be happening within. The chill of the winter air seeps into my bones, but it's nothing compared to the icy anxiety gnawing at my insides. What did that motherfucker do to her? What state is she going to be in when we find her? Will we even find her? I push the thoughts aside and focus on the task at hand. I feel my jaw clench as I survey the scene. This is where she's being held, where Cartwright has ensnared her like a spider with its prey in its web. Hang in there, Zyka. "Boss." Luca nods toward the chain-link fence encircling the property, his eyes alert and calculating. He grips his gun with the steady confidence of a seasoned soldier. "Let's move," I order, my voice low and guttural. My instinct is to rush in, firing and killing indiscriminately. But I know that I can't give in to the temptation. Tension coils in my chest as we approach the fence, every muscle primed for action. Carl follows close behind, his own weapon drawn and ready. "I've got your back," he says, and I nod. Together we slip past a gate that's hanging off its hinges and edge closer to the house, staying within the shelter of heavy trees and outbuildings. It's impossible to be unaware of the danger lurking within. Leaves crunch beneath our boots, the sound unnervingly loud in the quiet of the abandoned yard. "3 guards at the front door," Luca murmurs, pointing out the obstacles between us and our goal. "2 on the left, near the broken window," Carl adds, his voice low. Take them out, quietly. My instructions are met with decisive nods, and we split up, each man focused on the task at hand. I move forward silently, murder in my mind. She's in there, somewhere, and I'll tear this fucking place apart if it means getting her back. "Carl, over here." I gesture for him to accompany me toward the front door, and he follows without question. The guards are heavily armed, but their overconfidence is going to be their weakness. A plan forms in my mind as we creep closer, every step calculated and precise. Take the one on the far side, then keep watch for others. I instruct before slipping into the shadows, stalking the first guard like a predator, honing in on its prey. The element of surprise is on my side, and within seconds, his limp body slumps against the wall. "Good thing you wore black," Carl says as he returns to my side. The guard is lying in a pool of his own blood that's gushing from a gaping throat wound. The shit is everywhere, coating my hands, soaking into my shirt. "Did you come back just to discuss my laundry problems?" I raise an eyebrow. "Where's your guy?" "Done." Carl's voice carries a hint of grim satisfaction, signaling his own success. We exchange a glance, knowing it's time to strike. "I'm coming, Zyka." The thought of her battered and broken fuels my resolve, my rage simmering beneath the surface. Cartwright will pay for what he's done, but first we must save her. Move. We storm the derelict house, our footsteps muffled by the rotting floorboards. It's dark enough inside for darkness to disguise us. We navigate through it with ease, thanks to years of experience in worlds just as treacherous as this. "Clear," Carl whispers as we search each room with bated breath, my heart hammering against my chest. I know she's close. I can feel it in my bones. And then the silence is shattered. "No, get your hands off me, you fucker!" The scream pierces the air like a knife, making my blood run cold. It's her. "Move!" My voice is a guttural growl, barely containing the fury bubbling beneath the surface. Carl nods, his eyes wide with determination. I push aside the terror threatening to consume me at the thought of what we may find. But she's alive. Her scream, horrifying as it was, has let me know she's alive. "Anton!" Carl is pointing to a cracked door at the end of the hallway. "Follow me." Adrenaline surges through my veins, propelling me forward. Time is of the essence and every second counts. Another scream pierces the air, followed by low laughter. It's time. I aim a brutal kick at the door, and I brace myself for what I might find inside as the rotten wood splinters and yields to the onslaught. I charge into a dimly lit room, the only light coming from a flickering bulb above. "Anton!" Her voice comes out as a hoarse cry, hoarse from screaming, no doubt. I'll make the fuckers pay for that. All of them will pay. She's tied to a chair, tears streaming down her face, her shirt stripped, her clothing hanging in tatters. Her bare feet are resting in a pool of water. It takes me a full second to take in the men who are flanking her. One I vaguely recognize from that night at Lena's bar, and I'm guessing it's Hector. Motherfucker. The other one has to be Cartwright. I grit my teeth. The heavy-set older guy is eyeing me with one brow raised, looking too fucking confident for a man in his position. There are a couple of heavies looming in the background, but I know they're no threat. Muscle with no skill is written all over them. "Welcome to the party, Mr. Ulianov," he says. I feel my finger curling around the trigger of my pistol. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." He glances down at Hector's hands. My brow furrows as I take in the sight of a stripped electrical cord he's holding. "Your woman's a real live wire," he smirks. "A bit like what my friend here is holding." He looks down at Hector's hand again. I run an eye from his fingers to where the cable is plugged into an electrical outlet. I glance back at the pool of water surrounding Scarlet. Her feet are firmly planted in it, even though I can see her trying to curl them away. "Fuck," I say before I can stop myself. If he drops that thing in the water, Scarlet's toast. "I'd say that about sums it up," says Cartwright. Behind him, Hector leers over her, stroking a hand over her shoulder. She flinches away. "I'm going to break every one of those fingers. Get the fuck away from her." "Put the gun down, Mr. Ulianov," Cartwright says. "I don't like to do business with armed men." "Business?" I'm fighting down the urge to blow his head clean off. "You're out of your fucking mind." "You think so?" He nods at Hector, who touches the end of the wire to Scarlet's throat. She jolts and screams as electricity crackles. "Stop," I snarl. Cartwright chuckles. "So, now that I have your attention, shall we discuss those terms?" Scarlet's eyes are fixed on me, tortured. It fucking kills me. "What do you want?" I grind out, not taking my eyes off her. "You," the fucker says. "You want to trade me for her?" I frown at him. This is the second time I've had this thrown at me in 2 fucking days. But this time it makes no sense. What beef does he have with me? It doesn't matter. I'll do it. I'm about to step forward when he speaks again. "I didn't say trade," he says. My frown deepens. "I want you to work for me. In exchange, I won't send her to you in pieces." It makes no fucking sense. And the thought of what he's saying makes me sick to my stomach. "Work for you?" "Yes, Mr. Ulianov." Cartwright smiles. It's ugly. "You see, I'm thinking about branching out. My line of business is tedious." He heaves a sigh. "Gold, diamonds, commodities. You have no idea how fucking hard it is to keep replacing the little brats who work my mines." "Little brats?" I shake my head. "They die, you see. So feeble. It's pathetic. And then I'm forced to go over there and sit in some African shithole while we try to clean up the fucking mess and grease some general's palm to find me more workers." He rolls his eyes. "In any event, it's a waste of my valuable time and money. And since arriving here, I've seen alternative avenues." He glances at Hector, who grins. He's still touching my woman. I clench my fists. "I don't see how that involves me," I say. "Well, obviously you're not as smart as my new associate here." He nods toward Hector. "He had no problem agreeing to let me enlist his biker friends to help with certain pharmaceutical interests I'll be investing in." Fuck. The pig is going to run dope for him. I shrug at him. I don't deal drugs. And I don't expect you to. But I will expect you to get rid of any obstacles to the success of my new ventures. You want me to kill for you? It's not a question. Now you're getting it? He beams like I've just shared some sort of light bulb moment with him. And in return, your woman gets to live, all in one piece. Fine, I'll do it. Now let her go. Cartwright tuts at me. Now, I'm sure you'd like me to think you're a man of your word, but I've been around the block a few times. Scarlet stays with me. The minute you mess up, I send you a finger. Do it again, maybe you'll get an ear. I'm sure you get my drift. You bastard, Carl snarls behind me. Anton. Scarlet looks stricken. My gut churns. Don't do it. Tell him to go fuck himself. She blurts. Hector reaches down and touches the exposed wire to her bare nipple. Her scream is blood-curdling. Jesus, he is going to die so horribly. My mind races as I consider my options. I'd consider doing as he asks, but the thought of leaving her with these cunts is absolutely intolerable. Cartwright can clearly see my warring emotions. To sweeten the deal, I may even throw in some conjugal visits. He smirks. Of course, you'll have to fit in around Hector's schedule. He wants her too, but let's face it, I'm sure there's enough to go around. That's the thing about pussy. You can use it as much as you like, and it's still there to sell on again. Another resource I might venture into. I feel bile rise up my throat and swallow it down. Bonus for making quota, Hector laughs. But I'll probably get tired of her soon, and she's all yours. He slides a hand down to cup Scarlet's breast. She snaps at him and he sneers until her teeth sink into his forearm. Hector roars as she gnashes down hard enough to draw blood. He rewards her with a backhand that flings her head back. I growl with enough force to have Cartwright snapping his eyes to me. His lips curl up into a cruel smile. The man is pure evil. And then it happens. The door crashes open as Luca charges in like a fucking bull elephant. In the time it takes for Hector and Cartwright to spin to look at him, I fling myself across the space between us, hitting Scarlet with enough force to throw her and her chair back a couple of feet. Out of the water. Thank fuck. A shot rings out, and I hear Hector squeal like a pig. I don't look around to see what's going down because I'm too busy hauling Scarlet upright. I make quick work of the ropes binding her to the chair, knowing that Luca and Carl will step into the breach for a minute. Shots ring out, confirming it. As I pull her to her feet and push her behind me, I spin to face the commotion. The goons are both down. Hector is flat on his back on the floor, clutching his belly, where blood is pulsing through his fingers. Gut shot. Nice, I say to Luca, who shrugs. I thought you'd want to finish him yourself. He grins at me. Hector is staring up at me with eyes hazed by pain. I take a step forward to where his other hand is clawing at the floor beside him. As the heel of my boot lands heavily and grinds down, I feel bones crunching beneath it, and he screams like a fucking schoolgirl. You shouldn't have touched her. I look over my shoulder to where Scarlet is huddled against my back. Her eyes are huge, her hands clasped around her chest. Carl shrugs out of his jacket and tosses it toward me, and I drape it around her. But my attention is swiveling elsewhere. In the chaos, Cartwright has bolted across the room. He's pressed himself up against the wall. He's eyeing us with what could only be described as sheer terror. Cartwright, I say, with enough menace for him to know exactly what's coming next. You almost made it too easy. Stop! I can pay you, Cartwright says quickly. I'm a man of means. It'll be worth your while to cooperate with me. Cooperate? I tilt my head to the side, cracking the tight vertebra in my neck just a little. Yes, cooperate, but in a good way. He's speaking too fast. Work with me. You won't regret it. Name your price. Anything you want. He believes money can buy him out of this situation. It's almost laughable. The man who held my woman captive is thinking he can escape with his life by flashing cash. His underestimation of the Bratva is a fatal mistake. His underestimation of me. I think that ship has sailed, Murak, I tell him, then glance over at Luca. Can you believe this cunt? Luca snorts, looking at Cartwright with contempt. His blade is in his hand. I swear that thing is an extension of his arm. I look back at the pathetic piece of shit in front of me. Cartwright's eyes widen in fear as he takes in the sight of Luca, and then back at me. The reality of his situation is finally sinking in. His face has gone pale. It turns completely gray as I prowl toward him. Your money means nothing. I spit at him, my voice cold and clipped. My fingers itch for the cold steel of my gun, but I resist the urge. I hear a soft sound from nearby and glance sideways to where Scarlet is huddled under the jacket. She flashes me a smile, but I can tell her bravery is forced. She needs me. But first, I need to deal with Cartwright. I stop in front of him, our bodies almost touching. I tower head and shoulders over him, and he tilts his head back to look at me. The diamond! You can keep it! His pupils are so dilated with terror it's hard to tell what color his eyes are. It's worth millions! I give a low laugh right in his face. You think I care, little man? His throat works as he swallows. Tell me what you want. I'll do anything. I want you to die. I narrow my eyes onto his. Painfully. How painfully is yet to be seen. I'm so sick of dealing with fuckers who want to hurt me and those I love. Those I love. Love? Jesus. I shoot a look over at Scarlet, who's staring at me with eyes like pools of pain. You don't need to do that! Please, I swear! The man's voice pitches to the point of sounding like a pig's high squeal. Shut up! Everything he says just makes me more murderous. I snap a hand up and close it around his throat. The acrid stench of urine makes my nostrils twitch. God damn it, he's pissed himself. Anton? It's Scarlet again, and suddenly everything inside me softens. She's moving toward me, moving toward the animal that put her in this place. I want to stop her from sharing the stinking air he breathes. Anton, it's okay. She holds the jacket closed in front of her to keep herself covered. Okay. I swivel my head toward her, still pinning Cartwright to the wall by his throat. What she's saying isn't making sense. Nothing will be okay until I've wiped this scum off the face of the earth. I mean it. I'm fine. Let's move beyond this. Her lips flicker up while I try to interpret this. Let him go, Anton. No. Why? Because I'm asking you to, she says gently. Because if you kill him, the authorities, the cops, the whole damn world is going to come down on your head, and you'll be running forever. He's too high profile to just bump off. I've already been running. Nico and me. We've done it before, I'm fine with it. I turn back to Cartwright, whose lips are quivering. Tears and snot are gleaming on his face. It's time to stop, Anton. Her voice is still gentle. Why? I don't see the point. My whole life has been one long mad rush toward oblivion. For me? For us? She pauses, then sets her hand on my arm. For our baby. Our what? My breath catches in my throat. I release Cartwright so abruptly that he chokes and slides down the wall, collapsing onto the floor. I don't give a fuck. I turn to face Scarlet. What? I breathe out the word. Our baby, Anton. Your baby. Her lips curve again, but this time, the smile is different. I'm having your baby. The room has gone completely silent, except for the pounding of my pulse in my ears. Carl and Luca know better than to interrupt right now. You're pregnant. It's as if I've lost the ability to understand what she's saying. Are you sure? Yes, I'm pregnant, Anton. Her smile widens. I'm sure. There's a strange keening sound from Cartwright on the floor behind me. Her eyes drop to him, then back up to mine. I'd kind of hoped to tell you at a better moment. Boże moi. I'm still staring at her. She gnaws her lip. Is it all right? I'm shaking my head, but not to say no. All right. Fuck, Zyka, it's better than all right. I'm suddenly scooping her up against my chest. It's so much better than all right. Well, I'll be damned, someone says from behind us. It's Carl. I sense Luca hovering, but I don't look at him. I'm still staring at the woman in my arms. So you see, she goes on, her hand cupping my cheek. You can't kill him. We need to stop running. This has to end now. I find myself nodding. Luca mutters something under his breath. Without releasing Scarlet, I look at him. Tie him up, I say, jerking my head back toward the twitching man. We'll figure out what to do with him later. Actually, I think I have an idea, says Scarlet. I lift an eyebrow. This wasn't just about the diamond, Anton. I saw Cartwright murder his mistress. He'll be a wanted man once the authorities find out. That's so. I know Carl had said something about that, but in my race to rescue her, those details had meant little to me. Let's tie him up here and call the police. Anonymously. Scarlet grins at me. Fuck, she's resilient. We'll let them know where to find him. Jess and Cody can put together a dossier with enough information to lock him away for good. And then we can move on without any of this shit touching us again. I feel laughter bubbling up my throat. You're pretty smart, you know that? Yeah, I kinda do. Her grin is radiant. God, she's incredible. There's a whimpering sound from behind me, and I turn to look down at Cartwright. Did you hear that, Mudok? I say. You're going to jail. Lucas starts to laugh. You know what, boss? I know some guys inside. Some guys with influence. And with certain needs. I join in the laughter. Are you saying what I think you are, Bratan? Luca nods, then smirks down at the asshole on the floor. You're going to get yourself a big, strong Russian boyfriend in there, Mr. Cartwright. I slide an arm around Scarlet and tuck her close against me, listening to Luca's laughter ringing out as he stoops to truss up the man on the floor. That worked out better than I expected, I tell Scarlet. What about this piece of shit? Carl pokes Hector with the toe of his boot. The man is writhing in a pool of blood, and the water he'd been planning to use to fry Scarlet. Please, chokes Hector, his voice laced with pain. Shall I put him out of his misery? Luca asks, as he straightens up from where he's been tying up Cartwright. I give this some thought. I'd rather have him suffer as he slowly bleeds out, but that might lead to complications when the cops get here and find him alive. I'd rather pin his death on Cartwright and really seal his deal. Do it, I say. Carl beats him to it. Leaning down, he snatches up the sparking cable Hector dropped and tosses it into the water. There's a crackle of blue light, and then a scream as Hector arches up and then flops back, his body pulsing in a series of macabre jerks and twitches. Seconds later, the stench of burning flesh fills the air, and Hector's eyes roll back. I didn't know you had it in you, says Luca. Shocking, right? Carl smirks, and Luca rolls his eyes. I shake my head. Carl shrugs at me. He was poison, you know that. I did. But right now, we don't have time for this shit. We have to get out of here. I look down at Scarlett, who's gazing up at me. I brush my lips over her forehead, and she tucks herself closer to me. My chest tightens as it all starts to sink in. There's a lot to discuss right now, and we're not going to do it in this stinking hole. Scarlett smiles at me tenderly, and it warms my heart. In spite of the carnage we leave in our wake, I'm still grinning like an idiot as we leave the room.
Chapter 21. Scarlett. The car weaves through the night, headlights carving a path before us. The silence between Anton and me feels thick, almost suffocating. My heart is still pounding from our escape, but there's another kind of tension now. Thank you for back there. My fingers twist in my lap, gripping the fabric of the oversized jacket that I've buttoned up around me. The others have taken another car, probably sensing that we need some privacy right now. I don't know what I would have done without you. Anton keeps his eyes on the road, his jaw clenched tight. A muscle twitches near his eye, betraying some hidden emotion.
You're safe now,
is all he says, voice gruff. Silence descends again until I can't bear it anymore. I wanted to talk about what I said. I finally gather the courage to address the elephant in the room. He slants a look at me before staring ahead again. About the baby. I trail off, swallowing hard. Are you really happy? It wasn't just because of Cartwright, right?
Of course not.
He glances at me, eyes softening.
I am happy, Zyka. Truly.
A knot inside me begins to unravel, but the silence returns as we journey on. We don't say another word about it, and my nerves are taut as violin strings. Fuck. I shouldn't have said anything. I should have picked another moment. Finally, the estate looms before us like a fortress. As we step out of the car, Nikolai bursts from the front door, running toward us with open arms. Anton scoops him up, enveloping him in a bear hug. "Scarlett!" Nico exclaims, face lighting up when he sees me. "I missed you. Everyone said you had to go to an important meeting. I don't like it when you're gone." I raise an eyebrow at Anton, who gives a shrug. I guess it wouldn't be smart to tell the poor boy I'd been snatched up by a psychopath, especially since he seems to have developed a little separation anxiety since his ordeal. "I missed you too, kiddo." I ruffle his hair, warmth spreading through me at the sight of his smile. The interior of the house beckons like a beacon of safety after all that's gone down. I step into the entrance hall and exhale a deep sigh.
You good?
Anton turns to me. "I'll be fine," I nod. "Just need to get cleaned up." I look down at myself and grimace. "But I'd like to hang out with you later if that's cool." Anton dips his head.
I'm counting on it, he says. Nico and I will be waiting for you.
I make my way to the room that was once my own and spend an hour washing the dirt off. Not that there's much to wash off. I think it's more the thought of Hector's hands on me that I need to scrub away. By the time I'm dressed and warm again in a soft pink sweater and matching pants, I almost feel like none of it ever happened. Except it did. And I don't really want to be alone right now. I'm glad for Anton's invitation to join them again. I find them in the living room, two dark heads bent over what looks like a model airplane. Anton looks up.
Hey, Zyka.
Hey. I smile as I move to join them. Where are the others? The house has been notably silent since our arrival.
Luca went with Ivan to take the men back home, he says. Your people said they had something to do back at the Fleabag Carlton? He frowns. I feel a smile form. They're giving us space. Then I guess it's just us? I sit cross-legged on the floor beside them. Nico hands me a tube of glue. His eyes move over my face, and then he gives a slight nod. And then we turn our attention back to the little plane, which is exactly what I need. For the next few hours, we spend time together, sharing laughs over Nico's comments and stories. By the time we're done, I have almost forgotten the darkness that's chased us. We stand and stretch our cramped limbs. Anton drops into an armchair, and Nikolai scrambles onto his lap. "Tell us a story, Papa," he demands. Anton gives me a sheepish grin, as if feeling awkward over this moment of fatherly behavior. He obviously doesn't know how much it warms my heart. By the time he launches into a tale about a brave knight who must rescue his princess from an evil sorcerer, I'm turned into a mush. As we listen to his deep, gravelly voice, I watch the animation in his face, admiring the strong lines of it. And though he's talking about dark woods and fortresses, I know this story is ours. The knight who came to save me. A dark night, but my night all the same. I lose myself in Anton's voice as he continues the story. When it's over, Nikolai is beaming with joy. It warms me. After what he's been through, I'd been afraid he'd never be the same. I must give the kid some credit for his resilience. He must have gotten that from his father. "Will you give me more climbing lessons, Miss Scarlet?" Nico suddenly asks. Anton and I exchange glances, and I can see the muscles in his face tense. I know what's on his mind. He's remembering those terrifying moments when Nikolai was in that pit, and how those skills saved his young life. "I think I could probably learn a thing or two from you, kiddo," I tease gently. His face grows serious, and I regret my words at once. Am I bringing back bad memories? Jesus, he probably needs therapy after everything he's been through. But then he goes on. "I thought of you. It made me brave." His face is earnest, and I remembered that I could climb and about the locks. His eyes shine brightly. I knew what to do. The kid's impressive, indeed. He picked the damn handcuffs. I know a dozen men who couldn't get that right. You sure did, kiddo, and I'm very proud of you. I squeeze his little shoulder. We'll make a cat burglar out of you yet. Anton clears his throat abruptly. Maybe not that. I quickly correct myself. But we'll find some useful ways to put those talents to the test. Maybe you could be a rock climber, or a zookeeper for monkeys. The sound of his laughter fills me with warmth, and soon enough, Anton joins in too. By the end of the evening, our laughter has grown easy and natural, as if the past few days had never happened. We all curl up together on the sofa. It feels like everything is finally right again. But there's always the unspoken topic hovering over us. The baby. The future. Our future. With every tick of the clock, anticipation and nerves build within me as I wait for the inevitable conversation. It has to happen. I know it does. It's not long before exhaustion finally takes its toll on Nikolai. He yawns widely, eyes drooping. "Bed," Anton says. He carries Nico to his room and tucks him in, brushing a kiss against his forehead. Yet again, it makes my heart swell. There's no mistaking what an incredible father he is.
It seems so at odds. This man I've seen in crude battle, slashing throats and breaking necks without mercy, who can be so gentle with his child. It bolsters my courage to broach the topic that's nagging at me. "Can we talk?" I ask Anton once Nikolai has gone to sleep. We stand in the dimly lit hallway, shadows throwing patterns on the walls.
"Yes, Zayka."
His hand grazes my lower back, guiding me back toward the living room. Anton closes the door behind us, the click echoing in the quiet room. It takes me a lifetime to build up the courage to say what's on my mind. But he waits, not pushing me. "The baby," I blurt, heart racing, thankful for the low light that hides my expression. I know it's a lot to take in, and things between us, they're unresolved.
"Scarlett."
He takes both of my hands in his, fingers gently brushing over my knuckles.
"I know this wasn't part of the plan, but I am happy."
"We have a plan?" I'm trying to keep my voice light, but I'm failing miserably.
"Don't we?"
His thumb strokes my cheek, and I search for a response. "I don't know," I admit at last. "It's been a whirlwind." He nods.
"Yes, and that one's on me."
"Not entirely," I smile. "I mean, the lunatic who kidnapped me back there, that's on me."
"Yes, that is correct."
He says it too easily. I want to pout and tell him that he could at least pretend to disagree with me. It's what a gentleman would do. Then again, Anton Ulianov is no gentleman. And I kind of love it that way. I kind of love him in every way. The realization takes my breath away. Holy shit. I love him. "So, what is it? This plan we have?" I gaze up at him. He keeps stroking my cheek.
"We face whatever comes next."
He says the words that seem to have echoed through our world lately. And what comes next? I know I'm pressing this, but I'm reaching the point where I need clear answers.
"We do, Scarlett. You, me, Nikolai."
Our eyes lock.
"And this child."
He glances down.
"He comes next."
"He?" I grin at him. "What makes you think it's a he?"
"My seed," he smirks. "It's potent."
Our eyes meet, and I almost burst out laughing. My heart suddenly feels filled with a mix of relief and joy as I lock eyes with this man. My man. "You're full of it, you know that?" I laugh, heaving a sigh and leaning into his touch.
"I am what I am."
He shrugs. Then he frowns slightly.
"Is that something you are happy with?"
"What do you mean?" I tilt my head.
"I will never be an ordinary man, Scarlett. No white picket fence or whatever they call it. This is my world."
He sweeps an arm out. "You think I want a white picket fence?" I laugh. "What else? A mortgage, 2 cars, and a golden retriever? PTA meetings?"
"What?"
He looks confused. I shake my head. "Look, it doesn't matter. None of that is important to me."
"I can't promise you an easy life, Scarlett."
My heart somersaults at where this is going, because I've realized that right now we're negotiating the terms of our life together. Our life together. Nobody's life is easy, Anton. Even the families with the picket fences. We all face challenges in one way or another. I want to face them with you. His beautiful eyes lift to mine, so damned intense I'm finding it hard to breathe. Anton. I bite my lip as I hold that burning gaze. I'm not going anywhere. These admissions are all leaving me a little surprised. A part of me has known it all along, but I've never said the words out loud. Never really admitted it to myself that I'm here to stay. He couldn't get rid of me if he wanted to.
What about Mexico?
The corner of his mouth flickers up as he says it. I haven't given up on Mexico. I smile back at him, but I would only want to go there with you. Something flickers in his expression, and I sense the mood growing serious again.
It has been a long time since I allowed myself to believe there could be someone in my future again. Not after.
He takes a breath.
Not after Katya. But you changed everything. All of it. And I don't want to go back to what my life was before. I couldn't live without you, Zyka.
I blink in surprise, because that's pretty freaking deep. You couldn't?
No.
He shakes his head.
When I thought I had lost you, again, I almost went out of my mind.
Wouldn't take much, I joke, because I'm not used to so much intensity.
I am serious, Scarlett.
I feel contrite. I'm serious too. I mean it. I'm not going anywhere. I say it again because I need him to believe it, to understand the gravity of it. A part of me always knew, right from that very first night. I picked you, Anton. My body decided first when it made this baby for us, and then my heart followed. I lick my lips, taking a breath before I say the next words. I love you, Anton Ulianov. His body goes still. The breath I'd just taken feels as if it's lodged in my chest.
Yes,
he says at last, just when I'm about to suffocate.
Yes, this is right.
He nods solemnly.
It is love, isn't it? This feeling.
I think so. I touch his chest. I hope so. He presses my hand over his heart.
I know so, Zyka.
The wave of emotion that suddenly floods over me almost leaves my knees weak. You do? I blink at him and he nods.
I love you, Scarlett.
My breath catches. Holy shit, I choke out. I feel a laugh bubbling out, and then I realize that I'm tearing up. Holy shit, do you know what this means? He gives another of those slow, solemn nods.
It means you are mine, and I am yours.
The rush of emotions is almost too much to bear as I look at him through teary eyes. I guess I can't blame myself for being so damn emotional. Not to mention that my hormones are probably going crazy as well.
What is it?
Do you know how hard I've been fighting this? I shake my head.
I do, because you are foolish.
I laugh again. Stop it. You can't tell me you didn't fight it too.
I did, he agrees, because I am foolish too.
He pulls me against the hard lines of his body.
It is why we fit so well together. This foolishness, among other things.
What other things? I quirk a brow, expecting him to state the obvious, that our bodies were practically made to pleasure each other.
Your courage, for one. I've never met my match until you. And your fire. We burn together.
He holds me more firmly. Don't forget my stubbornness. I wrinkle my nose at him.
That too.
His smile is uncharacteristically gentle.
You are my equal, Zyka. I didn't know that could exist between a man and a woman. Not in my world.
Not surprising. You're all a bunch of badass, hard-headed mother fluffers. Well, now you've met your match, I tease, brushing my lips against his.
Thank you,
he murmurs against my mouth. For being a badass, hard-headed mother fluffer? I ask. His smile warms my heart.
For giving me a chance to be a father again. I want to do right by you and our baby.
I know you will, Anton. I reach up to cup his face in my hands. I saw how you went to war for Nikolai. That's the father I want for my child. He's silent for another moment, digesting this.
I have not always taken care of those I loved.
We've been over this, Anton. You don't need to be afraid for me. I can take care of myself.
I know you can, but that will never mean I wouldn't kill for you, or die for you.
Oh God, please don't die, I tell him, trying to lighten the mood. I expect you to be around forever. My big, strong Bratva devil.
Not anymore. He looks resolute. That life is behind me. This is what I want now.
His hand slides down my belly as he looks into my eyes.
There will be no more choices that put my family at risk.
His eyes soften, and I know he means every word.
I love you, Zyka,
he whispers, pressing his forehead against mine. I love you too. Saying it out loud feels so new, and it feels like a weight has lifted off my chest. The words hang in the air between us, solidifying our bond.
Come with me,
he says, gently taking my hand as he leads me to his bedroom. The warm glow of the lamplight envelops us as we move closer to one another until our bodies are firmly pressed together. The sensation of his touch and the warmth of his skin on mine is the feeling I've been secretly craving for what feels like an eternity. It's been so damn long. He takes my face in his hands and gently brushes his lips against mine, murmuring soft words against my mouth. And then our mouths crush against one another in another one of those toe-curling kisses that he's so damn good at. By the time it's over, I'm panting.
I want you naked,
Anton growls as we pull apart. His hands trace the outline of my jaw. His gaze follows his fingers, taking me in like a masterpiece that he'd never seen before. I can feel my skin flush as he takes his time to appreciate me, and I close my eyes when his fingertips trail down my neck, sending waves of shivers through my body. He slowly moves around me while I stand still and hold my breath until I'm facing the mirror that dominates the far wall of the room. His eyes are heavy with want as he slides his hands over my shoulders and down the sides of my body. I look at myself in the reflection with him behind me. This man is mentally undressing me with desire in his eyes, and it's driving me to distraction. Dropping his hands to my waist, he takes the hem of my sweater and raises it till it's up and over my head. My t-shirt goes next, followed by my pants, until my clothes pool on the floor beside us. With intense concentration, he eases off my underwear until it too is forgotten on the ground. He straightens and looks at me so intently that I want to squirm, but I don't move. I can't. It's as if I'm under his spell.
Tell me you want me,
he says into my ear as I stand bare before him. More than anything, I breathe, my heart pounding in my chest. Turning me back to face him, he hungrily crushes his lips against mine, sweeping me off my feet once more. His hands roam over my body, and the heat between us intensifies as I fumble with his clothes until he's as naked as I am. I take a moment just to take him in. I'm in awe of the pure perfection of his body. His broad shoulders, chiseled chest, and taut abs move smoothly under silken, tattooed skin. I can feel his belly tensing beneath my fingertips as I stroke teasingly toward the thick length of his cock, while I trace my eyes down his long, lean legs. The muscles there flex as he moves closer to me. His biceps bulge as he wraps his arms around me and pulls me into an embrace that almost crushes the air from my lungs. God, you're so damn beautiful. I run a hot stare over him. Hard, perfect lines, a study in sheer maleness. I can never get enough of the sight of this mind-blowingly gorgeous man. And you're all mine. I think that's my line. He strokes his fingers down the slope of my breast. As he reaches the tip, my nipple is hard and tingling. When he dips his head to take it into his mouth, the world outside fades away until there's only him and me. God, Anton. I groan low in my throat as he nudges me gently back until the bed bumps up against the back of my knees. I groan deeper as his mouth moves over me. His tongue slides and swirls around my nipple, sending more sparks of pleasure through me. I arch my back, threading my fingers into his hair and clasping his head more firmly against me as his lips move from one nipple to the other, hot and warm. A zing of need runs through me, leaving me slick and needy, even though he hasn't even reached between my splayed thighs yet. His hands grasp my hips firmly as he pulls me closer to him, and I can feel his hardness pressed against my thigh. Ty krasivye. He says the words reverentially, and though I don't know what they mean, I know they're magical. Mouth, lips, fingers, tongue. He uses them all to explore my tingling flesh as if he's committing every inch of me to memory. The sensations continue to build until I'm a panting puddle of mush beneath him, and he kisses down my stomach, moving lower still until his lips reach the place between my legs. Fuck, yes. My breathing turns ragged as his tongue begins to work its magic, each lick and stroke sending waves of pleasure shooting through my body until I'm trembling and shaking out of control. You taste like heaven, Zyka, he murmurs against me, the words rumbling through my heated flesh. I buck my hips, desperate for more. If he slides his fingers into me now, I'm going to go off like a rocket. Please, oh God, I babble, not quite sure what I'm asking for, but needing more of this. So much more. My hands dig into the sheets as I writhe beneath him, never wanting this feeling to end. His expert tongue flicks at my clit until I'm only a step away from exploding. When he stops, I mewl, but then he's sliding up my aching body, lips retracing their path up my flaming flesh until he's staring into my eyes. I groan low in my throat as he stops moving, settling between my thighs, the head of his cock nudging against the slick lips of my pussy. I spread my thighs wider, opening up to him, eager, desperate even. Ya тебя люблю, he exhales as he slides into me, and I'm arching my back at the sensation of being filled so suddenly, entirely. I want to respond, but my breath is caught in my throat by the sheer size of him. He pauses there to capture the perfection of the moment of the two of us merging into one. When he moves, my eyes fly wide, and I finally let out a guttural moan that barely sounds human. The sound deepens as he sets up a smooth rhythm that has my hips pumping in time with him. The walls deep within me clasp at the length of him, and for a moment it feels like the world dissolves around me. "Я люблю," he says again, his voice sounding choked this time as he grits his teeth, a light sheen of sweat on his brow. I know he's drawing these moments out, and I feel the exertion of it too. I want it to last forever. What does it mean? I whimper through a haze of pleasure. "It means I love you," he growls, resting his forehead against mine and gazing into my eyes. "I love you too," I whisper. The tingling deep in me is starting to build even further as he starts to move more quickly. "Я тоже тебя люблю." He's still looking into my eyes. "Say it." "Я тоже тебя люблю." I stumble over the strange words. It's not easy because I'm panting, my breath rushing out with each deepening thrust. It feels like he's touching the very heart of me. I slide my hands down the roping muscles of his back, nails leaving a trail until I reach the heavy muscles of his pumping ass. When I sink my nails into his firm flesh, he groans out a string of Russian. Rich and beautiful, it touches something primal within me. But he's picking up the tempo, and it's growing harder to focus on the words he's saying. All I know is that he's pushing me ever closer to heights of pleasure I never thought I'm capable of experiencing. When I finally come undone in a wild explosion, he's right there with me. The smooth baritone of his voice mixes with my own frantic cries, our sounds melding together. I can feel every inch of him pressed against me, inside me, his warm breath on my face, the salt of his skin tangy on my lips. I could devour him right now, absorb him into me and make him mine completely. God, oh my God! I hear the words being torn from me. It's almost too much, and yet still not enough. It will never be enough. Not with this man. Anton moves above me, his strong arms holding me. The depth of his emotions overwhelms me, making my own heart swell with love. "Scarlet," he breathes, his voice raw with passion as he buries his face in the crook of my neck. His lips find my skin, nipping and kissing gently, making me shiver yet again. "Я тебя люблю," I whisper again, smiling, my fingers digging into his shoulders as our bodies finally come down. A sense of peace washes over me. This is where I belong. With Anton, in his arms, safe. We lay entwined, the comforting sound of our breathing filling the quiet room. He strokes my hair, his touch feather-light and soothing. "Promise me something," I say, looking up into his eyes. "What, Zayka?" he replies, the love in his voice unmistakable. "Promise me that no matter what happens, we'll face it together." Anton's gaze is unwavering as he answers, "I promise." His face suddenly turns serious. "But I need a promise from you too." "Name it," I say, feeling the warmth of my afterglow turning my limbs to jelly as a languor filters in. "Promise you'll be my wife." I shoot bolt upright. "What?" My mouth is hanging open. "Marry me, Scarlett Jones." "You can't be serious." "Is that a no? You would want me to go on my knees?" A dark brow rises. I'm shaking my head in astonishment. What? No, yes, I'll marry you. No, don't go on your knees. I can't find my breath. Did he just propose to me? Is this really happening?
Scarlett Ulianov.
He makes a humming sound in his throat.
I like it. It sounds good.
Who says I'll take your name? I laugh. What's wrong with Jones?
My wife carries my name so that everyone knows you're mine.
How about Scarlett Jones Ulianov?
No.
His hand cracks down on my ass and I shriek out a laugh.
You will be an Ulianov. That's final.
Is this our first fight?
If it is, we might do it often. And then I'll get a chance to punish you.
He slaps my ass again, and now my laughter is breathless, colored with something else. Come here, you, I tell him, twining my arms around his neck and pulling him down to me. I just decided how to celebrate our engagement. The laughter that rumbles in his chest is deep enough to have me shuddering. And it's not the last shuddering I do that night. In fact, there's a whole lot more of it.
Chapter 22. Anton. All set, bratan. I address Luca as he walks up beside me. A cold breeze touches my face as I fix my eyes at the end of the aisle, surrounded by the beauty of the snow-covered mountains. Crisp air fills my lungs, cold and sharp, reminding me of the danger that once lurked in the shadows. Today, it is overridden by a sense of wholeness, a sense of peace. It's a feeling that I never knew I was looking for. All set, boss, Luca says, adjusting his tie. How long until I can take this off? It's uncomfortable as fuck. I grin at him, feeling more relaxed and benevolent than I can ever remember. His presence as my best man is a reminder of the bond we've shared through many highs and lows. Today is one of the highs. The highest. Look at you all dressed up in your fancy monkey suit. You look like you have a bellyache, Starik. Ivan taunts me from my other side, his eyes scanning the crowd of guests who have come to witness this wedding. Pashol na kui, Dolboyab. I respond beneath my breath. The bastard can tell I'm fucking anxious, and I know he's not used to it. We're on, boss. It's Luca again. Not that he needs to tell me. The sound of footsteps crunching in the snow has drawn my attention to Art and Scarlett, now standing at the entrance. Holy fuck. I exhale, swallowing down a lump in my throat at the sight of my woman. Her white velvet gown flows around her, while the jeweled neckline sparkles against her porcelain skin. She's wearing a little furry white jacket to protect her shoulders from the chill, and her crimson hair tumbles down her back like a fiery waterfall. Jesus, she's beautiful. And she's all mine. Last chance to make a run for it. Ivan chuckles beside me. I dismiss him with a jerk of my head. I'm too busy watching my bride. Art's face is a mix of pride and happiness as he walks her toward me, her arm linked through his. Scarlett's deep, dark eyes scan the aisle, then stop when they finally land on me. I hold my breath. Our gazes meet, and the intensity of emotion between us speaks volumes of the journey we've shared. This is the moment, the one where it all becomes clear. Isn't she gorgeous? Jess, who's maid of honor, mouths as they approach. Tony and Carl stand beside her, unlikely bride's attendants, but my Zyka wanted it that way, and they've taken their role to heart. Hey, Scarlett breathes the word as she reaches me. Her beauty leaves me speechless, and I struggle like a teenage boy to find my voice. I answer with a smile instead. This moment of redemption, after years spent in darkness, feels surreal. Ready? Scarlett whispers, her voice barely audible over the pounding of my pulse. Duh, I respond. I run my eyes from her head to her toes and then back again. The gentle swell of her belly is now visible beneath the cut of the dress, and it's magnificent. Her cheeks redden beneath my scrutiny. As she turns to pass her bouquet to Jess, I hear her muttering, God, I feel like a whale. If we weren't standing here in front of everyone who matters to us, I'd sweep her up against me and tell her that the sight of her carrying our child only makes me want her even more. You have never been more beautiful, I assure her, my voice low and steady. She dimples up at me. So fucking beautiful. Dearly beloved, the minister is beginning, and I realize that this is it, the start of something new, something better, something an animal like me probably doesn't even deserve. As the minister speaks, I glance over at Luca. He nods, his eyes filled with something that I haven't seen there before. Perhaps he feels it too, this shift from the world we shared. Nico is close at my side, his eyes wide as he follows the proceedings, his face beaming. Scarlett, the minister prompts her, and she gives a nervous little smile. I, Scarlett Jones, take you, Anton Ulianov, to be my lawfully wedded husband, she begins, her voice tremulous. To have and to hold from this day forward, for better or for worse, in sickness and in health. As she declares her commitment to me, I feel something change deep inside, as if a door that had been long locked is finally opened. Fuck. Maybe this is what redemption feels like. The chance to build a life worth living, with people worth loving. Anton? The minister turns to me, and I swallow hard, knowing it's my turn to make my vow to Scarlett. Yeah, Anton Ulianov. Brat tebia, Scarlett. Za swою законную женщину. I, Anton Ulianov, take you, Scarlett Jones, to be my lawfully wedded wife. Чтобы иметь и держать начало с этого дня. To have and to hold from this day forward. I continue my part of the vow that will bind us together. She won't know all the words, but many of them will be more familiar to her now, after I've said them to her so many times. The rings, the minister says, and Nikolai steps forward solemnly, holding out 2 small boxes. He's taken his role so seriously that he spent the morning polishing the gold bands. They gleam now as the winter sun touches them. With this ring, I marry you, Scarlett says, as she reaches for my hand and slides the band over my knuckle. Her fingers tremble against mine, and I squeeze them gently. With this ring, I marry you, I repeat, locking our fingers once her own ring is firmly in place. It gives me great pleasure to pronounce you husband and wife, says the minister. You may now kiss the bride. Finally, the part I've been waiting for. A breathless anticipation fills the air as I lean down and brush my lips against my wife's. She slides her arms around my neck and pulls me down firmly, her lips parting beneath mine as she deepens the kiss, and I let her draw me into it. The violence that once consumed me falls away in this moment, replaced by a love so fierce and powerful, it humbles me. A round of applause erupts around us as we break apart, our eyes locked in a silent promise. A promise I made once before. I'll kill for you. I'll die for you. But somehow, I don't think that will be necessary. Not anymore. She smiles at me, and it's a vision of pure joy. All right, that's enough, you two, I hear Ivan say behind me, his hand on my shoulder. "There's partying to be done. There's food to be eaten. Vodka to be drunk." "Now you're speaking my language," Luca adds. Our friends, our family cheer for us as we walk back down the aisle together. The cold bites at my face, but the warmth between us is enough to chase it away. "Oh my God, look at that!" Scarlett laughs as we head out of the small chapel. Snow is coming down in little flakes that melt as they touch us. "We'd better get inside before you freeze, Zyka," I tell her. She shakes her head, tipping it back and catching tiny crystals on her tongue. I feel my cock hardening and wonder how soon we'll be able to get out of this place. I pull her close and lower my mouth to her ear, my breath ruffling the crimson tendrils of her hair. "I need to be inside you, Mrs. Ulianov." "Jones Ulianov," she giggles as I swat her ass. There'll be more of that later, I warn as she slides her arm around my waist and tucks herself against my side, where she belongs. At the reception, tables draped in white linen are arranged around a polished wooden dance floor, soft lights casting a glow over the scene. The smell of food fills the air, mingling with the scent of pine from the surrounding forest. Scarlett's face glows at the sight of it. Perfect. Laughter and conversation drift through the cool night as we make our way to the head table. Luca and Ivan flank us both, the grins on their hardened faces genuine, despite the constant fucking with me about being tied down now. As we make toasts, there's more teasing from the two idiots. I don't care. I can't think of anything I want more than being tied to this woman. "To the beauty who tamed this beast," says Luca, raising his glass to Scarlett. "To my not-so-tame beast," she says in return, lifting a glass of sparkling water. The vodka is flowing. The conversation grows more animated, and through it all, I can't believe this is me. This is my life now. "I bet old Red would never have imagined a day like this," Art says, his eyes growing moist as emotions and vodka begin to combine. "Red?" asks Luca. "Scarlett's dad," says Cody, who ditched his signature sweats and hoodie for an almost decent suit. "Scarlett's father was named Red," says Luca. "Sure." Art is nodding. "Red and Scarlett Jones," Luca says. He's beginning to smirk. "Ulianov," I correct him. He grins at me. "So, what you gonna call your kid, boss? Pinky?" Carl is laughing, and Cody is snorting, and I'm not offended at all. These idiots can't stifle my mood right now. Not as I watch Scarlett as she chats with Jess, her hands cradling her belly protectively. "Can you believe there's no more Volkov?" I hear Ivan tell Luca. I wonder if he's feeling the same sense of relief that I've been feeling today. "Good news for you," says Luca. With the fucker gone, there's been a vacuum in the organization, and rumor has it that Ivan will be filling the role. That suits me just fine. An ally at the top of the ranks. It means that there'll be no pressure for me to go back. Not that I'd ever go back. Not when there's so much to look forward to. The night continues, and the sense of resolution and completeness seems to touch everyone present. And then, it's time for our first dance as a married couple. Our first dance ever, now that I think about it. And as the music plays, and the stars begin to sparkle above the snow-capped mountains, I pull Scarlett close, our bodies swaying gently to the rhythm. "Look at us," I tell her softly against her neck. "Husband and wife." Scarlett looks up at me, her eyes shining in the moonlight. "I wouldn't have it any other way," she whispers, her lips curving into a smile that holds the promise of a lifetime. And as we dance, surrounded by love and family, I know that whatever challenges the world may throw at us, we'll face them together. Life is going to be good.
Epilogue. Scarlet. 2 years later. Warm sand cradles my feet, the sun's golden rays caressing my skin as I watch Anton and Nikolai splashing in the crystal-clear water. The salty air fills my lungs as I sit under a vibrant palm tree, baby Lila by my side. She giggles, her chubby fingers grasping at the seashells scattered around her. Her bright red curls are offset by the luminous pink of her full-body swimsuit and a little pink sun hat. She's the picture of innocence, a stark contrast to our dark pasts. She says, raising a sandy handful of shells at me. The words are starting to form, and it's just a matter of time before I'm getting a clear mama from her. Though, of course, Anton got papa the moment she'd figured out how to use her voice. Not surprising, since she's the apple of his eye. And she shares his. The unusual gold flecks that make my husband's eyes so incredibly beautiful. I look for him now, spotting him and Nikolai cutting through the waves. He's been teaching the boy to body surf, which is a skill I'd never imagine Anton having. But then again, the man can do anything, and he does it all well. And now I can't tear my eyes away from the gleaming lines of his muscular body as he dives beneath the waves with Nico mimicking him. God, what a sight. The lycra of my bikini bra is smooth against my skin, and when I glance down, I see my nipples poking against the pink fabric. Damn it, the man can turn me on from 100 yards without even looking at me. And I'm pretty sure it will always be that way. Always be this perfect. I can't help but marvel at how our lives have changed since leaving our old world behind. This beach in Tulum, Mexico, once just an escape plan from danger, is now our happy haven, a place where we've built a life together. A life that's given us everything we wanted and more. I sink back onto my elbows in the sand, keeping an eye on Lila as she plays with the shells on the edge of her pink towel while I soak in the summer sun. This is the life. Zyka. Anton's deep voice cuts through my reverie as he strolls toward me, water droplets glistening on his toned chest. Oh, lordy lord. Hello, hot stuff. I grin up at him. Papa. Lila has her arms raised and Anton reaches down for her. Damn it, that's definitely a papa. The man has a way with every woman he encounters. He's like catnip for females. We all want to roll around on him. Come, Pinky, he says, crooning a string of endearments as he brushes the tip of his nose against hers. Дай наше сокровище. She gurgles with delight, grabbing a handful of his hair. My heart melts. His eyes lock onto mine when he's had his fill of charming our daughter. A small smile warms his chiseled features. Nico wants to show you something. What you got there, kiddo? I turn to face my stepson. My heart son. Look at this! Nikolai holds up a beautiful seashell, his face beaming with pride. He looks so much like his father, it's uncanny. Wow, that's amazing, little man, I exclaim, taking the shell from him and examining its intricate patterns. Memories of my own unusual childhood flood my mind, the skills my father taught me shaping the person I am today. It's for you, Mama, Nikolai says, his face lighting up. It didn't take him long to transition from Miss Scarlet to Mama, and though initially I was worried about it, he was the one to tell me that there's room in his heart for the mama I've become to him as well as his mama in heaven. Kids can be so darn smart, and I love that we can acknowledge his birth mother now. We've become open with him about Katya, answering his questions and assuring him of the boundless love she had for him. Yet he's embraced me as his mother too, something I'll never take for granted.
You hungry?
Anton asks Nico, his clipped tone softening as he passes his son some bottled water. In the past, he might not have been one to express emotions easily, but being here has changed him. Nico nods, looking at me expectantly. I've planned a picnic, I reply, handing out freshly made fruit skewers to everyone as I unpack the basket I've set nearby. As we eat, we chat about our plans for the day, swimming, exploring, and simply enjoying each other's company.
Nico and I will go fishing later. You want to join us?
Anton glances at me. I shake my head. I'm getting dinner ready with Luca this afternoon, I tell him. Carl and Jess are bringing the gang around later. I told them we could go out on the yacht for a cruise, remember? The diamond turned out to be a bigger cash cow than we'd expected. Our buyer upped the price when he thought we weren't going to sell it to him. News of Cartwright's prison sentence over Maya Tate's death had raced through the smart set like wildfire, and I didn't feel a moment of guilt over stealing the stone. Now I'm enjoying the life I'd known it would promise me and the team, and I celebrated by gifting Anton with a fishing boat called Scarlet's Surprise. He returned the favor by surprising me with the Crimson Wrath, a 60-foot ocean-going cruise liner. Show off. I think deep down, my husband always wanted to be some sort of oligarch or something. Turns out he has untold wealth amassed over years of cleverly investing the fees he'd been paid for his specialized skills. Skills he's happy to have abandoned. You gonna be gone for a few hours? I ask. Anton nods.
I'll miss you,
he says, because we still can't get enough of each other.
Miss me?
Sure, I reply, my eyes meeting his as the corners of my mouth curve into a playful smile. You know I'll miss you too.
Of course you will. I just like to hear it.
He winks. You're full of it, babe. I tease him.
Zyka, have I not told you not to call me that?
He says for the 1,000th time. When have I ever done anything you told me to?
Not once.
He rolls his eyes.
Except maybe that time on my birthday when you did that thing with your...
Anton, not in front of the children. I look around at the kids who are totally oblivious to the undercurrents.
Fine, but I am not a babe.
Babushka, then? I wink at him.
You know that means grandmother. You would fuck your own grandmother?
Well, if she looked anything like you... His expression of horror has me snort laughing. Nikolai's laughter rings out as he chases after a seagull nearby. For several long, happy moments, we sit in silence. Anton watches him fondly before turning back to me, the flecks in his eyes reflecting the sunlight.
Do you ever think about the life we left behind?
He brushes his hand through the sand, feeling its warmth. I wonder if he's been reading my mind, because it's been an afternoon of reflection.
Do you ever regret what we gave up?
Not for a moment, I say. I wouldn't trade this for anything. My gaze follows Nikolai, who has given up on the seagull and splashes happily in the shallows. And Lila. She deserves a real childhood, away from all that shit we used to deal with.
Duh,
Anton agrees, reaching over to squeeze my hand gently. Mama! Papa! Nikolai calls out, running towards us with wet, sandy feet. "Look, I found another shell!" he exclaims, holding up a beautiful seashell. "Wow, you're turning into a professional treasure hunter, Nico," I say. "Yet another career for you to think of. Maybe you won't have to look after monkeys after all." The joke never grows old. But how could it? Nico and I still love to climb together, although now it's the cliffs nearby. He's becoming quite a little adventurer, regularly exploring the Mayan ruins there with me. "Let's keep it for Pinky," he suggests, his face lighting up with excitement. "She'll love it when she's big like me." "Absolutely," I agree, taking the shell and placing it carefully in our beach bag. It will join the dozens of others he's found for his baby sister. Any fears I'd had that he'd resist the news of her arrival evaporated when we told him. He was over the moon at not being an only child anymore. Anton has settled against me, and he brushes his lips over the curve of my bare shoulder, setting off another wave of fireworks beneath my skin. "You taste of salt," he murmurs as I suppress a tiny shiver. His arms encircle me, and I rest back against his chest, then scoop Lila up onto my lap and cradle her against me as her eyes begin to droop. Nikolai sinks into the warm sand at my feet and munches happily at his fruit stick, chattering about shells and fishing and sandcastles. As I feel the rise and fall of Anton's chest behind me as he breathes, I can't help but feel a deep sense of contentment. The sun dips lower in the sky, casting warm, golden light over our little family. The smell of salt water fills the air, mingling with the sweetness of the ripe fruit. This is it. It just doesn't get better. Even though our past was filled with danger and uncertainty, it led us here, to this moment of pure happiness. "Я тебя люблю," Anton murmurs into my ear. "Я тоже тебя люблю," I respond. "Always and forever. Всегда и навсегда," I add, because I've been practicing my Russian while lying in his arms. "Всегда и навсегда," he echoes. And as I immerse myself in this moment of peace, holding my baby, listening to Nico, and feeling the warm strength of my husband, I know that we've truly found what I was secretly looking for my whole life. And it's not an expensive diamond, or a swift escape from the country with a ton of cash. No, it's this. Right here, our very own happily ever after. This is the end of Crimson Wrath, a Podium audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more Mafia romance, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to Crimson Wrath, Book 2 of Ulianov Bratva, produced by Jennifer Lopes, written by Lisa Lovell, performed by Isabel Turner and Jameson Adams. Text copyright 2023 by Lisa Lovell. Production copyright 2024 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.